Numbers here of what just came in, and I'll write them out for you here. This is from Philadelphia, as we said. The vice president and Democratic nominee, former vice president Democrat nominee, gets 2,431 of these votes. The president of the United States in Philadelphia gets only 356 of these new votes. That is 85%. 85% of these votes. 85%. So let's look at the significance of this. Again, number one, it adds to that statewide lead. It gets Joe Biden above 30, heading to 31,000. That is what we have been looking for, consistency in the trajectory of the count, because you see 3.33 million count, 3.308 million count. Now you have Joe Biden with a 30,000 vote lead. These new votes are coming to us. Just talking to Kate Baldwin. She's right here in the city of Philadelphia. I'll move this down a little bit. Again, what are you looking for as you go through these metrics? Joe Biden gets 85% of this new batch of ballots, just shy of 3,000 votes. He gets 85%. Well, he's been getting 81% when you round up in Philadelphia. So what are we looking for as we go? Is Joe Biden at that decisive moment? Is he continuing to match or exceed the percentages he is getting? That is critical as you start to build your statistical model, as you take more votes off. Now under 100,000 votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania. So 24-31, that's 85%, right? I'm going to move this off now and put it into context. So Joe Biden adds to his lead in Pennsylvania by running it up more in Philadelphia. We know we have more ballots coming shortly in Allegheny County as well. The rest of the outstanding ballots, the overwhelming majority of them, right down here, southeast Pennsylvania, in this blue collar, right around this part of the state. Wolf, as you look at these numbers right now, you're building and building and building.
After 4 long, tense days, we've reached a historic moment in this election. We can now project the winner of the presidential race. CNN projects Joseph R. Biden Jr. is elected the 46th president of the United States, winning the White House and denying President Trump a second term. We're able to make this projection because CNN projects Biden wins Pennsylvania, the former vice president, in his third run for the highest office, pulling off a rare defeat of a sitting commander-in-chief. With this victory, Kamala Harris is set to become the first woman and the first person of color to be the vice president. Again, CNN projects Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States. And Jake, he is now President-elect Joe Biden.
What a moment in history. We have all been waiting on the edges of our seats since Tuesday. It is the end of a tumultuous presidency, a time of some accomplishments, no question, a time where many Americans throughout the country and in shuttered steel towns and in rural America, they felt, for the first time, they felt heard, which is important, but it is also, Wolf, it has also been a time of extreme divisions. Many of the divisions caused and exacerbated by President Trump himself. It's been a time of several significant and utterly avoidable failures, most tragically, of course, the unwillingness to respect facts and science and do everything that can be done to save lives during a pandemic. It has been a time where truth and fact were treated with disdain. It is a time of cruelty where official inhumanity, such as child separation, became the official shameful policy of the United States. But now the Trump presidency is coming to an end. To an end. With so many squandered opportunities and ruined potential, but also an era of just plain meanness. It must be said, to paraphrase President Ford, for tens of millions of our fellow Americans, their long national nightmare is over. Dana?
And let's talk about Joe Biden.
Yes.
5 decades in public service, 3 times running for president. He finally got there. And he's the most conventional of politicians. But in this election cycle, his path has been so unconventional. Remember, he beat out the biggest, most diverse field in the Democratic primary. And he is an older white man who did that. He lost Iowa, the oldest. He lost Iowa. He lost New Hampshire. And it was Democratic black voters who saved him and propelled him to this point. And that started in South Carolina. And he made a comeback just this year like we've never seen. And also remember, Joe Biden is defined by his personal loss. His calling card is knowing how to heal himself. And what he ran on and what he says he is going to do is try to heal this nation. Now he's got to turn his attention to that and Can you imagine a more arduous task?
Yeah, and he defeated a president who was not easy to defeat, as we all know, a political force who really shocked the world 4 years ago. But it was, as you said, Dana, a white, old man who did it and who was chosen by an increasingly young, diverse party to do one thing. That's regain the ground that was lost 4 years ago in parts of this country that have been traditionally Democratic. And he did it in a way that was always underestimated by even members of his own party. This is a man who is not known for his discipline, who ran an incredibly conservative, disciplined, understated general election campaign. And it is for that reason that he was elected today as president of the United States. But I just want to say one more thing, Jake, as you said, tens of millions of Americans, for them today, this moment is a huge sigh of relief. They've spent 4 years, a majority of Americans spent 4 years being governed by a president they did not elect. Today, that ends for them. And I think it is a cathartic moment. We have to give credence to that, a cathartic moment for millions and millions of Americans.
And one other thing, just we have to acknowledge, not only did Joe Biden pull off what I think very few people would have predicted a couple years ago, that he was going to be able to beat this incredible Democratic field, the strongest Democratic field in a long, long time, if not ever. And he was able to pull it off. He was able to do so with decency. He was able to do so on his terms. He ran as Joe Biden.
Yep.
I'm a guy that wants to bring the country together. I'm a guy that wants to govern from the center left. I'm a guy who feels your pain, who cares about you.
Yeah, he ran as his authentic self.
And he ran as himself. And I would like to also take a moment to acknowledge that the United States of America just elected its first woman and its first woman of color as vice president. Kamala Harris, the daughter of immigrants, one from India and one from Jamaica. Once again, an amazing sign of what this country can be.
Yeah, in some ways, this country always seems to act on a pendulum. You go from one extreme to another. I think we're seeing the other extreme of the pendulum today. Kamala Harris represents so much for millions of people in this country. And even her path to this moment, I think, is fairly unconventional. She was one of the first major candidates to drop out of the Democratic field, but was someone who I think in the party believed always had so much promise. Even Barack Obama believed she was a major rising star years ago. And one of the roles that she will play for Joe Biden is helping him bridge that gap between the Joe Biden who has been in Washington for decades and decades, the old guard, the 70-something-year-old white man with the younger part of the party that is clamoring to be heard. They feel like they have been, that their futures are on the line, especially after the last 4 years. And I think a lot of them are looking to Kamala Harris to give voice to that.
Yeah, and just to echo what you said earlier in the week, the Democratic Party has been alive on the backs of and through the hard work of black women for many, many years. And now they finally see representation. And that is a huge thing. I want to just also, I was thinking about this, put some numbers and historical reference on the Kamala Harris moment. 100 years ago this year, women got the right to vote. 55 years ago this year, black Americans were told that it could be easier for them to vote with the Voting Rights Act. That was after so much bloodshed, so much protest. And now, after all of that time, a black woman has made history.
And the son of Scranton and the daughter of immigrants are headed to the White House. It is a sign of what can happen in this country. You can become anything you want to be. Anderson?
And it was the state where the Commonwealth where Joe Biden was born. And it is on the same day, 48 years ago, that he was first elected to the Senate, November 7th, 1972. Van, what are your thoughts?
It's well, it's easier to be a parent this morning. It's easier to be a dad. It's easier to tell your kids character matters. It matters. Telling the truth matters. Being a good person matters. And it's easier for a whole lot of people. If you're Muslim in this country, you don't have to worry if the president doesn't want you here. If you're an immigrant, you don't have to worry if the president's going to be happier to have babies snatched away or send dreamers back for no reason. This is vindication for a lot of people who have really suffered. You know, the I can't breathe. You know, that wasn't just George Floyd. That was a lot of people that felt that they couldn't breathe. Every day you're waking up and you're getting these tweets and you just don't know. And you're going to the store and people who have been afraid to show their racism are getting nastier and nastier to you. And you're worried about your kids and you're worried about your sister. And can she just go to Walmart and get back into her car without somebody saying something to her? And you spent so much of your life energy just trying to hold it together. And this is a big deal for us just to be able to get some peace and have a chance for a reset. And the character of the country matters. And being a good man matters. You know, I just want my sons to look at this. Look at this. You know, it's easy to do it the cheap way and get away with stuff, but it comes back around. It comes back around. And this is a good day for this country. I'm sorry for the people who lost. For them, it's not a good day. But for a whole lot of people, it's a good day.
Gloria?
You know, and as long as I've been covering politics, we talk about character. In a lot of campaigns, character didn't count. Other things mattered more. And I always ask myself this question, this race, would character matter? Would values matter? Would that go to the top of the list? And COVID became part of that, became part of the character issue, how you handle something that has killed more than 200,000 people in this country. It became a matter of character and values. And you look at Joe Biden, and that is who he is. He's a man of empathy. You can disagree with him on all this, you know, politically. You can say he's a socialist, which of course he isn't. He was very hard for Republicans to pigeonhole because he said more than 4 decades in public service in which he refused to be pigeonholed. And what's so fascinating about what's going to occur is that during the campaign, or at least early on in the campaign, we always heard Joe Biden talk about himself as a transitional candidate because he is old. Now, as a president, he's going to have to be transformational because so much needs to be done in this country, whether it's about COVID, whether it's about the economy, whether it's about race, whether it's about climate. You can go down the list. So this man who was the youngest man, one of the youngest, I should say, ever elected to the United States Senate, will now be the oldest man ever to take the presidential oath.
That's America.
Think of that. Think of that.
David?
First of all, let me say, watching Wolf make that announcement threw me back to when I was in the war room in 2008 at the campaign headquarters, and I heard him say the words that Barack Obama would be president of the United States, and I was overwhelmed with emotion. I'm sure that's the feeling of people over in Biden's headquarters and many people across the country, and Van just so eloquently and movingly expressed that. Joe Biden, we tend to correct in our elections for the deficiencies of the person in that office. And in this case, those deficiencies went to character, went to decency, went to a lack of empathy. And these are qualities, as Gloria said, that Joe Biden has in abundance. And that made him the right candidate to run against Donald Trump. I think when he said last night that he wanted to bring the country together, that he wanted to be the president of all Americans, that he fundamentally believes that. He grew up that way in politics. But we should also recognize today, and I'm sure Rick will speak to this, that there are a lot of Americans who think that will see this as a gut punch because we are in a very divided country. And for all the tasks that Joe Biden faces now, President-elect Biden, whether it's dealing with the virus or dealing with the economy or myriad other problems, the greatest challenge is going to be to deal with a deeply divided country and try and find a common language and a common set of concerns that we can work on together, even if we disagree on many, many issues. And that, I so fervently hope for the country that he is successful in moving us forward in that way.
Rick, do you think that's possible?
Well, first, let me just congratulate Vice President Biden. He looks like he's going to win this election. I know there's a lot of conservatives, the White House, Republicans, who still think this race isn't over. That they're going to continue this effort to determine whether there were sufficient irregularities in the election to overturn this. So I think that's going to continue. How long it will continue, as David and I talked about yesterday, will depend upon the margins in some of these states. I mean, it's Pennsylvania. It was just called. Pennsylvania ends up at 50 or 100,000 votes. It's going to be very, very difficult. If let's say Arizona, Nevada, if you're not fighting just in one state, if you're fighting in 3 or 4 states, it's going to be harder to figure out how you can put an effort together to be successful. So from the Republican point of view, we're not convinced it's over yet. And we're going to wait and see how the rest of these states play out. We have, as you can see from the board, a lot of still very, very narrow races. So let me just say, there's not the feeling yet that this is over. Obviously, Van, very moved, and I can understand how people are feeling the way you're feeling right now. I think, as we've talked about before, it's a very divided country, and I think a lot of folks on our side are feeling the fears that you're feeling, that you have been feeling the past 4 years. On the economic side, people are afraid that Joe Biden is going to do what Boris Johnson is doing and Angela Merkel are doing in Europe and shut down the economy. There are a lot of blue-collar people, and again, we've been talking about this, that a lot of blue-collar Americans felt that neither political party really cared about them, and that they were the ones who were losing their jobs. They were the ones who, that whether it was technology or trade or globalism, that they were sort of left behind by both political parties, Republicans for big business and Democrats for tech and the environment and all these other issues, and that the working class people were sort of left behind. And so they're worried about, going back to global agenda and not worrying about what's going on here in America. There are a lot of people of faith who are worried about religious liberty. They're worried about whether there's going to be, speech codes and hate speech and a limit on what they're able to say. So as much as people are concerned, I understand you're feeling relieved. There's a lot of people now on our side who are feeling concerned.
Van, just before we go, just the challenge ahead for this president is enormous.
Yeah, it is, and I think that people should take very seriously what the senator just said. The grievances and those working class folks who felt that neither party cared about them weren't wrong. People were sacrificed for an agenda that didn't help a lot of people. And I know poor folks in Appalachia and poor folks in South Central, they got the same problems. And culture wars notwithstanding, there's a moment here. Do your lawsuits, that's your right. But there is a moment here where we can reset. And I think Joe Biden wants us to reset. And I will do everything I can. We got a lot of fear and a lot of pain. We got a lot of promise, too. And so do your guys. And if we can sit down at the same table, we can get something done together. Gloria?
I think that the country has just elected a man who is the polar opposite of the man who currently occupies the office. And his norm-shattering presidency, which I think we can all agree it was in one way or another, is going to give way to a presidency that will be all about respecting norms and institutions and making them better and uniting the country, not dividing the country. And I think as Trump becomes the first president, I think in almost 30 years, not to win a second term, it will be hard for him to accept. It is hard for him to accept. But in the end, I hope he is gracious and can muster some graciousness when it comes to Joe Biden and him becoming the next president.
Let's go back to Jake.
Well, it has been quite an ordeal covering the election these last few days, and I know a lot of people out there have been eager for us to count the votes and make calls even before we were ready to do so. I want to make sure that people understand that we were taking our time because we wanted to be 100% sure of the projection. And, you know, it's interesting, Abby, because while President Trump has been out there attacking the very fundamentals of democracy, he's been benefiting from the counting going on in Arizona. I want to go to Jeff Zeleny right now, who is covering the Biden campaign for us, of course. Jeff, obviously, Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris have been eagerly awaiting the media to make these projections. What is the plan?
Jake, good morning. Joe Biden, I'm told, was at his home here in Wilmington, Delaware, when he saw the news that CNN and other networks projected him as the 46th president of the United States. He had been anticipating this moment with patience, perhaps much more patience than some of his Democratic supporters. But now he is looking ahead to the speech that he will deliver here this evening. It will indeed be a speech for history. It will also be the first step in his quest to try and unify this country. We've heard glimpses of what he is going to say. We've heard these words before, but the weight of these words he will deliver here this evening will be the first test for his quest to unify this nation. He said it last night, Jake. He said, we may be opponents, but we are not enemies. We are Americans. That will be a central theme of his message here, and it will be at the same spot where he, of course, accepted the Democratic presidential nomination. But this campaign has changed dramatically since he started running it. This country has changed dramatically since he served 8 years as the vice president. But he will use all of that learning, all of that history from his years in the Senate, right here from Delaware, and of course at his time in the White House to deliver that speech. I am told by friends who have spoken to him over the last several days that he is going to give President Trump a bit of time. He is going to give Republicans a bit of time to digest this before he goes forward with his transition plans. First and foremost in his transition is going to be focusing on coronavirus. The challenges that are facing this country are steep. We've sort of set aside these daily cases of coronavirus to watch election returns, but he has been getting briefings every day, sometimes a few times a day on this. That, I'm told, is going to be his first step. But for tonight, at least, he's going to deliver a speech, and his supporters and advisors are all already sending the message out. This is not a time for gloating. This is a time to accept and feel and celebrate a victory. There will be fireworks here, I'm told, this evening. There's also, I'm told, going to be what is scheduled to be a light show with several drones, perhaps dozens or scores of drones in the air, delivering a type of light show here. And after that, the hard work begins. So for now, I'm told we are not expected to hear or see the former vice president before that address this evening. That could always change. Of course, we might see a message from him on social media, but he is going to be delivering this speech that this stage has been waiting for the last several days. Of course, we should always also point out we will hear from Senator Harris this evening here as well. A history-making move in its own right. Tremendous move for the country, of course, and we'll see their partnership together beginning here. So even as he's taking in this victory, Jake, I can tell you the transition is already underway. We are not likely to see any announcements in the coming, at least the coming hours, but in the coming days we certainly will, as he begins to assume his role as president-elect, will be the 46th president of the United States. And Jake? Jeff, for people who are just tuning in for the first time to find out that Joe Biden is now President-elect Joe Biden, and Senator Kamala Harris is now Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. It's probably a good time for Republicans to learn how to pronounce her name. I would like to note that if they are confused by the honking going on behind you, that is a mark of the new COVID era, where Joe Biden would have drive-in rallies, and instead of applauding and cheering, people would honk. Right. And Jake, it was at this parking lot right behind me here. We saw one of the first drive-in rallies during the Democratic convention this summer in August. It was really an extraordinary moment as he was inside the Chase Center here delivering that acceptance speech. There were hundreds of cars outside with people, coming out of their convertible rooftops or sitting on their hoods honking. And then we've really seen that throughout the last several months of campaigning. So that is what we will see here tonight. But the honking is the sound of the new applause. But Jake, I can also say hundreds of people gathered here last evening in Wilmington, Delaware. I assume the same will happen this evening. People from Delaware wanting to see their favorite son out giving a speech. So it was one of the largest Democratic gatherings that I've really seen since this pandemic began. So the Biden campaign, of course, will have their official event here at the drive-in rally, but there are people gathering here in Delaware. But Jake, we should point out that he will also be the oldest president elected. 2 weeks from yesterday, he turned 78 years old. But that is just one of the history-making things. Also, the second U.S. president who's Catholic. So he often goes to Mass or to church here in Wilmington before a big moment in his life. I would expect that today as well, Jake. So many moments of history. Senator Harris, of course, making many, many moments of history here. She will speak first this evening, I'm told, and then Joe Biden will speak after. Again, both having a unifying message here. This is more than just a speech. This is the first step in their next chapter of trying to lead this country through this challenge and turmoil, Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. It is such a such a historic moment, such a moment of import. The idea of democracy, that the people get to decide every few years if they like what they have or if they want to stick with it or if they want to change. The American people resoundingly, with what looks like a popular vote margin of at least 4 or 5 million votes for Joe Biden, and also what looks like it will be ultimately a significant win in the Electoral College as well. The American people saying to Donald Trump, thanks, but you should go. We want new leadership. And Joe Biden could not be more of a polar opposite from Donald Trump.
No, you're exactly right. One of the many fantastic storylines, and this is obviously this is an objective thing to say, of this election is how many people engaged, how many people went out and voted. It is just remarkable. Not only is Joe Biden somebody who has gotten more of the popular vote than anybody in history, as far as we know, Donald Trump also...
I want to show, let me interrupt for 1 second. That's right outside the convention center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, a city that Donald Trump has been attacking unfairly for a long time. He even got into a fight with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2018. After the Eagles won the Super Bowl, Philadelphia delivering the margin of victory for Joe Biden that allowed CNN to call Pennsylvania and then, therefore, call the presidency for Joe Biden. Philadelphians realizing the significant role they played in this election, taking to the streets in celebration in the birthplace of liberty, we should say, in this country.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
I had to say hi to my friends.
And I completely understand. And by the way, that's happening in a lot of the cities around this country. I'm getting texts from friends who are saying that they're out and about and they're hearing cheering and honking. Let's be clear, that is obviously happening in about half the country right now, because the other half, as I was mentioning before, less than half, because otherwise Joe Biden wouldn't be president-elect right now. Donald Trump did extraordinarily well. It's just that more people voted for Joe Biden. And there are still about 70 million people, a little under that right now, who Joe Biden is going to have to find a way to reach out to. He says it all the time. He talks about being the president, not just of blue states, of red states, but of the United States, borrowing a famous line from Barack Obama. But now the tough part comes. Now he's got to find a way to actually make that a reality. And it's not going to be easy, because this polarized country is going to take a very, very, very long time to heal.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is absolutely an incredibly polarized country. But I've been sitting here and I've been thinking about how difficult this year has been for so many Americans, and it hasn't been felt evenly in this country. There are millions of Americans who were disproportionately hurt by this president's failure to deal with this coronavirus crisis. They were devastated economically. They were dying at disproportionate rates, getting disease and sickness at disproportionate rates. And I do think that they voted in their interest. They voted for their lives. And that's one of the reasons why you saw Joe Biden successfully bringing out Democrats in this election, because Democrats who are more likely to be black and Hispanic and non-white were disproportionately hurt by what was going on in this country over the last 8 months. And, you know, I also think about the fact that we've had so many Americans really acting heroically when their government would not act for them. Doctors and nurses and EMTs. And now this week we're seeing election workers literally risking their lives to simply count the votes. And at the end of the day, I think the American people's voices have been heard. No matter what happens in Washington, we wait for their votes.
Yep.
We call the election based on how they voted.
Yeah.
And millions of Americans who have really suffered, especially this year, said today that they wanted something completely different.
And that suffering, particularly when you're talking about COVID, isn't going to go away anytime soon. Joe Biden says he has a plan. When he actually gets to the point where he raises his right hand and takes the office, he's going to be able to implement that plan. But, you know, it is not going to be an easy task. What is also really palpable right now is that people are exhausted. People are exhausted by the chaos. It's not just the substance of what needs to be done. It's just the feeling of wanting to get some rest, wanting to not wake up and say, what is happening on Twitter right now? What is happening, in a world that is going to bust norms in a way that maybe even people who voted for Donald Trump didn't expect to go that far. And so Biden gives a promise of normalcy, again, getting to that point when you have so many people who really like President Trump still making that heard in this election is going to be fascinating to watch.
You know, a lot has been said and done about the fact that this was, in 2016, was the first time Donald Trump ever ran for any office. And I want to contrast that with the fact that this is the third time Joe Biden has run for president. The third time. The last time that a president won on their third attempt was Ronald Reagan, who ran in 68, ran in 76, and then finally won in 1980. There is also a special kind of pluck, of gumption necessary to think that, okay, I ran for president in 1988, and I didn't even make it to 1988. I dropped out in 1987.
Yeah.
Okay, I ran for president in 2008. I dropped out immediately after Iowa, where I got clobbered. I'm going to give it one more shot. And it worked. It worked this time.
It did.
I mean, it is a lesson not just about politicians. Now every politician is going to run for president at least 3 times because if Joe Biden can do it, why can't they do it? But it's also just a lesson for people out there watching.
Don't give up.
Don't give up. If you believe in yourself, you can actually achieve what you want to achieve despite all odds.
You're exactly right. And he had given up. I mean, in 2016, when he was, it was made clear to him that this is Hillary Clinton's time, he thought it was over. He didn't think that there was going to be another opportunity. And it was genuine. I mean, he has said that. And it isn't just spin. It wasn't just, oh, I feel like I need to do this for the country. That's why I'm coming out in the 2020 cycle. It was real. But it was because what he saw happening that he felt like he maybe singularly can make a difference. And that is probably one of the biggest reasons why he beat out the biggest and most diverse field in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because every politician thinks that they are the one who is chosen to be the person of the moment. And it just so happens that Joe Biden was the guy for the moment.
Right.
And he had to wait until the very end of his political life, his time in public life, for that to actually be true. But it's because Joe Biden had spent a lifetime building up this reputation as the everyman's man. And you heard David Axelrod say earlier, they parked him in the upper Midwest back in 2008 just to be a relatable force for people who were being asked to vote for the first potentially the first black president of the United States. So he's been in this position before, but I do think it has taken his entire lifetime for him to have the credibility to withstand what came at him, which was unprecedented attacks against his family, among other things.
Let's check back with Jeff Zeleny, who's covering the Biden campaign for us. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff?
Jake, we have just heard the first words from Joe Biden, the president-elect of the United States, sending out a message on social media, on Twitter. Let's take a moment and read this together. He says, "America, I'm honored that you have chosen me to lead our great country. The work ahead of us will be hard, but I promise you this. I will be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. I will keep the faith that you have placed in me." And those are the first words from Joe Biden here as these results are coming in, as he's taking them in his home here in Wilmington. Those are his first words, and also putting out a statement or a video as well to accompany this. And this is something that it really is going to be a central theme of his speech tonight, I'm told. This is going to be something he will talk as well about his mandate, his popular vote total. And I'm told now by my producer, Bonnie Cap, that we also have a full statement from the former vice president. I'm going to read that to you as well. He says this: "I am honored and humbled by the trust the American people have placed in me and in Vice President-elect Harris. In the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans have voted, proving once again that democracy beats deep in the heart of America." He goes on to say, with the campaign over, it's time to put the anger and the harsh rhetoric behind us and come together as a nation. It's time for America to unite and to heal. We are the United States of America, Mr. Biden says, and there is nothing we can't do if we do it together. So those, of course, the first words from Joe Biden as he is taking in this historic moment for him here in his home of Wilmington. And that statement, of course, will be the central backbone of his challenge and the backbone of his speech that he will deliver here this evening. But, Jake, I am told that something else that Mr. Biden has been doing, and has been doing for several days, is thinking about the challenge ahead in trying to reach out to Republicans. If the Senate of the United States holds in Republican hands, he will need that old friendship with Mitch McConnell to help him build his cabinet. That is something that Democrats may not want to hear at the moment, but if the Senate majority holds in Republican hands, he will need that for governing. So among the phone calls that the president elect is going to be receiving here today, he'll be getting world leader calls, no question, and sending out calls. Mitch McConnell remains an important part of this equation as we go forward. So we'll let you know if we hear when those two old friends in a Washington respective friendship speak. But you'll remember in the Obama administration, Mitch McConnell and Vice President Joe Biden cut many deals that frustrated many on both sides of both aisles. So that is one of the dynamics at play. But for now, at least, this is the tone that Joe Biden is trying to set. So look for Democrats to talk again about that mandate in the popular vote. As this popular vote continues to be tallied across the country, he could be surpassing 4 million, 5 million, even more than that in terms of popular votes. And if these states hold in Georgia, Arizona, et cetera, they do believe they have a mandate. You can hear horns honking behind me here in Wilmington. I suspect there'll be a lot more of that to come. Jake?
Yeah, Jeff, I mean, we'll see how much, assuming he is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, we'll see how much he actually intends to work with Joe Biden. He may have cut deals with Joe Biden, Dana, but let's also remember he was determined to make Barack Obama a one-term president. Mm-hmm. He did not succeed, but he was not somebody who worked particularly well across the aisle with President Obama. We'll see how he does with President Biden.
And we have a tweet in from Kamala Harris, now Vice President-elect Harris. And here's what she said. This is the first thing she has said since having that title. This election is about so much more than Joe Biden or me. It's about the soul of America and our willingness to fight for it. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Let's get started. And I'm looking at the tweet here on my iPad, and it's on top of a video, which is, from the campaign with just a series of regular Americans, very diverse group.
Yeah. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about a little bit about 4 years ago, and the reaction 4 years ago to President Trump being elected was that we need to listen to the people who elected him. Mm-hmm. I think the lesson today is that we need to listen to the people who just elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. It is the expectation of this country, contrary to what has happened in the 4 years, that the president leads all Americans. So that is no surprise that you would hear that from Joe Biden. But I do think that we do need to listen to the majority of Americans who voted against Donald Trump 4 years ago and voted for Joe Biden now, that they are saying that they want decency back. They're saying that they want, as you said, normalcy back, Dana. They want to be able to breathe again in some way. And I do think that as much as Joe Biden knows he has to reach across the aisle, I'm reading this and I'm reading what he is saying in his statement, and it says effectively, we're gonna go back to being, we're gonna go back to decency being the norm in America, not some kind of exceptional, some exception to the norm.
Yeah, and it takes two to tango. We'll see how much congressional Republicans are willing to meet President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris on this field of decency and normalcy. It's not just President Trump that has been eroding norms of decency and
He's
truth.
had a lot of help.
He's had a lot of help from a lot of people on Capitol Hill, and we'll see whether or not they want to come back to planet Earth and be good boys and girls and be decent and normal and adhere to facts and truth. I would say, as a journalist trying to uphold, along with everyone here, those norms. Come on in, the water's fine, but we'll see what they're ready to do. Anderson?
And Jake, work of the transition has already begun, obviously, for the Biden campaign. David Axelrod, I mean, they have been preparing for this for multiple different possibilities.
Yeah, and look, you know, the thing is that what he does from here on in these next days and weeks are important substantively, but they're also important symbolically. Who he calls, you know, where he goes, the issues that he highlights, the words that he uses are all going to be examined closely. And I guarantee you that a lot of thought has been given to how to orchestrate these next few days to send a strong signal about how he intends to govern. So making those calls to Mitch McConnell, making those calls to which foreign leaders are you calling? What is the nature of those conversations? Where are the first places you choose to go? What are your first appointments? I expect you'll see very quickly first his White House staff. Probably it'll be a few weeks if he follows the pattern, certainly of the administration we were part of. It'll be the end of November before we'll hear about cabinet members. But all of them are not just substantively important, but symbolically important. And a lot of thought has gone into it, I'm sure.
Just to follow up on the foreign leaders, I was told during the campaign, I asked a senior advisor, who is Joe Biden talking to? Which foreign leaders is he talking to? He said, we're not talking to any. They're calling us during the campaign, but we are not. We have told them we are not going to speak with them until he's elected. Because they felt, given what had gone on with the Trump campaign, Flynn, General Flynn, et cetera, that they could not do that. Now, he will clearly be reaching out to these leaders he was not able to speak with during the election.
But the path ahead, though, I mean, it's not just, you know, Jake was talking about Republicans on Capitol Hill. It's also Democrats and the liberal wing of the party. And you know, people, you talked about sort of sending signals. Yeah. The cabinet choices. Yes. That's going to be a battle for
I
this
listened
president.
With interest to Abby talking about Kamala Harris as sort of an ambassador to the younger voters, to the left, and so on. That's going to be an enormous pressure because you have a situation where we'll likely have a divided Congress. You're going to have to make compromises. Biden himself is more moderate than some Democrats would like. And so there's going to be, there's going to be a lot of tension that they have to navigate there. But the bigger one is in the country itself, I think. I think Joe Biden believes with every fiber in his body the words that he is speaking now. I believe in those words. But it does require, you know, Rick talked earlier about, there are a lot of Republicans who don't necessarily believe that he has won yet, or they question whether he has won yet. We have gone through presidency after presidency where half the country views the president as illegitimate. That is corrosive, and we have to try and find a way through that.
Yeah,
and we just heard, Hillary Clinton has just tweeted, and she said the voters have spoken. and they have chosen Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be our next president and vice president. It's a history-making ticket, a repudiation of Trump, and a new page for America. Thank you to everyone who helped make this happen. Onward together. Interesting tweet from Hillary Clinton, who finally gets to say Trump has been repudiated, from the woman who, of course, lost to Donald Trump. And she and Joe Biden, as you know, David, have not, Joe Biden didn't get in the race last time because Hillary Clinton was in the race and he held back. And now she is congratulating him for winning this. And also, she did not become the first woman president, but now congratulating the first woman vice president.
Well, look, there's two things that are happening. One is at the top, Biden is trying to figure out how to get the transition done. But to your point, there is a big movement that expects to be treated with respect and inclusion.
You're talking about the left.
I'm talking about the left and the grassroots, not just the left, but the grassroots of this party, the people that you see out here. This was the Avengers versus Thanos. Okay, this was not just a mano kind of a situation. You had every grassroots organization standing up, and so groups like Mi Gente, Lucha, Mi Familia Vota, the Latino Victory Fund, Maria Teresa Kumar and her organization, that's the Latino grassroots. They expect to be having a seat at the table. Native American, by the way, you see the little blue dots in Arizona? Those are Native American reservations. The Native American community played a tremendous role. The Native Organizers Alliance, Intertribal Council, the NACARE. These are groups that expect to be treated with respect because they are responsible for the victory. And then also, the African American community threw down. And you have a new infrastructure in the black community. Colorofchange.org, which I helped to start a long time ago, has become a superpower. And also, by the way, defending this victory, Vanita Gupta from the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, Sherilyn Ifill from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund are defending this victory right now in court. So you have a massive movement around Biden that's going to want to be respected and seen and included, and not just left, but bottom up. And I think part of what has to happen is the bottom-up inclusion from the left does not have to come at the expense of bottom-up inclusion from working folks and Trump country. Those things can go side by side.
When it comes to cabinet selections, I mean, there had been talk about does Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren, do they want to be on the cabinet? That's something which, how much control do Senate Republicans, Mitch McConnell, have over that, you think?
Look, I traditionally, although that changed candidly in the last 4 years, but traditionally the Senate gives the president the cabinet he wants. Okay. And unless there's people that are clearly unqualified or have ethical problems or other things. So I think Mitch McConnell and the Republicans will give the president the cabinet he wants. So I don't think that's going to be a big issue. Can I just make one point? Because everyone's talking about unity, and I think Americans clearly would love to see this country a little bit more divided. But everyone seems to think that unity would be a big issue. Can I just make one point? Because everyone's talking about unity, and I think Americans clearly would love to see this country a little bit more divided. But everyone seems to think that unity is accomplished by tone. That, if you just are nicer, and if you don't say nice things, that you aren't mean to people, that somehow you're going to unify the country. That's not enough. I'm not saying that's not a good thing. It is a good thing. And you've heard me criticize the president for his tone. Tone is important. But I will tell you, in my opinion, what will be the biggest determiner as whether Joe Biden will be able to accomplish unity is the state of Georgia. Because the state of Georgia in the next 2 months is going to go through an election process that will determine who controls the United States Senate. And if one or two Republicans get elected from the state of Georgia, Joe Biden has a much greater chance of unity because he'll be forced to work together with Republicans to get things done.
I agree with you on
that. If Georgia, for some reason, elects 2 Democratic senators, you will see the left, and Van has every right to say they were the ones that were the energy, they were the ones that deserve it. But they're going to be pushing for D.C. statehood. They're going to be pushing for packing the court. They're going to be pushing for Puerto Rican statehood. You're going to see a big tax increase. You're going to see things that will not unify the country that Joe Biden is going to have to push for if he has the means to do it. So Georgia, you're on my mind, and so I'm
don't
hopeful,
sing, all right?
I'm hopeful that the state of Georgia will do the right thing and provide an opportunity for unity.
Can we just say something about these pictures we're looking at? I mean, it's kind of remarkable. These people who have taken
it's
to the
interesting.
streets.
I mean, obviously, look, in any election, there's going to be, people who are very happy, and there's going to be people who are not very happy. And so we're certainly seeing people who are very happy coming out into the streets in Washington, D.C. by the White House. The sense of relief that you sort of get from a lot of people who are coming out is particularly interesting as sort of, I guess it's a hope that of a changed, to Rick's point, tone and obviously policies as well.
Go ahead.
I think policy is going to be hugely important, but tone, I think, and Van talked about this so eloquently earlier, is the sort of sense of exhaustion and not having to wake up every day wondering what's going to happen because something's been tweeted that's so divisive, that somebody has been called a name. This president has been calling Joe Biden all kinds of names throughout this, and that was sort of something you got used to in a way. And there was so much coming at people every day that what you may be seeing there is some sort of steam coming out of the teapot.
I just want to say, go ahead.
Just make one point on it.
At some point I want to talk.
You're speaking for people who, I hate to say it, are the elites in our culture.
Oh, please don't say that. I shouldn't have let you talk. Can I say something? You can insult us in a minute. I want to brag on these people for 1 second, if you don't mind, Senator. Please.
Let me make a real quick point.
Okay.
When you talk about the president and how tough he is, and how you're talking to people who watch CNN, who watch the news,
it's not
who
true.
are constantly in there. Most people are living their lives and not really paying attention.
That's not
true.
Yeah,
but he lost by 4 million votes.
My point is, tone is not as important for them. Policies that affect their lives are more.
Of course, but
Rick,
I'm going to talk. I don't like what you're saying. I don't like that, and I think we're going in the wrong direction. The tone mattered to my children, and my children are not elites.
I don't disagree.
Listen, this was. I think the big mistake that the Trump administration made, for all the good that they did on criminal justice and opportunity zones and other stuff that I was proud of them for, is that they failed to understand that, actions speak louder than words if you're a normal person. But when you're the president of the United States, your words speak louder than your actions. And his words every day made America a nastier place and a more toxic place. And what you're seeing here is this is not just coming for today. The politics of joy as a weapon. Groups like Sankofa, cultural groups, were going to the polls with music. They were going to the polls with entertainment, and this was a part of the resistance, a beautiful part of the resistance. And I just want to say, you trying to cut me off?
No, go.
So I just want to say that there are a couple of things to get us to unity. Tone is very, very important because when people are just getting smashed upside the head, they can't think clearly. So that's got to go away. And then on the policy part, I think that anti-poverty. I think that criminal justice, mental health, addiction, infrastructure, family leave, there are economic policies that can bring us together. There's going to be some cultural war stuff that pulls us apart. But I think we have a responsibility to put forward those economic ideas and support this president.
David, do you expect to hear from Joe Biden today?
Yeah, Jeff said we won't hear from him until this evening when he speaks, and that's probably appropriate. I think the reason they sent the messages out they did was as a placeholder until he speaks to the country. But I just wanted to Rick's point. I think you're wrong about this. I think there were some portion of people who agreed with Donald Trump on policy, but simply couldn't tolerate the way he behaved and the way he treated people. Gloria used the word exhaustion. I heard that word, in focus groups, and I just heard it used so often. It was a chore because you had to wake up every day wondering about the tweet or the tantrum or the fight that was going to happen that day. And it was wearing on people. And even some people who were inclined to support Donald Trump on policy just could not tolerate.
I agree. I agree with that. I'm not arguing with that. I talk about that a lot here. I guess,
but it wasn't just the elites. All I want to say is you got people who were working in restaurants, people who were working in hair salons, who the tone would affect them. It would come into their lives, not just the elites.
I guess my point is, that the vast majority of Americans don't wake up every day listening to what the president has to say. That's my point. And that,
it was inescapable.
That the people here represented on this panel, we listen to the president every day, and we're skewed by that because most Americans don't. And I'm just saying, most Americans are much more concerned, not that they liked what the president was saying. I'm not saying they liked what the president was saying, but I'm saying that they're less concerned about that than they are about the policies that happen.
Let's
the profound misunderstanding on your
a
part.
little bit later, just in terms of what
Biden.
what you expect to see happening today from Biden, from Kamala Harris.
I think that they've gotten a head start. They've been involved in transition work for quite some time. I don't know whether he's going to announce who's going to be in his. I just am hearing from somebody on the campaign. Hold on. I'd asked about what they were going to do in the transition, and I was told, kind of excited right now. We'll get back to you. So I think Biden knows on his major positions, national security advisor, who he's going to appoint.
It's also a remarkable moment. I mean, just to the sentiment that person you're talking to on the campaign expressed, for a campaign which really was not a campaign in any traditional sense that we are used to, and was also such a gamble in terms of choosing not to have people going out knocking door to door, and not to have the candidate out there, and to see President Trump out there and still resist that.
Well, look, I think it goes further back than that. I think it goes to the beginning of the campaign. They had an inspiration, and their inspiration was that the country wanted what Biden was off. The country wanted to be healed. They wanted to essentially fire Donald Trump, that he was the counterpoint to that. That was right, and many of us sat on this panel, and the country wanted to be healed. They wanted to essentially fire Donald Trump, that he was the counterpoint to that. That was right, and many of us sat on this panel and other panels over the primary campaigns when he was in some degree of distress, wondering if it would happen, because he wasn't the perfect candidate for the emerging Democratic electorate, and it wasn't clear he could survive it. But what became clear in the general election, and particularly when the virus struck, was that those qualities of Biden were most resonant. And the decision not to do the rallies, and the decision, I think they paid some price for it, actually, but the symbolism of not doing it, the symbolism of him treating it seriously, I think ultimately netted out for them.
And don't forget, one of Biden's top advisors is Ron Klain, who was the Ebola czar. Ron Klain could well be the next chief of staff. And they were getting their guidance not only from doctors, but from Ron, who had been through an awful lot of this with infectious disease. And I think it was a risk, but it also provided this different view from Donald Trump that people could watch. And I think that became important because Biden was listening to science and Donald Trump was listening to, I don't know, Scott Atlas? I have no idea.
Go back to Jake and Wolf in Washington. Jake?
Thanks, Anderson. We're just watching the scenes of celebration at cities throughout the country. This is Washington, D.C. Right now. And I think it has to be said, a lot of this is relief.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of this is not, oh, great, now the minimum wage will go up to $15 an hour, which it probably won't because Republicans still control the Senate. A lot of this is not necessarily about the Green New Deal. A lot of this is, I'm not going to have a president much longer who dislikes immigrants or says things that are racist
or doesn't believe in science,
or isn't doing everything he can do to try to protect us from the virus.
Look at all of these young people. I mean, they're in the streets. We were just showing what is now Black Lives Matter Plaza. We are watching the continuation of what began over the summer of an enormous amount of activism in this country showing up in these very same places with some of these very same people who came out to say, we want things to change. Mm-hmm. And there's been so much talk about whether there is enthusiasm for Joe Biden or more enthusiasm for Donald Trump. What you're seeing is, yes, relief, but enthusiasm for a new day, change. And a change particularly for young people who, it's not, as Rick Santorum was saying, just about tone. They do care about policy. They do believe in science, and they do believe that climate change is an important thing. They do believe that systemic racism exists. That is about policy, and I think that is why you're seeing them in the streets.
It's like a pressure valve is being released slowly across these cities. And I say cities on purpose because this is where this is happening in the largely Democratic places. But I think Senator Santorum has done us a tremendous service in walking us through what's going on, particularly among Republicans in Pennsylvania, where he, place he knows so well. But these are not elites. It's not about being a lead or not a lead. This is about, and not about beliefs. This is about a particular feeling of a yearning for normalcy, and for a lot of people about their children and wanting their children to feel comfortable with having the president as a role model.
Yeah.
And I want to say, we need to, as we watch these scenes of celebration, pardon me, we're also seeing people wearing masks.
Exactly.
And mostly wearing masks. They are not socially distancing. I hate to be a scold here, but we just had the highest day of infections in the United States. I believe yesterday was 125,000 Americans with new coronavirus infections. That was the third straight day of more than 100,000 infections. It's good to see people wearing masks, although for some of them they're slipping off their face. People also need to socially distance themselves, and the masks are significant, though. I mean, they are the thing that doctors say is the most important.
But I can see Sanjay Gupta having a lot of heartburn right now.
Yeah, there are a lot of public health officials watching this right now and feeling agita, feeling concern because of the crowds. But again, at least they are wearing masks. It also underscores another reason why people are happy with this victory is because President Trump surrendered to the virus. I mean, like we praised him on the show for Operation Warp Speed, looking for a vaccine, and for the sped up approval process when it comes to therapeutics. But when it came to trying to control the infection, he gave up, and he led the charge against it. And you were talking about all the people who are out there for policy reasons. They want criminal justice reform. They want the Green New Deal, or at least some effort to combat climate change. And I don't disagree with that at all. But I think sometimes it's also just more basic. The number one job of a president is to protect the American people. When it comes to the coronavirus, the president failed. It's not the job of the president of the United States to necessarily unite the American people. It would be nice if that was a job.
Yep.
That's certainly what Joe Biden thinks his job is. Donald Trump thought his job was to divide and conquer. After George Floyd was murdered by police, there was a moment there where it looked like President Trump got it. That moment quickly disappeared, and he was back to retweeting smears of a dead man, smears of George Floyd. And I think that's also part of it. Look, we contain multitudes, right? I mean, like, people can be out there celebrating for any number of reasons. But like we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of a time of racial injustice and reconciliation, and the president didn't lead, and these people want someone who will, and whether or not that's Joe Biden, they know it wasn't going to be Donald Trump.
Yeah, and the fact that you rightly pointed out that what we're seeing isn't the safest thing in the world for people to be out there. It is great that they're wearing masks, but the fact that we are seeing people in 2020 in the streets, almost all masked, is such a stark illustration of the task that Joe Biden has ahead of him. That, yes, he has been preparing. He has been getting briefings even this week as he waited for the results of this election. But having a plan and executing it are two very, very different things. But one of the reasons why he got the nomination and ultimately won the presidency, I firmly believe, is because he actually has the experience of doing things like this, of taking the government and all of the parts of the government and using it to create a program and a plan to address this thing in a way that, frankly, yes, President Trump was on it on the therapeutics, has been on it pushing for vaccines, and Joe Biden and the American people are likely going to benefit from that. But the fact that the president refused to wear masks, refused to tell people to do so while we wait for those remedies, is something that we'll never get back, and a lot of lives that
Not just
we'll never get
refused
back.
to, led the charge against it. He held super spreader events all over the country.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a transition like no other we've seen in this country, not just because of what President Trump may or may not do, but because we are entering a phase in this country where the virus is surging and people are looking for direction. And will Joe Biden step into that gap? And if he will, how will he do it? I think is going to be such a big question for him. But I do want to raise one thing that just is coming up here.
Can I just take 1 second to acknowledge that Philadelphia is just,
your
I think,
people are in the streets.
Wait,
Jake,
are you from Philadelphia?
Jake's people are on the screen right now.
They're very happy.
I do want to bring up one thing, a little bit on a lighter note, but no less important as we talk about how different this is going to be for the next 4 years. Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, just tweeted out a photo of the two of them. This is happening on a Saturday midday, so they're in casual clothes going about their lives. But he is now about to be the first second husband of the United States, second gentleman of the United States. I don't know what you want to call it.
Second dude.
Second dude of the United States. But their family, I think, is such an interesting thing. Kamala Harris is a biracial woman, married to a white Jewish man. They have a blended family of stepchildren. This is going to be different in a lot of ways, but just the Harris Emhoff family is, I think, something really extraordinary that this country has not seen. But it will reflect, actually, I think, a real reality for so many Americans who are blended families, who are biracial in many ways. And you're seeing a little bit of that here.
Yeah, and I actually, when I interviewed the now Vice President-elect last month, I think it was, we talked about that, about the fact that she is a stepmother. And she came into her stepchildren's life midstream. They were teenagers. Which is not easy. It is not easy to do. And has established a relationship with them and also with her husband's first wife, which is a modern family, which is actually happening more across the country than people realize. And that representation is going to be happening at the highest office in the land. And, people relate to their leaders, not just on a policy level, not just in terms of character, but also on a kind of an emotional level. And that is a new phenomenon that people will be able to see.
And can I just say one more thing about Senator Kamala Harris? And people can have policy disagreements with her. People can have political disagreements with her. Whatever, that's all fair game. There was an attempt by a lot of people on the right to smear her personally, to go after her personal life, to use the most vile, misogynist, sexist tropes and words to attack her. I mean, people like Rush Limbaugh. I mean, plenty of Republicans out there, Republican officials and Republican party operatives, just with the most disgusting and sexist smears which are, I know you guys are not unused to that sort of attack because you're prominent females in an era of social media. But it is absolutely time for the United States of America to stop that crap. Yeah, and the American people ignored it it looks like. I mean, at least in terms of the election results. But it is time for that to go.
And this is going to sound so, maybe you'll be surprised by this, but I just have been dying to say this. You know what I loved about 2020 and watching all these women run? You know what we didn't hear anything about? We didn't hear anything about what they were wearing. Nothing. It's all we heard about with Hillary Clinton. And it was nothing about it. It was about what they were saying and what they believed. And that is very refreshing.
Yeah, some people talked about her sneakers.
Her sneakers are kind of a comeback.
That was kind of the thing that, frankly, she interjected.
Yeah.
It didn't define who they were.
And I think she is in control of that part of her narrative. If she wants to wear interesting sneakers, she can. And it's fine. But I do think...
Like Biden's aviators.
Right. It's like Biden's aviators. I mean, I do think... Or Hillary Clinton's pantsuits, to a certain extent. She was able to sort of take something that had been used against her and turn it into something that she defined for herself. But Jake, you're so right that in this country we have gotten so normalized to sexism just being a thing that we just have to internalize and accept, and that we accept that the electorate to some extent is going to hold women to a different standard, even holding black women to a different standard. We don't have to accept that. Other developed countries in the world have elected women leaders at the highest levels, and we are behind the curve. And I do think that we should acknowledge that this is one step in the right direction, but we have a long way to go on this.
And when Joe Biden makes his first address to Congress, generally when a president-elect speaks, it's not a State of the Union, it's an address, but it's the same imagery. You're going to see Joe Biden, and then you're going to have two women behind him for the first time in history. The Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and the Vice President, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and that's a step forward, but we do also need, at some point, a woman at that podium.
You said it. I'm glad you made that point.
We'll get there at some, whatever the party, we'll get there at some point. Let's go back to Wilmington, Delaware, where Jeff Zeleny reports on the Biden campaign for us. Jeff, what's the latest?
Jake, we are getting word that the Joe Biden, president-elect of the United States, will be addressing the country tonight at 8 p.m. here from Wilmington in the on the stage that we've seen all week long. And it's going to be a celebration, I'm told, complete with fireworks and a light show and a drive-in rally that we have seen. So that will be tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time here in Wilmington, I'm told. And it's unclear if we will see Mr. Biden before then. We do not expect to hear him speak before then. But we are getting word that he is fielding phone calls from friends, allies, and his soon-to-be new Vice President, Senator Kamala Harris. She tweeted out a video just a few moments ago that talks about, it shows her on the phone with him, and she said, "We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States." So that is something that was a moment of history as well. And for the first campaign that I can recall coming on social media, on Twitter, sharing that, as we can see right there. In casual clothes, as Abby was saying earlier, Senator Harris was out with her husband for a morning walk, as they often do, and giving him that phone call there. And, Jake, as we see cheering and signs of elation from Democrats at least, and maybe some independents across the country, we're also hearing those horns honking here in Wilmington, and a crowd is gathered here as well. A bit of history in Wilmington as well. Jake, it was 48 years ago today, this very day, November 7th, 1972, when Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was elected to the Senate for the first time. He was not expected to win that race. It was an uphill battle. He won by some 3,000 votes or so. So 48 years ago today, of course, he is elected or named president-elect, projected that today. So a bit of history there as well. A few other things. I am told, again, his victory speech has been written for tonight. Of course, they've had several days to work on it. And we know what his message is. His message is clear about unifying the country, saying it's not a time for anger. But he also will give voice to the mandate that he does believe he has because of the popular vote and because of the, he will have received more votes than any other president in the history of the United States. So that is something that he will be leaning into as he gives that speech tonight. But Jake, otherwise, I have to say it is, a moment of jubilation here from Biden supporters. They have been expecting this, but when it finally arrived, it certainly was something, which was taken with much appreciation. Campaign manager Jen O'Malley, who is a rare woman campaign manager, I believe only the second woman to have a winning presidential campaign. At first, Kellyanne Conway was for President Trump 4 years ago. She was out for a run this morning when she heard the news. Her mother called her and said CNN has projected Joe Biden as the winner of the presidency. She was coming into the hotel. You can see behind me here. She said she was ecstatic over this, about running this winning campaign during a time of a pandemic when many questioned the Biden campaign's approach here to going all virtual. So that is just a bit of color here from Wilmington, Jake.
So the last two presidents have been elected with female campaign managers. Maybe something for politicians to think about. Kellyanne Conway and now Jen O'Malley Dillon. There's a different story going on right now at the White House. Let's go to Jim Acosta, where President Trump is. I don't know if he's heard the news yet. Last I heard, he was out golfing, Jim.
Yeah, Jake, I can tell you, standing here on the White House grounds right now, we can hear the cheers coming from outside the White House grounds. in all directions. And the president is not here right now to listen to those cheers. He's out on the golf course right now. You're looking at some what we believe to be some live pictures of the Trump golf course out in Virginia. He's out there today. But I can tell you the president has reacted. People inside the campaign have reacted. And what we're hearing, first of all, the president is saying in a statement, we're not going to read it to you because it's full of false information, but the president is saying in a statement he's not going to accept the results of this election right now, that the legal challenges are going to proceed starting on Monday. But I've talked to sources inside and outside the campaign, and they say don't expect the president to accept the reality of this anytime soon. Don't expect him to concede this race. And just as we heard the president complain about fake news and fake polls while he was running for re-election, he's now complaining about fake election results, and he is in fact the one spreading fake news right now. But Jake, no further reaction from the president or the campaign at this point, but I can just tell you, standing here on the White House grounds, it's an extraordinary thing to listen to the cheers and the jubilation coming in from all directions. It's not just Black Lives Matter Plaza. It's coming from 17th Street on the west side of the White House grounds, 15th Street on the east side of the White House grounds. Jake, you know this territory very well. It is not often in the nation's capital when you hear these kinds of cheers just erupting from all sides of the White House. And it's an extraordinary thing. And obviously the cheers are not for the 45th president. They're for the 46th president. Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta at the White House, keeping an eye on things there, even while President Trump is out golfing. Thanks so much for that. It is kind of, I have to say, I mean, nobody knew when the call was going to happen, but we certainly have been leaning into the idea for a bit now that we were going to make this projection this morning. We thought the ballots were going to come in, and we wanted to be clear. It is, I don't know, symbolic that President Trump, who has golfed more than I think any president in modern American history as president, despite saying when Barack Obama did it that he would never do such a thing, that he's out golfing. He's certainly entitled to get some fresh air and exercise, as it were. But here's Atlanta. Oh, boy.
Electric slide.
Yeah, that city's... It's going to be off the hook in Atlanta tonight.
So speaking of President Trump, I've been thinking about this, for the past 4 days as we've been getting to this point and as it's becoming more clear that Donald Trump would be defeated in this election. And what I was thinking about is that in my 20 years covering presidential campaigns, the moment that stands out the most to me that I will remember forever was being in Phoenix on November 5th, 2008, when John McCain gave his concession speech, which was the best political speech I'd ever heard. And the reason why it was so powerful is because he said, I urge all Americans who supported me to join me, not in just congratulating him, meaning President Obama, but offering our next president our goodwill and earnest effort to find ways to come together.
Yeah.
That was a remarkable moment. And it is not a moment I don't think any of us imagine that we will see. Let's hope. Hope springs eternal. But I don't think any of us is holding our breath, waiting for anything close to that, which is, this was extraordinary, but it is more typical to hear. Even 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gave a gracious concession speech.
Yeah, I'll say it again. In this country, the expectation is that what John McCain did that because he knew that would be written in the history books about him. So, your move, Donald Trump, about what you do, but I have to say, the president being on the golf course right now, I only imagine that this is sort of staff trying to give him a stress relief valve, right? This is where he goes when they need him to be a little bit away from what's happening, a little bit away from what is playing out, literally right outside the White House. There are people in the streets outside of the White House that he would be able to hear if he were in that building. Yep. Now he is on a golf course, and it's because his staff probably want to facilitate the president being a little bit away from bad news. But at some point, he's going to have to confront this moment. This is where the rubber meets the road, I think, in the history books. Where do you, when you're president, it's how you act as president, but it's also what you do when your time is up. Going all the way back to George Washington. When your time is up, do you walk away gracefully or do you try to hang on to power? And now is President Trump's moment.
And that's just not how Donald Trump was brought up. He was brought up by a father who told him that You're either a fighter or you're a loser, and there's no one in between. And today he is a loser by definition. He is not going to go on for another term at the White House. One thing I will say is I've been communicating with some people who are familiar with discussions going on in and around him. We talked earlier about the process.
Yeah.
They think they have to get him through. And I was told that process is in motion. How long that process is going to take is the big question.
Look, it's not easy. To lose a
it's
presidential election.
And to
Mitt
lose the
Romney
White
or
House.
Hillary Clinton or John McCain would talk about it. He said after he lost, he said, I slept like a baby. I woke up every hour and cried. But not to be callous about it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he puts the country through, what he tries to put the country through, and whether or not his minions, his lawyers, start filing more frivolous lawsuits or whatever. It's over. The Trump era is over. Now maybe he'll remain as a force in Republican politics. We'll see. But his presidency is coming to a close. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. I want to talk with former governor of Ohio, John Kasich, who is joining us. Governor, you supported Joe Biden. Your thoughts on his victory, President-elect Biden?
Well, Anderson, there's not been a Republican over the last 4 years that did more to say that Trump was not doing a good job. Remember, I didn't go to the convention, the Republican convention, and then I spoke at the Democrat convention, and I've been very vocal about this. But I want to be clear. Now is the time for Democrats, and I believe Joe Biden will do this, to begin to listen to what the other half of the country has had to say. I think that the other half of the country, in many respects, has felt as though they have not been listened to. They feel stuck economically, and it's going to be up to the Democrats to listen. Things like perhaps improving the earned income tax credit for working families, to think about what we can do to fix their schools, to think about what we can do to give them access to the internet. There's so many things that can be done to talk to that part of the country. And remember, this is broken down sort of, Anderson, as an urban and country division. And it isn't good enough to just declare a great victory. And I'm very pleased that Biden's won. I put everything I had on the line well, not everything, but a lot of things on the line to do this. I'm pleased he's there. He needs to be a unifier, but we have to listen to what those folks, those Republicans, all across this country has had to say. And frankly, those Republicans have to understand what Democrats want to do, because if they want to improve health care, that doesn't mean they want Medicare for all. There is no socialism in Joe Biden. If all sides can begin to really listen and think, this country can be healed, in my opinion.
You know, both being a governor, but you know Washington well. Do you think that's possible? I mean, everybody always talks about healing, about coming together at election time, and obviously, this day, the next day,
Anderson,
reality sets in.
The best thing that's happened to Joe Biden is the fact that the United States Senate is either going to be Republican or very close, and it will allow Joe Biden to do what he does best. It allows him to govern as a moderate. It allows him to do the things that I've always hoped he can do. And the far left can push him as hard as they want. And frankly, the Democrats have to make it clear to the far left that they almost cost him this election. That people in this country are basically center right, center left. They're not far left, and they're also not far right. And we got to hope that the far right will act responsibly now that this election is over. But do I think it's possible that you can get something done on climate? Yes. Is it going to be, some new Green Deal? Of course not. But there's reasonable things that can be done. What can be done with taxes? Okay, if you're going to focus on any sort of a tax cut, it ought to be for the middle and the lower income people in this country. Are there things that can be done with infrastructure? For sure, but making sure broadband's available to everyone. I think those things can happen. Are there going to be fights? But yeah, there's probably going to be fights, but you will have incremental steps. And I've always said that this election in 2020 was not a big vote on ideology. This is sort of getting back to normal. The big debate will come in 2024, but that's a long way off.
Yeah.
Today's the day that Biden's been declared as president.
Well, Governor Kasich, what was it about Joe Biden that made you felt he was the person for this moment?
Well, I've known him a long time, and just a couple years ago, he and I sat on a stage. He invited me to the University of Delaware, and we had a couple hour time together speaking publicly, and spent a lot of time privately. And one of my dear friends was John McCain, who was one of his best friends, and I know what the guy's all about. And he is, when I say a throwback, I don't mean old. I mean a return to the fact that we need to communicate, we need to be patient, we don't need to demonize our opponents, figure out a way to see the best in them. That's what I did throughout my entire career, and I resonate because I know that's what Joe has done. So I think actually he's in a better position today because being pulled from the left isn't going to work. They will not get those things done, and that congresswoman from Virginia warned the Democrats. You want to talk about defunding the police, you'll have no support. And I think this is an opportunity for Biden to talk about the center right and the center left of this country and what can be achieved. Because we have enormous problems with debt, Social Security, Medicare, health care. Little steps, little steps.
This campaign was unlike, obviously, any we have seen before. The turnout was unlike any we have seen before as well. When did you worry that, the decisions that the Biden-Harris ticket made to keep him somewhat, to keep him off the trail, to not have large crowds gathering, to not be knocking on doors for months as the other campaign was doing? Did you worry that might make it impossible for him to get elected?
Well, I felt that age was a factor, and I know there are some people who voted for Donald Trump because they were worried about Biden's age. But what I was more concerned about, Anderson, was the fact that they did not come out early and talk about the violence in the cities. They waited too long on that. They did not, in clear terms, reject, really clear terms, the defunding of the police, and very clearly say, are you kidding me? I'm an American. I don't favor socialism. If there'd have been more strength in that, I think that perhaps he would have done better. But look, he's won, and, it makes all the difference in the world when they put a W behind you, but he's probably learned from this. One other thing, one Democrat told me at some point, if they'd have been more clear in rejecting the hard left, they would have appealed more to Americans who I believe essentially live in the middle. That's where Americans are. And by the way, you can't take care of one group over another. If you're going to cut taxes for those at the top, you've got to make sure that those who are the hardworking people in the middle and the bottom, that they get relief. It has to be a balanced program where everybody feels as though they can be included, Anderson. Yeah. That is what success is in politics. And forget the popularity and all the what party you belong to. Do what makes sense.
Governor Kasich, appreciate your time. Van, I heard you.
Thanks for letting me be on with you, Anderson.
I appreciate it, as always. I heard you sort of agreeing with the governor when talking about reaching out to Republicans or listening to Republicans.
Look, I've spent the past 4 years, trying to find some kind of common ground. There's some stuff that's going to be battleground issues. You're talking about, immigrant rights and religious freedom for Muslims. Those are battleground issues, and we can't give an inch on that. But there's been some common ground issues, whether you're talking about addiction and the opioid crisis, whether you're talking about opportunity zones, anti-poverty, whether you're talking about criminal justice, where I felt there was more room for us to work together than people were recognizing. I think that the grace that, frankly, had not been shown the past 4 years, we need to start showing right now. We know what it feels like to feel like the president's not on your side and to want the president to send you some signals. There's a danger that we might start saying, well, don't send any signals to those guys. They were mean to us. I don't want us to become what we're fighting. I don't want us to feed what we're fighting. I believe that Joe Biden is correct. If we reset this conversation, there is common ground. You got you got a bunch of older, white, heterosexual guys who are some of the best people in the country. They know a trade. They raised a family. They started a business. We need those guys to help rebuild this country. And they need to know that we respect them. They voted against us, that's fine. Vote against us again. But we need you. We need you to help us rebuild this country. You got kids in this country who need your example. If we start talking that way, I think we can get past some of these fears. And if we don't, we're going to be in another loop and another loop and another loop.
I'm just wondering, Gloria, when you see these pictures, what do you think?
I think it's remarkable. I think that again, it's like the steam has gone out of the teapot, and people are those people are relieved. I think the challenges are obvious. We've all been talking about the challenges. But one thing is that they believe that Joe Biden can change things, can change the way they feel and the way life is. And another thing I want to say, given all we've been talking about, will he be able to work with the Republicans? Will he be able to work with the liberals? The difference with Joe Biden is that when he tells you something, he is telling you the truth. And I know, Rick, that you know Biden. And he can talk a lot and get on people's nerves and all the rest, and you can talk about that. But he's a man who's devoted his life to public service, and he is a man who is known as somebody who told you the truth when he was dealing with you, and that matters.
Well, he calls himself a transitional president,
right.
and the question is, will it be a transition from an era of compromise and good faith compromise, or will it be a transition from that era to an era of zero-sum politics? I totally embrace what you said, Van, but what we have seen is a penchant to weaponize our differences rather than search for common ground. Yeah. And the political rewards have been there in the parties for that. You can't in a democracy ever get 100% of what you want. And the question is, are you willing to take 80, or are you not going to take 80? And are you going to make the differences, exploit the differences for your own political profit? Or are you going to come together? And we'll see. That's certainly Biden believes that in the first.
It's also so, we've just come through a campaign where on the Democratic side, you did not see large gatherings of people. Right. During the protests this summer, there were large gatherings of people in the streets. But to see these crowds this morning, the diversity of the crowds, a lot of mask wearing, which is certainly a good thing. Obviously, not social distancing, and over the last several days, there hasn't been, because we've had this election, but it bears repeating. We are in the midst of
this country's been a pressure cooker for the last 4 years. Donald Trump has had his hand on that dial, and this is a sense of relief there.
Totally.
And the great thing about it is, it's coming out in joy. And I use that word joy over and over again because that's like a word in the movement. The young people. There's Adrienne Marie Brown is this young kind of Instagram star who's been talking about this politics of joy. And these artists have been going out. Remember all those long lines? They're bringing the pizza. They're also bringing music. They're bringing dance, all these memes and stuff. They've created a basis of a positive culture. And so I think that that's good. And again, so you got to look for the good, look for the positive, look for the hopeful. These are hopeful. They're not out there mad. They're not out there. They're out there celebrating democracy. Let's build with those people. And people right now who are mourning, let's make sure they know they've got to play. If you want, come out to the party. Come out to the party. This is about America. It's not about versus Trump. It's about America. Come out to the party.
I'm sure Joe Biden loves seeing this, but it wouldn't surprise me if he also told everyone, you know what, celebrate apart rather than together right now because
of social distancing.
Because of the pandemic. I think that, that has been his message, and these are people who clearly want to celebrate, and they are masked, I'm seeing, but, who knows? They're close together. But there is a celebration going on. Change sometimes brings that out in you. And I think, look, if Donald Trump has won, his supporters will probably be celebrating too. I'm not saying that this belongs to one side or another, but
there would be the same sense of relief inside his supporters and the same sense of,
more trucks.
Possibilities.
There'll be more trucks because they have the trucks and the caravan stuff like that. But look, I just think, so many people work so hard. Again, this particular, the way that the Biden campaign functioned really let a lot of people just kind of do their own thing. It wasn't a super top-down thing. You had Biden, there was a circle around him, moving him forward. But in a pandemic, you couldn't do it the normal way. So people just started creating their own stuff. There's a campaign called With Love that I was a part of. People just made their own ads.
Can I just make one point on this? Jen O'Malley Dillon, the manager of this campaign, came in after the primary, could not meet with her staff, could not meet with her candidate, had to organize in the midst of a pandemic, take a campaign that was underfunded and underorganized, and turn it into a winning campaign, and did a remarkable job. First woman, I think, who's ever managed a winning presidential race. Did a remarkable job in transforming this campaign under the most difficult circumstances any manager has ever faced. And oh, that's right, Kellyanne Conway. My apologies. But, I mean, this task was just so prodigious. And it needs to be said, what she and the entire team did to take the campaign from where it was in the primary to where it is today, a winning campaign.
And you can't,
remarkable
accomplishment. And you can't forget too. In the primary, he was going down. As I said, he went from being a joke to a juggernaut. So you got to give some credit to Clyburn.
A lot of credit.
Stood up and Clyburn said, "Hey guys,
some credit."
Some credit.
Even Santorum's going to give credit.
All credit.
But I'm just saying,
I'm taking Jim out the lunch. Everybody sees Jim Clyburn.
But Jim Clyburn reached out and said, "Look, this is our guy. Let's get around this guy." But that meant that from the very beginning, the campaign was a little bit different than a normal winning primary campaign, and it brought that spirit of ordinary people in.
And they stayed on message. You know, they didn't sort of, go after every bright, shiny object, go after every tweet. They just kind of stayed on their message. They talked about COVID. They talked about health care. Even when it came to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court nominee, they stuck to what they knew.
Message discipline from Joe Biden.
Cared about. Message discipline from Joe Biden. Think about that.
Yeah, we should also talk about, I mean, this is probably impolitic to say, but the fact is there are a lot of people who were nervous. I wrote about what the campaign needed to be doing during the pandemic, because if the president had seized the platform and led the country through this pandemic in a way that broadened his base, that could be a problem. But what really happened was Biden was relatively quiet for many months, and the president had the stage to himself. That turned out to be a plus for Biden.
Let's go back to Jake in D.C. Jake?
All right, Anderson, congratulations are starting to come from not just prominent Democrats, but prominent Republicans. We heard from former Ohio Governor John Kasich, obviously, a few minutes ago on our air. Jeb Bush, the former governor of Florida and who ran for president and lost in the primaries to Donald Trump, writes, "Congratulations to President-elect Biden. I have prayed for our president most of my adult life. I will be praying for you and your success. Now is the time to heal deep wounds. Many are counting on you to lead the way." A lovely statement from Jeb Bush. It would be nice if we heard similar from current Republican office holders, not just former. But it is a nice thing to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you caught this as you read it. The second line, "I've prayed for our president most of my adult life."
Well, I'm sure he prayed. I'm sure he prayed for
adult life.
I'm sure he prayed for Donald Trump as well.
Yeah.
There was no love lost there.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure
exactly. And listen, obviously the goal of this tweet was to lead by example and to show what class looks like, which is frankly how the Bushes have historically seen this. His father, George H.W. Bush, was the last one-term president. There is no love lost, but that is somebody who is trying to kind of, shout from the rooftops, please follow. I'm interested to see when and if his brother, the former president, does something similar.
Will. Yeah, he will.
I'm curious about when.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Republicans, let's be honest, probably feel exactly the same way as Jeb Bush does. I don't agree with all of Joe Biden's policies, but, I think Bush is saying here in this tweet, I think you can do the job. And, and frankly, I'm okay with you doing the job. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were many sitting Republicans in the United States Senate who are looking at the situation and they're saying, the chances of us holding on to the Senate are pretty good. They like that. They like having control, the reins of the pace of the judiciary. They like having a brake valve for the Congress in general. And they're okay with a president who is less erratic, who has given them a lot of heartburn over the last 4 years, if you're being honest. President Trump has not made the life of some Republican senators in particular particularly easy. And a Joe Biden presidency, though they disagree, would be seen, even I think, in Congress as a relief for some.
Not being chased after in the hallways about every tweet that the leader of their party
That they
puts
had
out
not
there
seen
is going to be a relief. Not to say that he's not going to be tweeting. He is going to be tweeting. He's just not going to be
They don't
tweeting
have
as
to
the
respond
president.
to it
As the
anymore.
president,
Yeah, they don't have to
exactly.
lie to reporters anymore and say they haven't seen the tweet. They can just oppose Joe Biden's policies or try to work with him. Let's go outside the White House. President Trump, as far as we know, is still golfing. But outside the White House, there is quite a crowd of celebrants. Vivian Salama is in the crowd covering this for us. Vivian, tell us what you're seeing.
Hey, Jake, that's right. Outside the White House, we're about 100 feet outside the north side of the White House right now. And within seconds of CNN and other news organizations calling the race for Biden, the crowd started flowing into this area of downtown D.C. Now, for folks who are not familiar with D.C., I want to sort of paint the picture. I'm standing at the corner of H Street and 16th Street Northwest, which was renamed Black Lives Matters Plaza. And so right behind me, you see crowds now gathering all the way down Black Lives Matters Plaza, chanting and cheering for Joe Biden. And that celebration has continued as we've been here. Folks cheering when the race was called, when some news organizations called the state of Nevada for Biden, then the chant started again. You have groups of gay rights, LGBTQ protesters and demonstrators, activists who are out here celebrating their victories. Trans people have been out here celebrating. You have a lot of women with veils, Muslims, who are coming out here as a group to celebrate this victory for Joe Biden and what it means for them sort of in this transition. Some interesting chants as well. We heard the crowd a few moments ago chanting for Stacey Abrams, celebrating the role that she has played in Georgia to help get Democrats in the forefront of this race and potentially flip that state. And so this crowd is growing by the second. And you can see it's hard for us to see where we're standing, but we can't even see the end of it. On Black Lives Matters Plaza, the crowd stretches all the way down, and they continue to go, Jake. So I think we're going to see a lot more celebrations in the hours ahead.
That's right. A lot of celebrations in a spot where not long ago protesters were being gassed so that President Trump could walk to the church there. Vivian, why don't you walk around the crowd there a little bit if you can? Let us see a little bit more.
We're going to try, Jake. Our signal is very fragile. We'll try to walk around and take you through. Our signal is very fragile right now, but we're going to try to walk around and hopefully we don't lose you. But here we go. If we can take a little walk here, you can see some of these signs around here. A lot of signs about "you're fired," echoing President Trump's signature from his popular reality show. Hopefully you can see me every single time a new group comes through.
All right, we're losing this. We're losing the signal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Probably a lot of satellite action going on there right now.
A lot of people down there.
A lot of people down there. A lot of cell phones. I want to read some of the more the celebratory and congratulatory notes that are coming in. Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and a close ally of President Trump, somebody kind of in the mold of President Trump. This is going to sting for President Trump. Sending a note saying congratulations to Joe Biden on his election as President of the United States and to Kamala Harris on her historic achievement. The U.S. is our most important ally, and I look forward to working closely together on our shared priorities from climate change to trade and security. That's going to leave a mark.
Yep.
And then former President Bill Clinton, less of a surprise. America has spoken, democracy has won. Now we have a president-elect and vice president-elect who will serve all of us and bring us all together. Congratulations to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris on your momentous victory.
And Jake, just in the last couple of days, our colleague Christina Aleshi has been doing some reporting about what's going on in the business world and how they're looking at this period that could be actually quite unstable for the United States, in which you have a president-elect and a sitting president who may not concede, and they've made it very clear they're going to try to inch towards stability as much as possible, even to the point potentially of weighing in to say respect the results of the election.
So there's a new statement from Barack Obama, the 44th president of the United States and the former boss of now President-elect Joe Biden. saying I could not be prouder to congratulate our next president, Joe Biden, and our next First Lady, Jill Biden. I also couldn't be prouder to congratulate Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff for Kamala's groundbreaking election as our next vice president. In this election, under circumstances never experienced, Americans turned out in numbers never seen. That's really such a good point. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and it was such a great turnout. And once every vote is counted, President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris will have won a historic and decisive victory. We're fortunate that Joe's got what it takes to be president and already carries himself that way. Because when he walks into the White House in January, he'll face a series of extraordinary challenges no incoming president ever has: a raging pandemic, an unequal economy and justice system, a democracy at risk, and a climate in peril. I know he'll do the job with the best interests of every American at heart, whether or not he had their vote. So I encourage every American to give him a chance and lend him your support. The election results at every level show that the country remains deeply and bitterly divided. It will be up to not just Joe and Kamala, but each of us to do our part, to reach out beyond our comfort zone, to listen to others, to lower the temperature, and find some common ground from which to move forward. All of us remembering that we are one nation under God. Finally, I want to thank everyone who worked, organized, and volunteered for the Biden campaign, every American who got involved in their own way, and everybody who voted for the first time. Your efforts made a difference. Enjoy this moment. Then stay engaged. I know it can be exhausting, but for this democracy to endure, it requires our active citizenship and sustained focus on the issues, not just in an election season, but all the days in between. Our democracy needs all of us more than ever, and Michelle and I look forward to supporting our next president and first lady however we can. A lovely and typical and characteristically expansive remarks from President Obama.
But that coming from a president who inherited the worst economic recession since the Great Depression says a lot.
Yeah.
And it's true. We've never had a pandemic like this in 100 years, and the economic fallout has been as significant. So he understands what that really is like, and it's worse now because I don't know that our country was as divided in 2008 as it is now politically.
It didn't feel it because we had just elected the nation's first black president.
Yeah.
It felt like the nation had come together in a lot of ways.
It felt it a couple years later in 2010 when everything changed. I just also want to take a moment to talk about the effort that President Obama put in to getting his vice president elected to the presidency. He did it 4 years ago for Hillary Clinton. In fact, he said, "This is personal for me," to people in the crowds, and it didn't work. This time it did. A lot of reasons for that. But in terms of President Obama, starting with the Democratic convention, he broke all protocols because he thought that President Trump broke all norms in a very dangerous way. And when I say broke protocols, he was so aggressive against President Trump, and he continued that on the stump in recent weeks.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if George W. Bush in 2012 had gone out on the stump. He didn't, and that's normally what presidents do is refrain. Barack Obama did not choose to do that.
Yeah, no, he didn't. And he had no choice. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, he was as much a part of this campaign as Joe Biden was, because Donald Trump's presidency began about Barack Obama and who he was. And Donald Trump's presidency was in large part about the invalidation of the Obama era. And so this was not just about electing Joe Biden, but about preserving or restoring some of the things that he did as president that had been lost in a Donald Trump presidency. But I do want to refer to one thing that he talked about in his statement, which is the turnout in this election. Not as a political statement, but just as a statement of fact that when you let Americans vote, when you give them ways to vote, they will vote. And they do vote. And Republicans for many years have taken the opposite stance, trying to make it more difficult for people to vote for a number of reasons. They say it's because of fraud. But I think when you really talk to them privately, they acknowledge it's because they're concerned that there are not enough people who support their views who show up at the polls. And that it is a political strategy about raw power, But I do think that if there's one thing Donald Trump proved in this election, you can turn out Republicans too.
Yeah.
If you give them a chance to vote. And so it's time that we as a country just do this fair and square. Let as many people vote as we can. Make it easier for people to vote, and they'll show up, even Republicans.
By the way, millions of people voted by mail for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Millions of people voted by mail for Republicans. And as far as we can tell by the exit polls as they stand right now, Donald Trump appears to have increased the black support and Latino support for him from previous Republican presidential candidates, Dana.
Thanks, Jake. And I want to bring in the House Majority Whip, Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. Mr. Whip, you endorsed Joe Biden in the South Carolina primary. You gave him life in that process, and now he is the president-elect. Your reaction?
Well, I'm very pleased with the results. I'm very ecstatic about what may be the future of this great country of ours. My investment in Joe Biden had everything to do with the restoration of our pursuit towards a more perfect union. I know this is not a perfect country. My God, I'm here. I'm living testimony that the country is not perfect. But we cannot give up on the country. And I could not sit idly by and watch this country take backward steps in that pursuit of perfection. And so I am pleased that we can now get back on course. We need to restore voting rights to people. We need to restore people's lives and livelihoods. This campaign and a few other things before demonstrated that Alexis de Tocqueville's admonition that this country is great, not because it is more enlightened than any other nation, but rather because it has always been able to restore or to repair its faults. Some fault lines have opened up in education, in healthcare. Even the election 4 years ago opened up a fault line. And this was an opportunity for us to repair that. And so that's what I'm happy about.
You tweeted about Kamala Harris being the vice president-elect and the first woman of color to do that, and about what this means for diversity. Can you talk about the emotions that you feel right now?
I'll tell you, I don't admit it, but when she was named to the ticket, I'm the father of 3 daughters, and I have 2 granddaughters. And to me, this breaks a glass ceiling for them and all other daughters and granddaughters in the world. So I was very, very moved by this. Now, Joe and I talked about it several times when he was trying to make his decision. He had agreed it would be a woman. And I'm
down ballot, which means policy-wise, they wanted Republicans. They liked the policies. They didn't like Donald Trump.
I was looking at the Senate races today, and the Republicans who won for the Senate in those, except for Susan Collins, they ran almost neck and neck.
But they all ran ahead.
Just in terms of the challenges facing, you talked about President Obama in 2008 when you went to visit him soon after he had declared, and you could see the weight of that.
Yes.
The weight of what the challenges that he faces, and he and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris face. I mean, they're very aware of the difficulties that they are stepping into, even within their own party. I mean, they have there's a lot of expectations from hundreds of thousands of people who marched this summer, and a lot of people calling for defunding police, which Joe Biden never called for, said he wasn't supportive of, and most, you can look at the poll results and you can look at the election results and say there's not a lot of Americans who have a lot of support for that across the country.
Right, but Biden didn't run on those issues, and he was right in the debate. It didn't endear him to a lot of Democrats when Trump was attacking him on health care. And he said, you must be mistaking me for some of these other people who I beat in the primary. He positioned himself as a center-left Democrat. He's going to govern as a center-left Democrat. And I think that there are a lot of there's a lot of support nationally in the middle of that electorate. But as I said to Rick, I think the goalposts have been shifted to where you can't ignore an issue like health care. You can't ignore an issue like the wage gap. You know, you can't. These things have become life issues for people, and they're not left issues for people. So I think Biden will govern as a center-left Democrat, but that doesn't mean he's not going to have a progressive agenda.
The thing about Biden is that he has been here before. I mean, when you guys were elected, you had the economic crisis, and he knows what it's like to kind of get in there and go. And I think they're ready for it. I think they understand the moment they are in. And that is why you're going to have this COVID task force named on Monday. I think Joe Biden gets it because he's been there. And that's, you know, a lot of people say, oh, he's been in government for too long, and 47 years. But he understands how to get things done. He considers himself a pragmatist. And I would argue that if you end up with a Republican Senate, it's going to make life a little easier for him because he's going to be able to say to Van Jones, this is what we could get. Don't, you know. The perfect can be the enemy of the good, right?
Yeah, well, look, I think there's real danger here. And I think we're going to have to come together as a country and deal with this. You have two things that don't go together. You are almost certainly going to have gridlock. If you just if nobody does anything any different. If McConnell says, I'm going to make him a one-term president, if the left says we're going to fight to last dog barks, you're going to have gridlock and rising pain and fear on both sides. Those two things don't go well together. You have, people in the urban environments don't forget, people are standing in food lines right now. Food lines in America. People, 2-3 hours to get a little box of food that has to last all week. People are facing an eviction crisis right now. People are facing a healthcare disaster right now. So you got real pain, economic pain in the urban parts of this country. They need relief. In the rural parts, you have economic pain and also cultural fear. The senator just said, are they going to crack down on Christianity? You've got rising pain and fear on both sides and gridlock in the nation's capital. That is the most dangerous thing for this country. And so it's going to take real political skill on Biden's part. It's going to take some real political courage on the Republicans' part. And it's going to take, I don't think people are thinking this thing all the way through. The Supreme Court may knock out Obamacare next week or whatever, next month. Now you're going to have people who don't have health care insurance. These are the kinds of things that you can lose your country over. And so Joe Biden is coming in. I think America is blessed to have this guy. I think they're blessed because I think he does have those political skills. I think he wants to bring people together. He knows how to cut deals. But it's going to take people, including me and you, Senator, to get together and find a path forward, or we're going to have a big mess.
Well, you look at things that Joe Biden can do, and without Republicans or the Congress. I mean, increasingly, and this is one of the concerns that conservatives have right now, and many voters have right now, is that started, in my opinion, started by Barack Obama, and I complained about it vociferously, and then even expanded more by Donald Trump, and I complained about it vociferously, was the use of executive orders. And executive orders that could be counter to what, in my opinion, or draw to the greatest extent what the statute says. And so how far is he going to go? He's going to get huge pressure from the left on immigration, for example, and other things to sort of try to redo the legislative landscape just by executive order and say, well, I can't get things through the Congress, so I'm going to do this. Trump did it. Obama did it. And in some cases got slapped down by the courts for doing it. And so how far is Joe Biden going to go? That's number one. That if you want to show that you want to work on a bipartisan basis, then you don't go out right away and sign all the executive orders on immigration and bypass.
I remember in 2000. I remember when Mitch McConnell said that his principal goal, this was in the first term of Obama, was to defeat President Obama. And if you come to the table with that attitude, if you come to the table with the attitude that I'm going to try and weaponize these issues in a way that will disadvantage the president to defeat him, if you do that in the middle of a crisis, and that's what we faced in 2009, you may get rewarded by it politically, but it really is a dereliction.
Well, and so that brings up another issue. It brings up another issue that's really important because obviously, the Democrats weaponize the Russia investigation and all these investigations and Trump throughout the entire time, and then impeachments and things like that. And we know there's this issue out there, hanging out there, with respect to the Biden family and what the Republicans may do in the Senate. Look, I'm just saying this is an issue, and I'm suggesting Republicans should pause here a little bit before they go hog wild into doing what the Democrats did 4 years ago, trying to bring scandal into the investigation.
I would agree on that. I will say that something has to be done to give relief to the immigrant community, and I hope that Biden does do something. But I think you've been trying to get.
Well, yeah, I think that it's interesting to hear you talk about executive orders now, saying, "Oh, I don't want Biden to do this," when this has been a president who's been governing by executive order.
I said I disagree with all
yeah,
that.
And if Biden wants to undo some of the things that he believes Donald Trump has done that are wrong, then he'll do it by executive order.
As Trump did to Obama.
As he said, he's not a fan of executive order, but this is one way that you can get things done quickly. It's just the way things operate right now, and I fully expect that Joe Biden's going to do that. The first week after he becomes president, some of that may have to do with
it's how far he goes. How far does he go?
And Gloria, I agree with you. Look, there's going to be some culture war stuff that the right is not going to like. We're going to have to do something on immigrants. We can't keep mistreating folks at the border. We can't keep mistreating dreamers. That's going to have to stop. That might make people on the right mad. But Gloria, what I think is that he's going to have to do some of that, but then he's got to figure out some way to reach out. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I think.
You're right, Van. When I was in the White House and Biden was the vice president, he had the best ear of anyone there for working class white voters or Americans. We weren't talking about voters and what the impact of various policies would be, how they would be received. He had an ear for that. He had an instinct for that. That will serve him well in the project that you're talking about. And that's one of the reasons why he will be a good person for this time. But, if they fail to act on those issues that you mentioned that are of immediate urgency, anyone who stands in the way of trying to help the American people right now in a really difficult time does so at their own political peril, I think.
One thing I think Biden won't do is try and inflame the situation. And what we are used to is a president who stirs the pot any chance he can get. And what we've heard from Joe Biden in his speeches so far is, I want to unite the country. Even if you didn't vote for me, I want to be your president too. I'm going to listen to you. So it's a totally different tone. And the question is whether the people in the Senate, in particular, who are on the losing side of this, are so stuck that they can't move a little because the country is so polarized. And we know we've got gerrymandering in the House, and there's very little advantage to conservatives for moving to the center because they're going to be primaried on the right. And we understand that that's the process. We have to find out if Joe Biden is living in an outmoded world, whether this is the art of the possible.
Just on a kind of logistical, for the next several weeks, obviously, look, President Trump is still president of the United States and will be up until the time he's not. How much you talked about the cooperation that usually takes place, given what is still going on the Trump side of this equation. What do the next months look like in terms? If Vice President Biden announces this coronavirus task force on Monday. Does the sitting president start to traditionally kind of take into account what the incoming president wants?
Traditionally, I'll give you an example. Barack Obama asked George W. Bush to extend some aid to the auto industry till March of 2009 because GM and Chrysler were in distress, and he wanted some time in office just to consider what the steps were, the long-term steps that should be taken to deal with that situation. And President Bush embraced the short-term relief at the request of President Obama. There are a lot of issues that are transitional from one administration to another right now, particularly in the middle of a crisis, where coordination and conversation would be and normally your chief of staff would be speaking, the incoming chief of staff would be talking to the team that's coming in, and there would be a high level of coordination. I have great fears that that's not going to happen here.
Well, let's go back to Wolf.
All right, take a look at this. CNN now projects also another win for the president-elect of the United States, Joe Biden. CNN projects that Nevada and its 6 electoral votes will go for President-elect Biden. That will bring his total right now up to 279 electoral votes. You need 270. He's got 279 right now. Trump still has 213. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall and see what's going on right now. That number could go up and up and up. There's still 2 other states where the president-elect could get some electoral votes and build it up potentially to 306.
It could, Wolf. And on this decisive day and a day of celebration for Joe Biden and for the Democratic Party and, of course, for Vice President-elect Harris, this is a critical calculation. You know now you will take over. In 74 days, there will be an inauguration outside the United States Capitol, and Joe Biden will become the President of the United States because of those 20, Pennsylvania. But now we've just added Nevada, which gets you to 279. And now, in a divided America, after a very polarizing election where, yes, Joe Biden got a record number of votes, but so did Donald Trump. Donald Trump got the 2nd number of votes ever in a race for presidency. We don't expect him to go away. We expect him to leave the White House, but not to go away. So if you're Joe Biden, what happens with the rest of this map is actually quite critical. Pennsylvania and its 20 put you over the top. What an important victory for Joe Biden. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's what he said at the beginning of the campaign. When there was so much doubt in the Democratic Party about, is this the right man for this nomination? He said, I'm the best guy to do that. Today he can say, I told you so. That's not the way he's going to say it, but he's going to say, look at that. I said I could do it. So the challenge now, Wolf, when you think about this, is you're looking at this map. What a statement this would be. You know, Georgia may well go to a recount, but Joe Biden's lead has increased. We'll go into those numbers a little bit later. Not since Bill Clinton in 1992. 1992. That's the year we met in Little Rock, Arkansas. Not since then.
We both covered that.
Right. Not since then has a Democrat turned that state blue. It's important. Joe Biden is going to have an evenly divided Senate. Maybe the Republicans are in charge by a seat or 2. Maybe the Democrats are in charge in a 50-50. He's going to have an evenly divided American. It helps a bit to be able to say, I won in Georgia. Then right now, also, Joe Biden is leading here in Arizona. Again, a state no Democrat has carried since Bill Clinton in 1996. It would help, again, to be able to say, if you're Joe Biden, to say, I'm stretching the map. I won in Georgia. I won in Arizona. Does it win you a lot of votes? That'll be the challenge for Joe Biden ahead. But if you can build this map up to 306, we do believe the rest of this. We're not done yet, but we do believe the rest of this. President Trump has been leading. We're still counting votes in Maine. 2nd congressional district. Maine and Nebraska are the 2 states that allocate their electoral votes by congressional district. Let's assume the president wins this one. Come along with me here. There we go. Oh, it doesn't want to go. There we go. All right, maybe it's my fingers have lost their heat sensitivity. Who knows? North Carolina, the president's leading, and Alaska, the president is leading. So at the possibility, 306, 232, if you're into history and nostalgia and things like that, it was 306, 232.
4 years ago.
4 years ago. It was a flip side, 306 to 232. And it's actually interesting. You see the circles on this map. On Nevada, we had circled because we expect Joe Biden to carry that. We just called it. So Joe Biden will carry that. That was a Clinton state. But this is the important part for Joe Biden politically in an evenly divided country. Will it work? We'll see. But he can argue, I flipped that, I flipped that, I flipped that. And he can argue, I flipped that, and I flipped that. So that is a big deal. When you have a map-changing election, it gives you some leverage in the political conversations. Again, how much will be the challenge now that Joe Biden has proven? Remember all the doubters at the beginning, right? Is he the right man for this moment? Can he beat Donald Trump? Should the Democratic Party elect this man from the past to lead it into the future? Well, he's the president-elect now, and this map will help him make the case. Is he up to it? That'll be the next challenge. But as was just being noted in the other conversation, President Trump is president for 74 more days, 73 more days. Joe Biden will put together his team. And again, you look at the map. 4
years ago.
That was 4
years ago. Our viewers to know.
That was 4 years ago. That was 4 years ago. Let's fast forward to now. I wanted to use it as an example to show Donald Trump won. We remember what that did to the Democratic Party. Joe Biden can say a little bit, again, it's not the way he talks, but I told you so. Look what I did. I promised you I would change this map, and I delivered on my promise. In the governing challenge, it helps to be able to say you made a very big, dramatic political statement. You still have to get the votes, still have to advance your policies. He's going to have to deal with internal Democratic fights, as well as then an obstinate Republican Party that is still going to have ex-President Trump trying to hold it in its grip. So the challenges are huge. So the bigger you can run up that total, the the more leverage you have.
4 years ago, Trump said he won in a landslide when he had 306. Let's see what he says about Biden winning potentially if he wins these two other states with 306.
To that point, remember, not since George H.W. Bush, we have had 3 successive 2-term presidents in a row. Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama. It is hard. It is hard to defeat an incumbent president. So when you, defeat that incumbent president, even though he got more votes, Donald Trump got more votes now than he did 4 years ago. When you defeat him, and then you defeat him with a number like that, it gives Joe Biden some leverage. He says it's a mandate. That's the question to be answered.
So far, more than 4 million votes. Let's go to David Chalian. David, CNN was first to project that President-elect Biden was the winner of this election. Walk us through how our decision desk, our folks, came up with that, and we made this decision. It's not just a decision you make or I make or John King makes. There are a lot of people involved in this.
Yeah, no, we have an entire team of professionals. They are statistical professionals and experts. And, all eyes were on Pennsylvania, and we were watching that Pennsylvania vote come in. And as we kept saying is we needed more vote to get to a certain threshold, an extraordinarily high confidence threshold that there was no way that Donald Trump in second place was going to be able to overtake Joe Biden in first place in the state of Pennsylvania. We were looking at in Nevada and Arizona and Georgia where Joe Biden was leading as well. But in the state of Pennsylvania, we finally, after that last batch of votes that came in from Philadelphia late this morning, we were able to see the margin that Biden had in Pennsylvania grow beyond 30,000 votes. Knowing what we knew about everything outstanding, the provisional ballots not yet counted, some of the mail ballots not yet counted, and how they were behaving and where they were coming from within the Commonwealth, Wolf, that got us to that extraordinarily high level of confidence, like 99.7% certainty that there was no way that Donald Trump was going to be able to overtake Joe Biden, and that was able to make the call. But I do just want to add to what John King was saying broadly here. When you do look at how Joe Biden put back together, rebuilt that so-called blue wall that he promised he would, and expand a little bit into the Sun Belt in Arizona and Georgia. In these extraordinarily polarized times in American politics, winning the middle still matters. And what you see across the electorate nationally, remember, Donald Trump 4 years ago, he won independents in this country, people that identify themselves as independent. He won them by 4 points. Well, Joe Biden won them by 14 points in this country, and he did in a lot of the states where he flipped them from Trump states now to Biden states. So although we are polarized, and it was certainly a high turnout election, obviously, and both sides got their bases out, there was also an argument to the middle, to the political middle in this country, that Joe Biden won pretty resoundingly, Wolf.
Yeah, and speaking of turnout, John, let's take a look at it's amazing how many Americans voted in this election. There's a coronavirus pandemic. We had record numbers, 93% of the estimated electorate out there. So far, we've counted that. But look at those numbers.
And so there's conversations about this election will continue for months and years. Here's one lesson we hope every state takes and that the national government takes as well. If you give people more opportunities to vote, even in a pandemic, you can vote by mail, you can vote early more, expand that. Look what happens. Look what happens. That is a record-setting number for a candidate, the victorious candidate for President of the United States. And guess what? Democrats won't like this. That is the second highest vote total for any candidate for President of the United States ever. Turnout was up in this election. Everyone should celebrate that. Republicans aren't celebrating today, or at least not Trump supporters, but that is a number to celebrate. And let's just look at this right now. The lead for Joe Biden, more than 4.1 million votes. Remember 4 years ago, Democrats remember this well. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote quite convincingly. Not that convincingly. And guess what? I'll just turn off the telestration for a minute. Guess what? We're not done here. Let me turn this one off. I'm sorry, make that go away. Let's look out at California right now. If those numbers are not going to turn that off so it doesn't come up. Look at what has to be counted still. Only 77% of the vote counted in California. This is a blue state. That number for Joe Biden is absolutely going to increase. And again, I was talking earlier, 306 electoral votes. Joe Biden believes gives him some leverage. David Chalian is talking about winning the middle. That is important. How important, we'll see. We live in polarized times, but more votes from California. They're still counting in New York State, 81% there. It's a big blue state. Joe Biden's getting nearly 60% of the vote. So there is no doubt that Joe Biden's lead in the popular vote will extend itself as we go forward. So that's important, too. How important? That's what the first 100 days of the new administration will tell us. But when you have a sweeping win in the Electoral College, when you have a dramatic, historic win in the popular vote, And when you can say, look at my margin. Now, Republicans will say, okay, but that's, it's all out in California. It's all out in New York. How did you do in the red states? Sure, that will be the fight ahead, but it helps.
Show us Texas.
It helps. You bring up Texas. One of the interesting things about Texas is remember all those Democratic hopes. Democrats have high hopes, and they have moved Texas slowly their way. In a presidential year, though, what we did learn is that Texas is still tough. It's a tough pull for the Democrats. They're making progress. You see Houston, Harris County. You see Dallas is blue and the suburbs around it. Austin, San Antonio, Laredo, out in El Paso, blue, but all this red in the middle. 52% for President Trump. Look at the vote total up. You go back 4 years ago, 52% for President Trump. Hillary Clinton at 44 there to round up. The third-party candidates had a bit more influence, but 43.5 for the Democrats 4 years ago. 46. So Joe Biden and Democrats can make the case. Maybe it's another step forward. Democrats, I think, have been overly optimistic about how quickly they can flip this state. But there is no doubt. There is no doubt that they are making more progress, and that's because of the growth, especially Harris County, where Houston is. Again, physically, it's the size of Rhode Island. If it left Texas, it would be the 25th largest state in the United States. This is a growing powerhouse in American politics, Harris County, Texas, within the state and beyond. And those are the things we'll go through over the next few weeks. Today is decisive day. Joe Biden becomes president-elect. Kamala Harris is about to make history as the first woman of color as vice president. And we will study all this as we go through the next several weeks to see what changed. I've been going through some of the states, and actually not a ton changed in terms of, we look often, I can put them up here for you. Let me come in. This is America by county, right? America by county. And you look at this map, and again, Democrats win on the coasts. Republicans tend to win in the middle. Democrats get mad when you show this map because it looks so much more red, and yet the Democratic candidate has an overwhelming win in the popular vote. That's because, yes, the coasts are more populous than the middle of America. But middle of America still gets 2 senators, right? And so, Democrats always say we have more people because we have more votes. That is why they have a House majority. But if you watch all this play out, but Wolf, just one thing I want to show you. One of the things I look at are pivot counties. There are more than 200 of them, 206 counties that voted twice for Barack Obama and then flipped to Donald Trump. So one of my questions coming into 2020 was how many of those can Joe Biden pull back? How many of those can he say, I understand you didn't like Hillary Clinton or you didn't like Washington. I speak to you. Please come back. Not all that many as we look. Not all that many. We'll get a final total. Some places are still counting. Not all that many. But in the state that made Joe Biden president, 2 of the 3, Erie County and Northampton County, did flip back. In a state that is incredibly close, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden did what he needed to do here. And again, Joe Biden will view this as a big victory because this is what he set out to do on day one when a lot of Democrats said he couldn't do it. Blue-collar places. You grew up in Buffalo. You know what Erie is like. These are blue-collar, hardworking people who work with their hands, middle-class families. It's very close. It's very close, but this is the kind of win that Joe Biden will take. It was close, Erie County 4 years ago, 49-47 for Trump. Joe Biden gets it back just by a little bit as you come up to 2020. But you say just by a little bit. When you take this off, sometimes just by a little bit matters. Just by a little bit made Joe Biden president.
34,414 vote lead the President-elect Biden now has over Trump. David Chalian, the national picture, record numbers of voters out there, and Biden got more than 4 million more votes than Trump. But there's still plenty of votes out there. We don't have the full picture, and it could take days and days until all those votes are actually counted.
It could take a week or two until we really get a sense when all the certification deadlines come and we get that final approved total in each of these states. You remember, Wolf, in 2018, when the Democrats had that big wave year in the House of Representatives, so many of those races were in California that helped deliver the Democrats their majority. We had to wait for a while, many days, for all that vote to get counted and get a real sense of the picture. And I think the same is true here, especially given what we've just experienced over the last 5 days, this election during a pandemic when so many millions of Americans were voting by mail for the first time. And these elections officials across the country, God bless them all for doing their jobs, it just takes a while to count all that mail vote. So we're going to be a few days, a week or so, 10 days maybe, until we have a real picture of that final tally in the national popular vote, till we have a real sense of just how much Joe Biden did expand the map. And I just think, you don't want to draw too many conclusions about sort of how America settled finally into this election until you see that full vote total at the end of the day. We know Joe Biden and Donald Trump each made history here as the two presidential candidates with the highest vote total in American history. It was a hugely engaged electorate, and they got their sides out. Obviously, Joe Biden more so. And I just think when we get a more and more of this vote in, especially from California, you're just going to see Joe Biden's lead in the national vote grow to an even greater place in history.
And explain to our viewers, David, why there was this record national turnout. So many millions of people actually voted one way or another, whether early, day of, mail-in, absentee. They voted in these huge record numbers, even in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, well, one is the access to vote if you're voting by mail-in. This will be studied now. Does that bring more people into the process? Is at the end of the day, did that get more people engaged in voting because it was something they could do in their home and then drop it in the mailbox? There were so many states, Wolf, especially states across the Midwest, that really had no big history in vote by mail, in absentee voting. You needed a real legitimate excuse in order to get an absentee ballot in a lot of these states. And that went away with the coronavirus. So those states said, no, you don't need an excuse anymore. Now you can vote by mail. And there was a lot of encouragement from political actors on the Democratic side specifically to do so. And so I think you're going to see now an electorate that has experienced what it's like to have multiple options and multiple ways to cast its ballot. And it may be something that's now here as a part of our future long after coronavirus hopefully goes away.
Very, very important indeed. John, we're talking about the Democrats winning the White House, but there's a House of Representatives that's been at play as well. The Democrats look like they're going to still be in the majority, but they've lost a bunch of seats.
Right, so the margins mean everything, because I'll break it down in just a second. But so Joe Biden will be president. We'll have a Democratic president, right? Donald Trump will leave. But right now, the balance of power in the Senate is still up at play. There'll be 2 runoffs in January in Georgia, but it'll be evenly divided either way. Either the Republicans will have it by a seat or 2, or the Democrats will get it 50-50. So an evenly divided Washington there. So what about the House of Representatives? Well, here's where we came into Election Day. 232 Democrats, 1 Libertarian, and 197 Republicans, right? And so now where are we now? We're not quite to the finish line here. We're still counting in some of these races, but the Democrats are down to 222 seats at the moment. This is ahead. 222 seats where Democrats are leading right now, 213 where Republicans are leading. This is very significant. 15 Republicans are leading in districts right now held by Democrats. Only 3 Democrats are leading in districts right now held by Republicans. Now, these are the races we have called, and you see the numbers go down because we're still counting votes. Just like in the presidential race, we're still counting votes. The Democrats will hold the majority. They have 212 right now called, Republicans 197. But again, the final composition, how much of a majority does Nancy Pelosi have, assuming she's reelected as Speaker? How does Joe Biden have relationships with that House? How many of the centrist Democrats, Kendra Horn in Oklahoma, for example, gone? Right. So what is the composition? Is it more liberals because more conservative Democrats lose? Do they put pressure on Joe Biden on issues like climate change and on health care, and then he has to deal with the Senate calculations? So the presidency is the big story today, obviously, because Donald Trump is now going to be a one-term president. Joe Biden will become the president-elect in 74 days. But this is a fascinating finish for Joe Biden, and you're trying to figure out how much leverage do I have. Again, last night he said he believes he has a mandate. We will hear from him tonight outlining his policy agenda. He will have Democratic allies in the House, but a smaller majority, without a doubt, a smaller Democratic majority in the House, and then the uncertainty of the Senate. So as he plans these early steps for the next several days at least, and through the middle of January, when it comes to those runoffs in Georgia, Joe Biden cannot be exactly sure of the balance of power and the leverage he will and will not have here in Washington when it comes to huge issues. Remember, he's promised to act on climate change. He wants a fundamental different tax code than Donald Trump. He wants to build on Obamacare. Remember the fights on Obamacare back in the Obama administration? Barack Obama then had a Democratic House, and they had the Senate at first, and then the Republicans came sweeping in the 2010 midterms. So there are big issues on the table in a very still evenly divided Washington, even though we'll have a new Democratic president.
Yeah, you and I spoke to several of the House Democratic leaders over these past several weeks. They were expecting to gain seats. The Democrats would gain seats in the House. They're losing seats in the House of Representatives, so they're obviously deeply disappointed in that. The Republicans have been picking up seats.
And that gets back to this. That does get back to this, that the President of the United States lost. The President of the United States is a one-term president. The President of the United States who said, I can't believe I would ever lose to Joe Biden. Any election I lose in is rigged. Well, he lost to Joe Biden, and it's not rigged. However, he did, because he did turn out his vote. Because of that record-setting vote, President Trump actually helped his party in this election. There's no doubt about that. When you look at the close Senate races, when you look at at least a handful or more Republican gains in the House, Republican turnout was up. And when it comes to House races, Republican turnout has to be up where Republicans live in those House districts. There's absolutely no question President Trump helped his party even as he lost this election. That is just undeniable. And you see it in places like North Carolina, where we haven't called this yet for the president, but he is leading here, and the Republican candidate leading in the Senate race. There's just absolutely no question. Even in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham was on the ballot. Everyone thought, is that a close race? Wolf, in the end, it was not. Donald Trump carried South Carolina. Lindsey Graham, his friend, won re-election. Wolf?
Take a look at this, John. We'll show our viewers the celebrations that are going on around the country. Celebrations that Joe Biden is now the president-elect of the United States, whether in Atlanta or Chicago, Washington, D.C., New York, Philadelphia. People have just gone out on the streets. They are so excited, so happy right now. They're celebrating, this is in Washington, near Lafayette Park over there, the Black Lives Matter Plaza, as it's called now. You see the folks in D.C., and this is Philadelphia, what's going on in Philadelphia right now. They're so excited. They're wearing masks. They're not much social distancing, but they are at least wearing masks. Jake?
Wolf, among the historic firsts that are occurring with this election, one that probably not a lot of people care about, but my next guest does, Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware. Joe Biden will be the first president from Delaware. Congratulations on that, and congratulations on your friend becoming elected president-elect, Senator.
Thank you, Jake. This is a remarkable day where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are now clearly on track to be our next president and vice president. And the people of Delaware are just jubilant. I mean, there were tears of joy, cowbells, cars honking, people cheering in my neighborhood when the announcement was made that a number of major news organizations had called the election for Joe Biden. And frankly, I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg and John Lewis and John McCain are looking down on us and smiling. It was thrilling to hear the sounds of jubilation that you just played from cities and towns across the country. We've got a lot of tough work ahead to bring this country together, but today's a day to celebrate.
Have you spoken with President-elect Biden today?
I have not spoken with him yet today. A number of the senior members of the campaign team and I have talked and texted, but I'm excited for his speech tonight. There will be a record crowd down at the riverfront and fireworks that I think will light up the sky for all Delawareans.
What does Joe Biden need to say in his first speech to the country as president-elect? What are you anticipating that he'll do?
Well, Jake, the thing about Joe's campaign for the presidency is he's been remarkably consistent since he first announced in Philadelphia last April to that landmark speech he gave recently in Gettysburg to his recent remarks in Warm Springs, Georgia. He's been focused on bringing our country together, on governing as an American president, not a Democratic president, and as someone who's got the vision and the plans to bring us out of this mess, to address the pandemic, together with his vice president, to build back better our economy, and to tackle long unresolved issues of racial injustice. This is an historic day, not just for Joe and Delaware, but for Kamala Harris and for all of us who are excited to see the first a black woman who is the daughter of immigrants ascend to the vice presidency. This is a day where I think Joe's message and Kamala's message will be one of unity, focusing on the very challenging work ahead and of respecting the differences between the 75 million Americans who will have voted for Joe and Kamala and the roughly 70 million who will have voted for Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and finding a way forward together.
Well, let's talk about those 70 million, because President-elect Biden has talked for a long time about his desire to unite the country, to heal divisions. 70 million Americans didn't vote for him. Now, I guess 75 million did, but how to unify the country when the nation is so deeply divided?
It's going to be challenging, but I'll remind you, the American people have become exhausted with 4 years of just relentless chaos, with tweeting at 3 a.m, with unpredictability, with a president who was more skilled at maintaining a reality TV audience than he was at actually leading as president. And so Joe's going to have to come out of the gate with a number of initiatives and proposals that will be focused to win bipartisan support. And that will be challenging in the Senate, particularly if Mitch McConnell is the majority leader. But the things that are right in front of us to do, tackling the pandemic, developing and distributing a vaccine, coming up with a bipartisan investment package that will rebuild our roads and bridges and buy American and put people back to work. These are things that can and should be bipartisan initiatives before we get on to some of the more challenging issues like health care or climate change.
All right, Senator Chris Coons, Democrat of Delaware, longtime supporter of former Vice President, now President-elect Joe Biden. Congratulations. Drinks are on me at the Rusty Rudder tonight.
Thanks, Jake.
Talk to you later.
Big day for
Delaware. That was some beach humor.
A little Delaware bar. Yeah, I mean, it's you get a little sense of the joy people feel about their hometowns by how obnoxious I am about being from Philadelphia. That's an entire state that has never elected a president before. Right. And now Joe Biden is not just a Delawarean. He is the most famous Delawarean in the world.
And Chris Coons has Joe Biden's old Senate seat.
Yeah.
And so not only is Joe Biden a mentor to him, he is a predecessor in the United States Senate. And, you know, he, like so many Democrats, worked really, really hard to get Joe Biden to the place he is today as president-elect. One of the questions I have as I was watching him is CNN projected that he's going to go on for his second full term in the Senate. He was up on the ballot with Joe Biden, but is he going to stay there? Is he going to go into a Biden cabinet? I mean, he's an important member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Will he want to do that? So that's the question. It leads me to think about all the other spaces that Joe Biden is going to have to fill and how he's going to have that balancing act that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, and Coons, in addition to being a very decent person, as we all know him to be, is one of the more moderate Democrats. Mm-hmm. And there's been a debate about what some of the more liberal Democratic allies of Joe Biden will want in a cabinet. But it seems to me that Joe Biden has been in a particular lane as a politician, and it seems to me that his instincts would be in elevating people who can double down on his message of being an even-handed president, even while he is an unapologetic Democrat. I wouldn't be surprised to see if someone like a Chris Coons ends up doing something, though he just won his seat in Delaware. I've also been thinking about just this period of time. I mean, the next couple of weeks, he is not the president yet, but the current president has just left the golf course and really seems to be not focused on the remaining parts of the job. He's obviously focused on fighting the fact that Joe Biden was elected president. So I think there's going to be a huge vacuum, and Joe Biden's going to actually have a lot to do right now to fill that vacuum.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do want to say something. I don't want to throw cold water on the whole notion of what Biden's going to be able to do. But progressives were very disappointed in the Obama administration because Barack Obama governed as a center-left politician. Barack Obama was not the wild-haired liberal that people depicted him as. He was center-left. He was very much in the mold of Joe Biden, even though their styles are very different and probably their personal politics are a little bit different. But that's how he governed. And the Republicans were as obstructionist as they could be once they got control of the Senate. I don't know what Mitch McConnell is going to do. He's got a real decision ahead of him.
You're right. He got one of the reasons why he partnered so strongly with Donald Trump was because he got so many judges onto the bench, never mind 3 Supreme Court judges. But maybe he'll look at Joe Biden as his former deal maker, and they can actually make some good policy for the country. Hope springs eternal. I know. Let's just be hopeful today. Come on, Jake.
Joe Biden wins this historic race for the White House and will be the 46th president of the United States of America. He and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will speak live tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. There's more coverage ahead before that, of course. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues with Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett right after this quick break.
Our trust has been broken in our leaders, in our institutions. even with some of our friends. And we are hurting. Now more than ever, we need each other to listen, to learn from one another, to rebuild those bonds. Because trust shows that we believe in the good in each other. It's what makes us human. And when we trust one another, that is when we can truly achieve great things.
I'm Anderson Cooper alongside Aaron Burnett. We want to welcome viewers here in the U.S. and around the world. A historic day. We have been witnessing the Joseph R. Biden Jr. elected 46th President of the United States, defeating incumbent President Donald J. Trump, now facing the challenge of leading the country after one of the most bitter races in modern history.
Well, Anderson, Biden, of course, turned 78 this month. He will become the oldest person sworn into the office. His achievement capping 4 decades of public service and two previously unsuccessful runs for president. Dr. Jill Biden tweeting out this photo today. Doctor and the president live here, as you see, putting her hand over Vice. Also making history, Kamala Harris, the first woman, the first person of color to serve in the second highest office in this nation.
We did it. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States.
And we have seen jubilant crowds flooding the streets of major cities, waving flags, dancing, honking horns, voters choosing to end the volatile Trump presidency. And certainly in some cities in this country, Anderson, you can feel the excitement people feel right now.
Yeah, that is certainly the case. President Trump has told allies he has no plans to concede, no plans to invite Biden to the White House for the traditional Oval Office meeting. But the people have spoken. Biden has not only won the Electoral College, but more than 74 million votes, the most ever cast for a presidential candidate in American history. I want to go to CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is at the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff, they were obviously not only elated, I'm sure, at headquarters, but also working furiously about what comes next. We expect Biden to address the president-elect to address the nation tonight. What are you hearing?
Anderson, Joe Biden will address, we should say President-elect Joe Biden will address the nation this evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time from his hometown here in Wilmington, Delaware. The stage behind me, as we've seen all week long, has been at the ready for this moment. And tonight he will deliver that victory speech, and I am told it is going to be like many of the speeches he's given in recent days. He'll be calling for a unifying moment and period for the country. He'll reach out to those who did not vote for him and say he will govern for them as the 46th president. Now, we're also going to hear from Senator Kamala Harris, who will be the vice president, a historic role in its own right, we should point out. The first woman vice president of the United States, the first woman of color to be the vice president of the United States. So she, I'm told, will talk first, and then Joe Biden will talk after her. But Anderson, they are already at work getting ready for the transition to power, the transition to government. I'm told one of their first steps will come on Monday, announcing a coronavirus task force, a 12-member task force to really tackle one of the biggest challenges that is facing this incoming administration. It's an open question how the Trump administration will cooperate and participate with them. But the Biden administration, soon to be, is not waiting for that. They are moving forward with that. But I'm told in the hours since he was declared the winner in his native state of Pennsylvania, he's been fielding phone calls, including from Barack Obama, the former president, his partner, who played a key role in this election. First, by staying on the sidelines throughout the Democratic process, intentionally stayed on the sidelines so Joe Biden could make his own way. A difficult primary for him, of course, but in the end, these closing weeks, Barack Obama was key out on the road in states like Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Georgia, and Florida, which came up short. So that was one phone call. Also, from Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer, who spoke with Mr. Biden on a conference call. Interestingly, Senator Schumer held up the phone. He was on a street in Brooklyn, so Mr. Biden could hear the cheering there that we're seeing it happen in so many cities across the country. So we are not expected to see Joe Biden until he delivers those remarks here this evening. But certainly this is the beginning of his major challenge of trying to, A, unify the country and tackle these challenges. This is what he said in a statement, which is the words we've heard from him. Let's take a look at this. He said, "I am honored and humbled by the trust the American people have placed in me and in Vice President-elect Harris. In the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans voted, proving once again that democracy beats deep in the heart of America. With the campaign over, it's time to put the anger and the harsh rhetoric behind us and come together as a nation. It's time for America to unite and to heal. We are the United States of America," Mr. Biden says, "and there's nothing we can't do if we do it together." So those words, of course, coming as we see those pictures coming in around the country celebrating Mr. Biden, but of course his challenge is unifying those who did not vote for him. And again, those folks will be the central theme of his message tonight here as well, Anderson.
Yeah, Jeff Zeleny, appreciate it. Thanks very much. Aaron?
All right, and not surprisingly, President Trump has made it clear he definitely does not accept that he has lost, and Joe Biden has won the election. Let's get to the White House and CNN's Jim Acosta. You know, Jim, we were just looking at a sort of an aerial shot there. We could see people gathering outside. The president obviously was on the golf course when he found this out, and now headed back. Tell me what you're seeing there. What's happening?
Aaron, it's an incredible scene here at the White House. I can tell you, we've been here all morning, all afternoon, and you can hear the celebrations coming from the streets of Washington around the White House grounds. We've been hearing that all day long. You're looking at these live pictures right now of Black Lives Matter Plaza. That's the crowd outside St. John's Episcopal Church. It's worth noting to our viewers, Aaron, for those who have not already figured this out on their own, that is the same scene where the administration brutally cleared protesters, used tear gas like chemicals on protesters to clear that area so the president could have that photo op where he held up the Bible in front of that church back on June the 1st. Now it is a scene of celebration. I mean, it's one of those tweets you might see out there, how it started, how it's going. I mean, that paints the picture right now. The other image we can show you here on the streets of Washington, over on 17th Street, heading back towards the White House complex, the U.S. Secret Service has cleared off that area. That is where the president's motorcade will arrive shortly. So he will be arriving back at the White House. That's it right there. He'll be arriving back at the White House in the next couple of minutes to a scene of a city that is celebrating his departure, that he is now the outgoing president of the United States. Now, of course, Donald Trump doesn't see it that way. He released a statement earlier today after Joe Biden was declared the winner. He is not accepting that Joe Biden has won this election. We don't need to read from that statement. It's full of more of the same false information that we've been seeing from the president in his tweets and so on. But he is saying, his team is saying, that they're going to start filing some of these legal challenges starting on Monday to contest these election results in these various states. But I can tell you, Aaron, talking to Trump advisors, people inside the president's own campaign cannot point us to any evidence of voter fraud. I talked to one advisor earlier this morning who said nothing concrete. We have nothing concrete that would point anybody, a judge for that matter, to any instances of voter fraud. And so the president right now is playing with a losing hand. He's been out on the golf course all day long, essentially trying to avoid the scene that he's coming back to right now. There is a chance we may see the president later on this evening. They haven't called a full lid for the day. Perhaps he'll want to come out and make a statement. But if past his prologue, consider what he was saying Thursday night. I was there in the White House briefing room, and when he just sort of had a meltdown in front of everybody and could not accept what was on its way to happening. And I suspect, Aaron, if he does it again, he's going to have the same kind of episode. And it'll just be a further embarrassment, not only to the president's team, but to the Republican Party, something that a lot of people inside the campaign, a lot of people inside the Republican Party would like to avoid. But no question about it, Aaron, I've been in Washington all my life. I grew up here. And I've never seen a scene like this outside the grounds of the White House. The only thing I can compare it to is the mission to take out Osama bin Laden, the hostages coming home from Iran. I went and saw that as a spectator, as a grade school kid. You just don't see this kind of celebration, and maybe after a Super Bowl or a World Series championship, you just don't see many celebrations like this in Washington, and we're seeing one this evening. This is a president who has demonized people who use the First Amendment, not just the press, but also protesters. And I can tell you, having been out in this crowd, I was out in this crowd earlier this afternoon. These are peaceful protesters, up until this point, very peaceful. Also wearing masks, Aaron, people being very safe. Yes, they're in large crowds there, no question about it. It's a risk for the coronavirus. But almost everybody I saw out there was wearing a mask as they were exercising their First Amendment rights and celebrating the departure, the eventual departure of Donald Trump.
And you can only, just we all wonder what the president is thinking as he sees this outside. So, you talk about being in that crowd. When you look at that crowd, it is something that we are seeing in many places across the country, certainly here in New York. We heard it, the horns, people out in the streets, people waving, cheering, cowbells. Joe Biden's victory has sparked celebrations in other cities across this country, and our CNN reporters are live on the ground for us. Let's go outside the White House to that crowd that you can see. Vivian Salama is in the midst of it. So, Vivian, tell me, what are you seeing?
And it certainly is a celebration out here. We're on the south side of the White House, which you can see behind me. In fact, Jim was just talking about BLM Plaza, Black Lives Matters Plaza, which is on the north side of the White House. We were there earlier, and we actually lost our live signal because the crowds are so dense that the signal actually jammed up, and we actually couldn't really talk to you. And so I want to take you for a little bit of a walk just so you can get a sense how many people are here on the south side, which is a little bit of a lighter crowd, but still an enormous crowd. People lined up on the street behind me. This is Constitution Avenue, and you can see just swarms of people lined up here celebrating. Of course, it's a warm day here in D.C., and so a lot of people out here just enjoying the weather, but also celebrating. People I've spoken to all over the National Mall here talking about, they're happy that President Trump is out. They say he was a threat to democracy, some of them. Others saying that they like Joe Biden, they think he's a good guy, and that he's going to do good things for the country. And so I've been talking to folks all over, and you can see the National Monument behind me here. Folks gathering around, swarming at the base of the monument. Folks I've been talking to bringing their children here to celebrate, saying that this is a change happening, basically. It's a history in the making. And so they really wanted to have their children out here, come as a family, and just be part of this celebration. In fact, there's one family I've been speaking to right now, the Bernsteins here, who came from Maryland and have joined the party. They came as a family here. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. Can you tell CNN viewers here why you came out here as a family, where you're coming from, and just what brought you out here today?
Sure. We come from Tacoma Park, Maryland, just outside of town, and we got in the car to drive around. We decided to just keep going until we got here. It's such an important day. We finally are going to have a president after 4 years who we can trust to tell us the truth.
And you mentioned to me earlier when we were chatting that a couple of you have volunteered, including your daughter over here and others.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you did here?
I was texting for the Biden campaign because I wanted a president that would actually help our country and not discriminate against many people.
Okay, and that's great. And so you were saying that you were texting in Spanish because you're taking Spanish in school. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's excellent. And so, what made you come out here? Why did you want your children to be part of this event?
It's just a historic moment. We did when the Supreme Court approved gay marriage. This was years, maybe 5 years ago, and I brought the kids down. We went to the Supreme Court, and I have the same feeling today, where it's like I want them to remember this. I want them to be part of this, and just really be cognizant of how important it is that Biden won today.
Thank you so much. And so we've been hearing this from a lot of people here. It's just in general, they wanted to be here with their families to be part of this historic moment outside the White House today. I'll hand it back to you, but we'll be continuing to be part of this this gathering going forward for the rest of the day.
All right, Vivian, thank you very much. Anderson.
Joining me now, Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Senator Sanders, first, your reaction, to seeing all these people out in the streets celebrating and to President-elect Biden's win.
Well, I congratulate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for their great victory here in Burlington, Vermont. I think we have people out on the streets as well and all over the country. And the reason for that is that this was, Anderson, an election like we have never seen in our lifetimes because it went really, really deep. It was about whether or not we remain a country that believes in the Constitution, that believes in the rule of law, and that believes in democracy. And thank God, democracy won out. So I just wish Joe and Kamala the very, very best in leading our country.
We know President Trump has not conceded. We know it seems like he has no plans to invite President-elect Biden to the White House at this point. What are your thoughts about just what this transition is going to be like?
Well, whether Trump concedes or not is not relevant. Biden has won the election. He's going to be inaugurated. What is important right now, it seems to me, is that we understand the need to bring our people together at a time when so many of our people are hurting. And I think, Anderson, that's not widely perceived. You got millions of people who are unemployed, people working at starvation wages, people who have no health insurance, people who can't afford to go to school, can't afford college, dysfunctional child care system. So I don't envy Joe Biden in terms of the enormous challenges he faces, including systemic racism, including climate change, a crumbling infrastructure, you name it, that's what he's going to have to deal with. And our job right now is to bring people together, it seems to me, around an agenda that works for all people, everybody. Republicans, Democrats know you got to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. They know that health care is a human right. We cannot continue being the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. They know that we must deal with the existential threat of climate change. So I think the challenge is to reach out to people and say, we hear your pain, and we have the courage to take on the big money interests, the 1%, the campaign contributors who have exerted so much power over the political and economic agenda of America. Now it's time for working people to be heard and for their pain to be addressed.
You know, one of the messages you had during your campaign and the Democrats certainly hoped would be the case here is that there'd be such an overwhelming turnout and such a wave of Democratic victories in the House, in the Senate, obviously in the White House as well, that significant change on a Democratic platform would be possible, though Joe Biden has won, is now the president-elect. There were not the same victories in the House. In fact, the Republicans gained seats in the House. They maintained control of the Senate. What sort of a mandate do you think President-elect Biden actually has? And how well, in terms of getting an agenda, clearly you would like a progressive agenda across?
Well, I think he has a very, very strong mandate, Anderson. And I think if you look at the issues one by one, do people think that health care is a human right? Are they happy with a dysfunctional health care system which makes billions for the drug companies and the insurance companies, leaving 90 million uninsured or underinsured? They're not. Are they happy that tens of millions make starvation wages, $10, $12 an hour? No, they are not. Do they think we have to deal with systemic racism in this country? Immigration reform? Most people do. Most people do. Are they sick and tired of the growing gap between the people on top and the billionaire class is doing phenomenally well right now, while so many of our people are struggling? So I think if you look at this country issue by issue and what the American people want, you know what? They want an agenda that stands up for them, for working families, of black and white and Latino. That's the agenda that they want. And they want Congress to have the courage to take on the powers that be.
Senator Bernie Sanders, I appreciate your joining us in this historic day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It is a historic moment for the country, and we're seeing people out in the streets in cities across the country after the election of President-elect Joe Biden. So we're going to break. Let's just listen to the sound of a celebration in Chicago. People in the streets after the defeat of President Donald Trump by President-elect Joe Biden.
It's hard to believe that Mint Mobile has gone so long without an unlimited plan. So to introduce it, we brought in an actor we've all gone too long without. Rick Moranis. So why am I here? What do you need? Nothing. I'm just a huge fan.
You want me to say something about Mint?
No, that would have been smart. But, no, it's $30. It's unlimited. It'll do just fine.
Sounds good. See ya.
Bye, Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
Are you ready? All right, here we go. Hey, little girl, get on up.
Up that resistance a little more.
Drummer, do your old stuff. Drummer, you're almost there. You sure are tough. Oh, yeah.
Come on. Push it, push it.
Get on up. Hey!
We all have our own journey ahead of us, our own hopes and dreams. We'll pass many milestones, moments that define you and drive you to achieve even more. So celebrate every one, because success isn't just about where you want to get to, it's also about how you get there.
Cut on rehearsal.
The all-new 2021 Cadillac Escalade. Never stop arriving.
Why do Bombas socks feel so good? Is it because we use the smartest design and best materials to make them the most comfortable socks ever? Yeah, that's part of it. But it's also because when you buy a pair, we donate a pair. Socks are the #1 most requested item in homeless shelters. And thanks to you, we've donated over 40 million pairs. So every time you buy a pair of Bombas, you're making a difference. And that's why they feel so good. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first purchase.
Today, your information is exposed and vulnerable to cyber criminals. That's why Norton and LifeLock are now one. Get all-in-one protection on Norton.com.
We made USAA insurance for this season, and the veterans that never quit on their team. When being a fan gets tough, and stretching your budget gets even tougher, our agents put in the time and legwork for you. So saving on auto insurance is easy. Because saving a little extra goes a long way. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, got very quiet. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. Let's remember this time when so many struggled to feel secure and build a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it.
Want your brain better? Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva has clinically proven ingredients that fuel 5 indicators of brain performance: memory, focus, accuracy, learning, and concentration. Try our new gummies for 30 days and see the difference.
My name is April, and I am a caregiver. I've been with Nell now for 2.5 years, and I just feel like I am making a difference in her life. I know how much her family relies on me being there. It's about the bond that we form.
At Care.com, you can find the senior care help your family needs. Search from lots of local caregivers with profiles, reviews, and more. It costs less than you think.
At 98 years old, she's enjoying her life.
Find the help you need. Care.com.
All right, of course, you see celebrations happening, as we said, in cities across this country, and we're going to be taking you to the ground just to see what is happening. That's Washington, D.C. Let's get some more perspective on this historic moment. It is an historic moment, an historic day. Joe Biden going to be the next president of the United States. Joining me now, presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, also the author of Leadership in Turbulent Times. Doris, thank you very much for being with me. So there is this moment, that we are in right now, watching this happen on a day that is a very warm, glorious fall day across much of this country, and people are out celebrating. Today, Kamala History is making history in her own right. She will be the nation's first woman, first black, first South Asian vice president. What does this mean for the country?
I think when we look at the massive turnout, if that becomes a habit, history is going to look back on this election and really see it at an important moment. Think about it. In the past, only sometimes 50% of our people voted. This time, despite the pandemic, because of the provisions we put in, perhaps, which may become permanent now, mail-in voting and early voting. It's always been crazy to me that people should have to stay online one day to vote. You know, as presidents have said, voting is the power in a democracy. Lyndon Johnson said, without it, other votes, other rights are meaningless because it allows us to control our destinies. You know, I think in a certain extent, if we become participants and not spectators in our democracy, trust in government will rise again. It won't be some foreign body out there. It's us. It's we the people. The statistic that really scared me before this election was the idea that 77% of the people used to believe in the mid-1960s that government did right almost all or all of the time. It's down to lower than 20% right now. But maybe if we're part of the process and we continue to vote at these rates, even more rates without a pandemic, without voter suppression, then we'll have control of the democracy. And that's the most important thing.
I mean, it is crucial when you think about it. And, you know, this should be permanent, right? That these various ways, right, to enfranchise people, it's sort of one of those things that was staring us right in the face, that the solution to it could have been really this easy, to have early voting and mail-in, and we didn't do it until now. I mean, it's incredible perspective that you offer. Donald Trump is now, though, Doris, only the 10th president in American history to be rejected by voters in his quest for a second term. How will he be remembered?
Well, it'll take a while, of course, for us to remember, but right now he's facing an important decision because one of the most important norms that a person who loses an election faces is to concede that election and allow that peaceful transfer of power to go forward. I mean, ever since elections have been covered by television since 1952, that concession speech becomes the end of the story. We all need to know that this is past and we're starting forward. And every single one of those candidates has come forward and said, we fought hard, but now it's time to draw us together. Think of what Gore did at the time. After 35, 37 days, the Supreme Court makes a decision, and he says, I don't agree with this decision, but it is the rule of law, it's the honored institutions, and I ask my supporters to go with me. So one of the ways he's going to be remembered is if he doesn't give a concession speech soon, if he doesn't make that peaceful transference of power, that's going to be a very, very tough mark on his legacy.
What, Doris, will be the significance of it in terms of transfer of power? When you have, spent your whole life studying presidential transfers of power and presidents, what is at stake if he does not do this the right way?
You know, what is at stake is that it's a signal to your supporters that despite this loss, this is our government now. This is the new president, and you've got to give them a chance, and you've got to come forward and accept this decision. If not, it's really creates that hole that stays in the society. I mean, from the very beginning, when George Washington decided not to run for a third term, if he had stayed forever, it might have been a dictator, or it might have been a king or a queen, but he decided that it was a civilian transfer of power. He could have had it as a general. He could have stayed in power and just become president, but this is our system, and every single president has done this. So it's really an important moment for allowing us to move forward, start again, and hopefully bring the country together, at least at the start, to make a chance that we've got a reset.
Yeah, you think about all these moments, and John McCain, I remember his speech, so eloquent, and you see the pain as they make it, but yet the importance of that moment, of that concession. Doris, thank you so much.
In fact,
I'm glad to
really
talk to you.
The conceder is the star of the night in some ways, usually.
It is. It's a beautiful way to say it. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right. And, Anderson, as we're talking to Doris, we're seeing the reaction across this country.
Yeah, we've been watching that now. Spontaneous crowds in the streets in various cities. Our reporters are all across the country in cities as Americans fill the streets, making their, or I should say, supporters of this result in the election fill the streets. I want to bring in CNN's Polo Sandoval in New York. So set the scene for us here in Times Square. What are you seeing?
Anderson, you would think that the Yankees just won the World Series based on the massive crowds that are coming together on the streets of New York City. I want to step out of the shot so that you can see what Times Square looks like right now, Anderson. It's basically turned into a massive, peaceful block party. In fact, the NYPD early on sealed off some of the streets that are directly accessing this part of New York City, because I have to tell you, I've seen multiple bottles of champagne that have been uncorked in the middle of Broadway. There's definitely a celebratory mood here. As you you look over the crowd, yes, mostly masked folks who are gathering here. What we're seeing here is they're celebrating this victory as a sign that the nation is perhaps taking a turn towards unity. And that, I think you see that, Anderson, where yes, there are plenty of pro-Biden and anti-Trump signs, but more than anything, what I'm seeing a lot of are American flags, or people who are coming out in support of the nation in general. In fact, one woman, Janice Wright, a New Yorker here, shared with me a little while ago that now she feels like she has hope again, that she no longer has to hang her head in shame anymore, to quote her. And I think that that's really what we're seeing a lot of here in the Big Apple, and really in cities across the country. But what's also important here, Anderson, is that multiple businesses are boarded up. Obviously, the days leading up to the election, there has been this concern, this fear of uncertainty of what kind of reaction we might get, particularly from perhaps some of those who wanted to see the re-election of President Trump. So that is certainly a reminder that that is still a concern at this hour, but mainly it is all about a massive, safe celebration that we're seeing here on the streets of New York City, and it's going to likely go on into this evening.
And Polo, obviously, it may not have gotten as much coverage given the election that's been going on for the last several days, but the pandemic right now is at an alarming high. We're seeing more cases over the last several days than we have seen anywhere else in the world at any time. So obviously that is a concern. That's the backdrop for this. It may not be foremost on many people's minds today, certainly people in that crowd, but most people, it does look like a lot of the people we see are wearing masks, though clearly not social distancing.
Yeah, the reality, Anderson, is that social distancing is going to be hard to come by, or nearly impossible, right, when you look at these scenes behind me. But I have been able to count the number of people I've seen without a mask with one hand. So I think that, yes, people are taking those precautions, but many people here are also taking in the historical significance of this and are choosing to want to be a part of this, albeit taking the right precautions like wearing a mask. I've seen people using hand sanitizer, obviously, and trying to keep their distance. But the reality is, if you're coming to Times Square, you're obviously going to find that very difficult to do. So these are the pictures that I leave you with here right now, Anderson. Again, people coming together in Times Square, the crossroads of the world, people from all walks of life that are obviously seeing this as, the way they describe it to me, as a new day.
Yep. Polo Sandoval, appreciate it. Let's go to Shimon Prokupecz, who is in Philadelphia. Shimon, what's the scene there?
Yeah, so Anderson, we're outside the convention center here in Philadelphia, where the count has been taking place. And Philadelphia is known for its sports fans, and that's what it feels like out here. Many people, it's almost as if they're celebrating a championship. We've seen people with champagne bottles. We've seen people, of course, chanting and celebrating all through the crowd. Many of these people marched here. They were at a different area, and then they marched over here. And then now most of them are just been standing here and just celebrating. The other thing that's going on here, Anderson, is that on the other side, I want to show you, there are Trump signs. There are Trump supporters who have been here also for several days. And so there's been a face-off between the Biden supporters and then, of course, the Trump supporters. And then I just want to bring in Angie here, who's a resident of Philadelphia.
Yes.
Tell me what this has been like for you today. Tell me.
We made history today, baby. We made history.
It's been history. How does it feel for you to be here with all these people?
I love it. I love it so much.
Thank you. So, Anderson, the other thing, most of the people here say this is historic. For them, they did never expect it to have a day like this. Certainly, a lot of them have suffered through this year because of the pandemic. Many people losing jobs. And just to be out here in this crowd together has meant a lot for them. The celebrations are expected to continue here through the night. The police have basically closed off this entire area and have allowed the Biden supporters to stay here and chant and celebrate. And as you can hear behind me here, more of the Biden supporters just chanting over at the Trump supporters. They've been playing a lot of the music from Trump's campaign. And actually, a lot of the Biden supporters have been dancing to it We've heard the village people, the YMCA, and so they've been singing along, and now you can hear them chanting at them to go home. So this is expected to continue through the night in what has really become one big party here, Anderson.
And Shimon, do you know how this started? I mean, was it, did it go out on social media? Was it, groups that had organized that just said, oh, or was it just kind of individuals, a couple of people coming out and then more people joined?
Yeah, so what happened here, Anderson, I'm going to walk a little bit so you can see behind me. This has been an area where for the last several days, a lot of protesters have been gathering because the convention center is where they've been counting the ballots. It's historic here because this city really clinched ultimately the presidency for Biden. So many people were gathering here for days, asked the people inside the convention centers were counting. And so what happened is for days, there was a DJ set up here. They were chanting, count, keep counting. They are not here today, but this has become the place where many of the Biden supporters have been gathering, and also the Trump supporters. But the Biden supporters have certainly outnumbered them here the last several days. And so what happened, as CNN projected that Biden would win the presidency, everyone from around here, from this city, started coming here. And that is how all this grew into what it is now. And as you can see, the other thing, it's really amazing. So many young people, Anderson, a diverse crowd. There were some older people here, but mostly now it's been a lot of the younger people who are just so excited to be here, to be part of this. For many of them, this is truly, truly historic. Yeah. I have to say, in talking to some people here, they did not expect to see a moment like this.
Shimon Prokupecz, appreciate it. Thanks very much. Joining me now, someone who once hoped he'd be named the next president, 2020 presidential candidate Andrew Yang joins us. Andrew, your reaction to President-elect Biden?
I could not be any happier, Anderson. Joe and Kamala defeated Donald Trump. When we were on the trail, that was the mission. Mission accomplished. We did it. I am, like millions of other Americans, exultant today and excited to turn the page for our country. I was celebrating for the last number of hours, ever since CNN called it.
Biden is moving forward with the transition process. We're told he plans to announce a coronavirus task force on Monday. How do you think he should deal with what's going on with the White House, President Trump's refusal to concede? How do you think he should handle that?
I think he's taking the right approach. We have so much work to do in so little time. And I'm happy to say it seems like Trump is going to be, in your words, an obese turtle on his back just flailing around, Anderson, while Joe and Kamala are already starting to put the work in to build the team, to figure out how we're going to address the coronavirus, the recession, and so many of the other problems. I will say that the major variable still on the table is whether Joe and Kamala will have a unified government in the form of a Senate that isn't beholden to Mitch McConnell, and that will be determined on January 5th in 2 special elections in Georgia. So if you are celebrating Joe's victory today, you should really be intent on helping those Senate races go blue on January 5th.
But by the way, I should say that I regret using those words because that's not the person I really want to be, and it was in the heat of the moment, and I regret it. But right now, Biden's progressive agenda it's difficult. Obviously, there's a lot of expectations on all sides of the political aisle. I talked to Bernie Sanders just a short time ago. There's a lot of progressives who want seats on the cabinet, who have expectations about promises that were made or, how this race was won and the support that they gave. It's going to be difficult both for resistance President-elect Biden is going to face from Republicans, but also from the left wing of the Democratic Party.
Right now, everyone is just thrilled that Trump is gone, and we're going to be thrilled to try to work together with Joe and Kamala and the team. I'm sure there will be jockeying for positions. Everyone always wants to have their person in a key role. But the celebration today is about the fact that Biden-Harris team is going to be infinitely better for progressives, for the vast majority of Americans, than a continuation of the Trump era.
Hey, Andrew, if you could just stay with us for a second. I just want to check in with our Omar Jimenez, who is in Chicago, monitoring what is going on there in terms of the celebrations. Omar, what are you seeing?
I voted for the first time on the election.
Hey, Omar, it's Anderson from Harris. You're on the air. What's the situation there in Chicago? Andrew, let's get back to you. Thanks for sticking around. I'm glad we asked you to stay around. Yeah, I mean, just in terms of what lies ahead, has anyone from the Biden campaign talked to you about a possible role?
I haven't talked to them in a little while, which is A-OK. I did text Kamala a few minutes ago. But to me, right now, they have their hands full trying to put the team together. I'd be thrilled to be part of the team. They know that. Right now, I'm intent on trying to help make sure that those Georgia races head in the right direction. So I'd actually expect to be campaigning in Georgia myself over the next little while. They have a lot of work to do to put together a new government. But a lot of attention should be paid to what's happening in Georgia. I wouldn't be surprised to see Joe and Kamala head there before too long.
Explain the importance to Democrats of the two runoff races in Georgia.
We remember Mitch McConnell playing the obstructionist during the Obama years, and we are set to return to that because right now he is going to be the majority leader. But the two races in Georgia on January 5th would actually make it 50-50 if they both go to Democrats, and then Kamala becomes the tie-breaking vote. So you can imagine a Biden administration with the House and the Senate aligned. That's one version of the world. Or the other version of the world, the one that we are dealing with right now, is that Mitch McConnell will have to approve everything that goes through Congress. That's a very, very big difference, Anderson. And which world we're in is going to be determined on January 5th in Georgia.
In terms of the, Vice President Biden, President-elect Biden, still adjusting to getting the terms right. President-elect Biden. President-elect Biden has talked about announcing a coronavirus task force on Monday. This pandemic has not gone away. It hasn't gotten a lot of attention just in the last several days because the nation's been focused on this race. But the pandemic is actually at an all-time high in this country. We've seen record numbers of new cases in each of the last several days. How difficult is it going to be, do you think, for the transition? Because clearly both people, President-elect Biden has a very different approach to the importance of mask wearing, social distancing than President Trump had.
This is the tough reality, Anderson, is that having a competent administration will not make the coronavirus any better in many, many communities. I mean, you're going to have much better unity in terms of messaging around the need for social distancing and mask wearing. You'll have better coordination, federal resources that can help get PPE into the hands of various schools and the rest of it. But we are seeing record highs in many, many locations. The winter is going to be very difficult in terms of coronavirus. And one thing that frustrated me was the notion that if you had better people in government, that we would be able to turn the page like that. I mean, that's just not reality. And we should never talk like it is. I mean, it's going to be a very difficult road, even if we all do wear masks, socially distance, because unfortunately we're at a time where those are the most practical measures that many of us can take. The other measures involve shutdowns of restaurants, bars, concert halls, sporting events, and things that have people congregate indoors. And that's very much hit or miss depending upon the rates in a given community and other variables.
Yeah, and obviously the economic pain that those kind of measures take on everybody. Andrew Yang, appreciate you joining us. Let's go back to Aaron.
All right, and you see what's happening in the streets. Los Angeles is what we're looking at now with this aerial picture, Anderson. People gathering as the news sort of sunk in. Bit by bit. Early on you heard people yelling to other people as they figured it out, and now more people. Let's go to Gary Tuchman, who is on the ground in Atlanta for us. Gary, what have you seen thus far there? We see, obviously, looking at an aerial, I think, of near where you are, a lot of people gathered.
Yeah, Aaron, I'll tell you, if Joe Biden ends up winning here in the state of Georgia, it'll be because of neighborhoods like this in the state of Georgia. This is the very progressive, liberal, young, growing community of Midtown Atlanta. And you can see, right after we made our projection today, this area, which is in the center of Atlanta, started off in a spontaneous celebration. And people have been out here all day, enjoying themselves, having fun. You get an idea of the traffic right here. Bumper to bumper, you can see down the street, people holding signs, honking horns, celebrating. I've never seen anything like this in the United States. When Osama bin Laden was killed, we certainly saw celebrating in this country. It was obviously a different tone than what we're seeing here. But this was very spontaneous. People are very excited. I will add to you that most people seem to be wearing masks. That's a really important thing. There's no social distancing, and that's a little concerning. But you can see almost everyone's wearing masks except for when they eat and drink. There are no police here. Police have stayed away. It has been peaceful. It has been absolutely jubilant. And it's quite a unique celebration, seeing this very busy section of Atlanta so full of people who are having a good time celebrating. Very unique in my career of covering politics in this country. And I've been covering politics since I was 20 years old in 1980. This is very out of the ordinary. But this is Midtown Atlanta, which has helped Joe Biden become the president-elect of the United States. Aaron, back to you.
Gary, it's incredible just watching Gary kind of get through that crowd. I think Andrew Yang used the word exultant. These people are exuberant. And look, this is what we're seeing with the people, obviously, who are celebrating, who are getting their heart's desire with what we're seeing today. And Atlanta and Georgia, obviously, going to be deeply personal for these folks, given the count that is ongoing in Georgia. You see them all seeing our cameras and responding to that. All right, we're going to take a brief break. We will be back in just a couple of moments as our special coverage here continues with myself and Anderson.
We all have our own journey ahead of us, our own hopes and dreams. We'll pass many milestones, moments that define you and drive you to achieve even more. So celebrate everyone, because success isn't just about where you want to get to. It's also about how you get there.
Cut on rehearsal.
The all-new 2021 Cadillac Escalade. Never stop arriving.
A live bookkeeper is helping customize QuickBooks for me.
Okay, you're all set up.
Thanks. That was my business key. This one's casual.
Get set up right with a live bookkeeper with Intuit QuickBooks.
You wash your hands every day, but what about your nose, the body's air filter? Navage uses powered suction to clean your nose and flush out dangerous germs. And it relieves congestion without drugs. More than 1 million sold. Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Dolph Lundgren. It appears you're quite the investor.
I like to trade.
TD Ameritrade has pros ready if you need help, say, talking through a new strategy, just in case things, get a little rocky. I'm sorry.
I love being able to check in on my mom. But when I can't, I search for senior care help at care.com.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for making the time.
Groceries? Sure. Organic? I love to cook. What's her favorite?
My mornings are wide open.
Sometimes just to listen to them. I love hearing their stories.
Yes, I can drive her to the doctor.
At care.com, you can find a trusted caregiver to help the senior you love right nearby.
You believe that?
Get the senior care help you need. Care.com.
When Panera's Chef Klaus makes a pizza, he doesn't just make a pizza. He uses fresh, clean ingredients to make a masterpiece. Taste our delicious new flatbread pizzas today. Panera.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-990-1664. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries, and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-990-1664. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-990-1664. That's 800-990-1664.
This just doesn't ignite the light.
Not enough space for your favorite stuff? We've got an easier way to move and store what you love.
Hang on, honey.
Hi, Ben from MakeSpace. We'll store it, keep it safe, and when you need it back, just use the app.
Such a better way to do storage. Get the fire extinguisher!
MakeSpace is storage without the struggle. Pickup and delivery on demand. And we provide the bins. Use code STRESSFREE for $100 off.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I'm Arlette Sines in Wilmington, Delaware, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by TheraWorks Relief. Prevent and relieve muscle cramps.
We see a lot of people with muscle cramping. I've probably used TheraWorks Relief on close to 1,000 patients.
Get TheraWorks Relief today in stores everywhere.
Well, there were record turnouts in this election for President-elect Biden, as there was for President Trump as well. And there is a big turnout in the streets to celebrate the victory of President-elect Biden. I want to go to CNN's Omar Jimenez in Chicago. What have you been seeing today, Omar?
Well, Anderson, I can hear you now, but I've been seeing a lot of people in the crowd behind me where we are gathered across the water from Trump Tower here in downtown Chicago. So I'm going to step out for 1 second. And what you're seeing behind me is a rally of people, obviously, that is formed. But more importantly, people have been coming by on Michigan Avenue just to their right behind this police line, honking their horns as people have been cheering and celebrating, as others have held Biden-Harris signs up, American flags up, things of that nature. And even beforehand, this is a rally that actually moved over the course of a block and a half or so, where the day started right outside of Trump Tower as people were cheering and at first just taking pictures. But as the day grew on, as the day went on, the emotions, of course, got higher and more excited. It's no secret. This is downtown Chicago. This is a very blue part of the country within a very blue state of Illinois. So it's almost since day one of President Trump being in office, they wanted him out. So it was a very happy day for people here in Chicago, and you look no further than their celebrations behind me to see it. Anderson.
Omar Jimenez. Omar, thanks very much in Chicago. Aaron?
All right. Well, Anderson, world leaders have ignored President Trump's refusal to concede the presidential race thus far. They have been now, kind of en masse coming out to recognize and congratulate the president-elect, Joe Biden. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who, of course, has been one of President Trump's allies on the world stage, has come out saying he looks forward to working closely with both Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. Justin Trudeau from Canada, citing the close relationship between the U.S. and Canada, how he wants to continue to build that. The German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, offered her congratulations and a special mention of Kamala Harris winning election as the first female vice president of the United States. And the French president, Emmanuel Macron, saying there are a lot of challenges right now to overcome, adding, let's work together. Our chief international anchor, Christiane Amanpour, is following the world's reaction. So I just went through some of it there. Christiane, you do have some overseas who have been a bit more on the nose. The mayor of London. London looks forward to working with you. It's time to get back to building bridges, not walls. And the mayor of Paris, welcome back, America. But overall, they are all quick to jump on board with President-elect. Sorry, getting used to the words, Joe Biden.
Certainly, and of course they know him, right? He was vice president for 2 terms under President Obama, and he has a very, very long and experienced handling of foreign affairs. So they are welcoming him. As you said, the French prime minister, rather the French mayor, said, welcome back, and there are bells ringing across Paris, we can hear. We can see on the tweets that are being sent around. We also know that there is a huge sense of relief, Erin. We had a funny tweet, and he's also very tart and amusing, the former Prime Minister of Sweden, who said, I think it's fair to say that most of Europe feels relief at this particular bit of news. And all the way over to Australia, the former Prime Minister there said, surely all world leaders are feeling relief today. And that is the key word, because it's been 4 incredibly disruptive years on the world stage. And many of the allies have been struck by the fact that President Trump's style was almost to treat allies as adversaries and adversaries, certainly the authoritarians, as allies. And so this has been very discombobulating. And also the United States under President Trump has essentially dropped its main role as a consensus and coalition builder. Whenever there's crisis in the world, particularly that the allies have to deal with, the United States is the one that normally convenes a coalition to respond. We saw that under so many presidents before, but not this time. So you've had President Trump over the last few months of a massive pandemic pulling out of the World Health Organization and removing American funds from that. That is a huge blow, and it matters. You have the President of the United States pulling out of the Global Climate Accords, 5 years old this very week. That matters. Europe hopes, and the rest of the world that signed on, that he will go back into it. You have the President of the United States pulling out of a major security deal, which was the Iran nuclear deal, without proposing or putting anything else in its place. Europeans want to see that go back into place because that lowered those, those tensions on the nuclear issue. So that's from the Allied perspective there, certainly from the European perspective.
And Christian, what about, adversaries, whether it be China or rivals, at least, in terms of U.S. foreign policy, like Vladimir Putin?
Well, you can imagine adversaries like Russia, competitors like China, they have been quite gleeful, frankly, at the endless days of count that it took. Because what they like is to see American institutions and Western institutions belittled and degraded. That's what they like. And they were very, they were able to show on their own televisions what looked to be a disruptive president denigrating the process in the United States, refusing to accept the count, trying to stop the count. They were all saying, that's democracy, that's America. What is this? So it's a huge relief for everybody to see this count finally come to the end that it has, in so much as President-elect has been named. And America essentially has been giving now a living lesson in democracy. And I think a lot of people, a lot of leaders, a lot of people around the world are very keen that the United States restores its sort of moral imperative, the values that it has always upheld, always sought to promote, and has always been relied upon for. And I think that is really important. I mean, interestingly, the Chinese president said last week, and President Trump has been in a trade and tariff war with him, he said, no amount of protectionism, unilateralism, or extreme egoism is applicable and works in the world today. Let's just go to the Middle East, though, because allies there would have wanted President Trump to win. Israel, certainly the government of Prime Minister Netanyahu, wanted President Trump to win because President Trump has given him everything that he wants. Not given Israel everything, but given the right-wing Prime Minister everything he wants, which is, as you know, the peace process was heavily weighted towards Israel. There is no peace process with the Palestinians. And of course, MBS, who has his own major authoritarian problems, he has ordered the murder and the dismemberment of a journalist. He's very pro-President Trump. And so too the Gulf states, because they believe that President Trump has really, been on their side against Iran.
We'll have to, obviously, all these competing interests. But, as Christian's noting, all of this coming in from overseas here, now into the evening for Europe and early morning hours in Asia and in Beijing. Thanks so much to you, Christian. And we're going to take a quick break. Live pictures here you're looking at of New York. We'll be right back.
I
have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Skyrizi. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi.
The new razor from Harry's is not the same. It's our sharpest ever, and while some other companies would charge more for something new, we don't. Because why be like everyone else? Harry's, not the same.
Her legacy. It's hard to overrate Lady Bird's importance in the Johnson presidency.
The new CNN original series, First Ladies, Lady Bird Johnson.
Sunday, November 15th at 10 on CNN.
Looking for dinner made easy? See you later, same old, same old. Take a hike, too hard to follow? And bye, blah. Right this way, rotating weekly menu. Simply delighted, simple instructions. Very nice to meet you, variety of meal kits. Well, hello there, Home Chef. Pre-portioned ingredients and simple-to-follow recipes delivered straight to your door. Get started at homechef.com. Home Chef. Delicious meets simple.
We started Warby Parker in 2010 to change the way people buy glasses. Our big idea was actually quite simple. Offer high-quality eyewear in the most seamless way possible and make it affordable. We started with a free home try-on. Then we built easy-to-shop stores that offer eye exams. And today, we have apps that let you try on frames and renew your prescription from home. Whether it's eyeglasses, sunglasses, or contacts, we've got your eyes covered.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper alongside Aaron Burnett. We want to welcome you here, all our viewers here in the U.S. and around the world. It is official. CNN projects that Joe Biden will be the 46th president of the United States, defeating incumbent President Donald J. Trump after more than 4 days of vote counting, which still is not finished, and months of a bitter and contentious campaign. President-elect Biden's victory is clinched thanks to the state of Pennsylvania, where he was born.
Anderson, a state that he was confident from very early on would turn in his favor, as indeed it has. The third time proving to be the charm for Biden. He did come up short in his prior 2 presidential bids, never gave up. And here he is, the president-elect. He'll be the oldest person ever to hold the nation's highest office. He will be 78 when he's sworn in. Also making history is his running mate, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, of course, the first woman and the first person of color to serve as vice president, making history today, Anderson.
Yeah, crowds have been pouring into the streets in celebration across the country today. You're looking at the scene right there in San Francisco as voters delivered a decisive repudiation of President Trump. Massive voter turnout for President-elect Biden and also for President Trump. His supporters came out, and President Trump did a very effective job in the final weeks of the campaign, mobilizing his voters in a number of rural areas, but it wasn't enough. In the final analysis. That's the scene in Washington, D.C. What's significant about that's actually the church where President Trump famously cleared protesters from and marched to that church to pose in front of it with a Bible. That church now a very different scene there today as thousands of people in Washington, D.C. Began to gather outside the White House in celebration of the defeat of President Trump, and that crowd only seems to have grown over the last few hours. In just a few hours, President-elect Biden will deliver a victory speech at 8 p.m. East Coast time in the United States. President Trump, for his part, shows no sign of admitting defeat, has not reached out to Biden, even as leaders worldwide have delivered messages of congratulations to the president-elect. I want to go to CNN Jeff Zeleny, who is at the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. So we expect Biden to address the nation tonight. What do you know about it?
Anderson, we do. President-elect Joe Biden will address the nation tonight right here in Wilmington at about 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'm told that speech has largely been written for several days. Of course, this was the speech he hoped to
to deliver on Tuesday night, on Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. Now, finally, tonight, he will be able to do it. But he has been making last-minute adjustments to it. But I'm told that the overall theme is going to be one we've heard from him for several days, one of unifying, one of reaching out to Americans who did not vote for him as well as those who did. He will be talking about also the central challenge facing this country, coronavirus, and why it is time to come together. But we do have some words from the former vice president in a statement he released just a short time after he was projected the winner. Let's take a look at those words together. He says this. He said, "I am honored and humbled by the trust the American people have placed in me and Vice President-elect Harris. In the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans voted, proving once again that democracy beats deep in the heart of America. With the campaign over, it's time to put the anger and the harsh rhetoric behind us and come together as a nation. It's time for America to unite," he says, "and to heal. We are the United States of America, and there's nothing we can't do if we do it together." So those themes will be the central framework of his message here this evening. Also on stage, of course, his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, who's going to make history in her own right as the first woman to be vice president of the United States, the first woman of color as well. She, of course, started this campaign at the very beginning as a competitor of his. They had several interesting moments, but for the last several months has been his partner in this campaign and will be tonight on stage as well. I am told that the former vice president, now president-elect, has spent several hours with his family at his home here in Wilmington, talking to old friends and allies, Democratic leaders on the phone as well. So clearly getting ready for what is the biggest speech tonight that really sets off the tone for his transition and, of course, his first term. Anderson.
Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, thanks very much. Appreciate it. I want to go straight to the White House now and CNN's Caitlin Collins. So, Caitlin, we know the president was on the golf course earlier today or was on his way when the call was made by CNN and then other news organizations as well. When also, as he was on the golf course, when obviously that news was conveyed to the entire world that he was going to be a one-term president. What are you hearing from the White House, from people close to him?
Well, it's been incredibly quiet. A lot of White House aides, we reported yesterday, the reality had set in for them that the president was not going to be reelected likely. And so they knew it was happening, but it wasn't clear that the president had realized what was going on and that he was not going to be reelected. And of course, it still doesn't if you look at his Twitter feed today claiming that he won the election when obviously he hadn't. And so you're right. When he left the White House today, the call had not been made by CNN yet that Joe Biden was going to win the presidency. So there was no crowd like there is now outside the White House. But when he returned, and for those who don't know, the president takes a motorcade to get to his golf course outside of Virginia. And it actually took a little bit longer for him to get back, given that they had to clear the streets of the people who are celebrating Joe Biden's win. And obviously a lot of them are Biden supporters. And of course, a lot of them have Biden flags, Biden signs. And that's what the president saw as he made his way back to the White House. And he waved to reporters, but he went inside Anderson. He did not make any comments. And the White House just called a lid, meaning we do not expect to hear from the president, at least not in person tonight. And of course, he has continued to refuse to concede this election to Joe Biden. He hasn't spoken with Joe Biden. He hasn't made any calls to him. He certainly hasn't invited him to the White House, as you traditionally see, as Barack Obama did when Donald Trump won the presidency. They came into the White House and had a meeting in November, something that you often see President Trump reference. And so the president is continuing with his grievances to claim that he won this election, even though he didn't. And as his evidence or his campaign is continuing to push without evidence that this election was stolen from him. And so that is something that they're continuing to pursue. How long they can keep that up is another question, because of course a transition does have to take place. They do have to do basics like transition things, like when it comes to the coronavirus task force, and how that will all proceed we'll find out in the coming days. But as the president is refusing to acknowledge Joe Biden's win, he is pretty much the only one, because you are seeing some Republicans be quiet, but we are seeing former Republican presidents like George W. Bush acknowledge it. Mitt Romney, a former presidential candidate who is a Republican, of course. And so the question is, it seems like it's only a matter of time before the president himself, maybe he doesn't do so jubilantly, but he is going to have to acknowledge the fact that he's not going to be president again after he finishes up the next 70 days or so in office.
Caitlin, it's a kind of a remarkable image that you tell us about, that President Trump, as he's returning from a golf course after learning that his going to be a one-term president, that he has lost this election, an election in which there are winners and losers, and he has lost this one, basically being having difficulty getting through because of the crowds who were there celebrating his loss. I mean, you sort of want to be a fly on the wall of the limousine, wondering what that is like for any. I mean, one can imagine what that is like.
And also keep in mind, his chief of staff, a top aide who's been with him pretty much every day this week, is not, because he's isolating at home now that he has coronavirus. So the president, actually, there's still a question of who exactly it was the president played golf with today, because often you see some celebrities with him. We did not see that in the videos that our team got of the president actually on the golf course as this announcement was made. And then he came back here, and you noted that church, of course, that is right here outside of the White House by Lafayette Square, how that was also the scene of where the president came and took his picture as they forcefully cleared out peaceful protesters. I remember that because I was standing right where I am now on that day when that happened amid those George Floyd police brutality protests. But Anderson, that's also the church that the president went to the day he was inaugurated in January of 2017 when he was first a newcomer here in Washington. So that church has actually played a pretty significant role in Donald Trump's time in office, from the day he was inaugurated to one of the most critical moments of his presidency that will be scrutinized for decades to come, to now it is where people have gathered by the thousands to celebrate the fact that he is not going to be president and that Joe Biden is.
Just to be clear, though, he wasn't going to that church every Sunday.
No, he certainly wasn't. It's a church that he's gone to on some special occasions. Easter at times, though mostly he's down in Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach for Easter. But he started his presidency there, his first time in Washington. It is not somewhere where he regularly goes to church. He went there in May, of course, during that moment as they cleared the protesters out. And then now today it is the scene of these protests, or excuse me, these celebrations after being the scene of the protest.
Yeah, obviously we'll see what the president chooses to do, how he chooses to behave moving forward, whether he does concede and reaches out to Joe Biden as is tradition. Caitlin Collins, thanks very much. We'll check in with you a little bit later on. Aaron?
And Caitlin using the word celebrations, that's what we are seeing at this moment. Really, it's just been a few hours, right? A few hours for this country to start to digest the significant decision that voters have made, the significant change that is about to happen in this country. Even though, yes, there are still so many questions about what President Trump will do, how he will handle it, so much uncertainty. At this moment, it is a moment of jubilation for many. Let's go to our Vivian Salama. She is outside the White House in the crowd there that Caitlin was just referring to. And Vivian, what are you seeing right now?
Aaron, almost since the moment that the race was called for President-elect Joe Biden, people have been flooding into downtown D.C., exactly where Caitlin was describing. I'm standing right now, for those not familiar with D.C., I'm standing on H Street, which was the scene of some of those very, very confrontational protests over the summer, the George Floyd protests. And we're at the corner of the Black Lives Matter Plaza, exactly where that church was that President Trump went and waved the Bible during those protests over the summer. And now it has become a scene of celebration, people chanting for change. They're happy to have usher in a new era right now. Obviously, a lot of Biden supporters have come out here, a lot of folks on the left. But I'm looking even at a sign right over our cameraman's shoulder right now. It says Republican voters against Trump, and there's a group of those people as well. And so it's a mixed bag of people here. I want to also pan this way. This is the fence, the unscalable fence. Anderson and I were talking about this fence on the air the other day. It's become a bit of a shrine ever since the George Floyd protests. You see signs supportive of the Black Lives Matter movement, but also just chants for the left. You have pictures of RBG, who passed away a couple of weeks ago. You have pictures of the late Congressman John Lewis and Elijah Cummings, heroes for many on the left. People were chanting for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez a little while ago as well. And so obviously not just a celebration for Joe Biden, but for the left in general here in D.C. today. Aaron.
All right, Vivian, thank you very much. So, as they are still counting votes, right, in Georgia, elsewhere, but in Georgia, no one knows which way this is going to go. Still definition of a battleground. I want to bring in CNN's Natasha Chen in Atlanta. Natasha, I'm curious what you're seeing. I don't know if anyone's just joining us now, but a few moments ago, we were joined by Gary Tuchman, who's also in Atlanta, and he was being sort of jostled around by a very excited and happy crowd in a way he said he had not experienced in 30 years of political reporting, that it is just that unusual. What are you seeing where you are in Atlanta?
Yeah, Aaron, we are actually in Freedom Park, and that is on John Lewis Memorial Parkway. And so that is of significance for all of the people celebrating here. And it's a party that Georgia Democrats have been waiting for decades. And I want to mention that there are people now with signs and T-shirts that say Warnock, that say Ossoff, because they know what is ahead. This is not just a celebration of what's happened today, this week, but a look ahead at the runoffs, the critical runoffs that will determine the balance of the Senate. And they know that the eyes of the country are going to be on Georgia in the coming weeks and months. Something else that we've definitely seen here is people thanking Stacey Abrams. A lot of signs here with her name on it. She, of course, ran for governor as the Democratic nominee 2 years ago in Georgia, and they are thanking her for developing that momentum and the work on the ground to build up this movement so that people could show from Georgia to the rest of the country that this is indeed a battleground state. This has been a party atmosphere. We've had drag queens, an inflatable dinosaur. I saw a child with an entire bucket of their Halloween candy that the parents are just letting them have at it. And of course, lots of honking going on. Again, John Lewis Freedom Parkway in Atlanta, which of course is significant, named after the late Representative John Lewis, and people here are thanking him on their signs as well, Aaron.
All right, Natasha mentioning Georgia, a battleground still, right, in the presidential election as we have the count and the anticipated recount, but you have two crucial Senate seats that will determine the split for the U.S. Senate going to run off in Georgia. And one of those running is Reverend Warnock. He's going to be with us later on in these couple hours with myself and Anderson. So we'll look forward to that interview. But Anderson, wow, if people thought a lot of money went into Jamie Harrison in South Carolina, I think they've seen nothing yet when it comes to what we're about to see in these Georgia Senate runoffs. Yeah,
there's no doubt about that. And I think taking a cue from what Natasha said about what she witnessed, if there are any kids who are watching, this would be, if your parents are Democrats, this would be a good time to approach them to let them, if you want to eat all your Halloween candy right away, this might be the best opportunity. I want to bring in CNN senior political reporter Nia-Malika Henderson and host of CNN's Smerconish, Michael Smerconish. Nia, what's your reaction to CNN projecting Biden as the winner, and also to President Trump not at this point conceding?
Well, not a surprise that Donald Trump isn't going to concede. I don't really necessarily expect him to, but I think this is a real moment for Americans, particularly marginalized Americans who have felt such stress, such anxiety, such fear during Trump's presidency. A couple of more months to go for this. I am getting so many text messages from people who just are feeling like a nightmare is coming to an end. There's a friend of mine who lives in South Carolina. His mother's 82 years old, voted for the first time in a presidential election, and now feels like the world has been turned right again. So I think those are the emotions we're seeing, these spontaneous celebrations all across this country. This was a long time coming. I think we first saw this outpouring when Donald Trump was elected, outrage and fear about what his presidency would be. And then people started to get involved, to get activated. And so we are seeing the fruits of that now with this massive win that he's had all across the country and flipping all of these states that Clinton lost in 2016, states like Georgia, states like Arizona. So we'll see what Biden's presidency will mean for folks going forward. But for now, just tremendous joy for millions and millions of Americans across the country.
Michael Smerconish, it is, I mean, it's an interesting point that Nia-Malika is making, that even, this is sort of for the people who are out in the streets today, this goes beyond just, seems like happy that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have won. It seems like a celebration of some sort of sense of relief.
Well, can I say this, that Joe Biden's life of public service, twice beset by tragedy, is getting the Hollywood ending, and the movie is Rocky. Because this is very much, I think, a Philadelphia story, very much a Pennsylvania story. I know that many took umbrage when the president said that bad things happen in Philadelphia. I know that one of those who took umbrage was Bob Brady, the former member of Congress, who is the head of the city committee, the Democratic Party in Philadelphia. And the sort of full circle came today when it was Brady who told the president-elect, the votes are about to get dropped that will put you over the top. And within minutes of that conversation happening came the call that was made in the race. Jill Biden, the future First Lady, is a product of the Philadelphia suburbs. Joe Biden has long been regarded as the third senator from Pennsylvania. I was close to Senator Arlen Specter. I remember the relationship that Senators Specter and Biden shared together, both of them aficionados of taking that train. So you'll pardon me for being local, Anderson, but it's very much a Pennsylvania story. And for fans of the president-elect, poetic justice that it was Pennsylvania that put him over the top.
Well, and Michael, I mean, to your point, it's also, Pennsylvania is where obviously President-elect Biden was born. It was on this day, I believe it was 48 years ago, that he was first elected to the Senate.
I have a distinct memory. So many things are running through my mind. It's been such a long, strange trip these last 4 or 5 years. I'm just saying that as an observer. But one of the remembrances that I have is interviewing then Vice President Biden in the waning days of the campaign 4 years ago. And the interview that I did with him came within a week of him having been at a Philadelphia Eagles game, participating in a flag unfurling ceremony at the beginning of the game, where there was this raucous round of applause for him. Anderson, you have to understand, nobody gets a round of applause at Eagles games unless you're wearing an Eagles jersey.
I've heard.
And so one of the icebreakers that I used with him before the interview began was to tell him I was in the stands. In fact, I was there with my father, and how we were both marveling, having been Eagles season ticket holders for years, at the ovation that he received at an Eagles game. He got a big kick out of that.
That is, from what I hear, understand, a very rare thing indeed. Nia Malika, the challenges, though, obviously there are just as many people who are in the streets celebrating. There are just as many of those people who are unhappy today. But the challenges that this administration will be facing, not just in the transition, particularly depending on how the White House, how President Trump decides to behave in the weeks ahead, because there is not only a tradition of cooperation, there is a necessity of cooperation for a smooth transition and for the proper functioning of government. But the challenges this administration is going to face from Republicans and also from the left wing of its own party.
I think that's right. In solving the challenge that was really part of the central message of Biden's campaign, which was COVID, which is a health crisis and also an economic crisis. And then what do you do if he ends up having a Republican Senate? That'll, of course, be settled in January. But is Mitch McConnell going to come into office, if he does, saying that he wants to be a blockade to whatever Biden and his vice president want to do? And then, of course, you have those internal tensions. But for now, people are just in this moment feeling a sense of relief, feeling a sense of happiness, feeling a sense of history as well. You think about Vice President-elect Kamala Harris being a vice president in a country that has never seen this before. I'm not that old, but I grew up at a time when I couldn't even find black dolls. I couldn't even find books with, reflections of black kids growing up. So the kind of journey that this country has been on with people like Shirley Chisholm, people like Sojourner Truth, people like Fannie Lou Hamer making this moment happen. And, of course, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris making history today. And that's part of the joy I think people are feeling today.
Yeah, and Nia, it's such an important point that you said that just as the election of President Trump 4 years ago, made many people who felt their voices weren't being heard, it made them feel heard. The sense you see in some of the crowds is just this sense of relief on the part of many people who not only haven't felt heard over the last 4 years, but who have actually felt afraid over the last 4 years, or suddenly as if the ground has shifted under them and they no longer feel, they feel that they have been disrespected, that others have been emboldened to give voice to and vent to, vile remarks and rhetoric toward them.
No, I think that's right. Donald Trump made certain people feel like they weren't truly Americans. He was incredibly racially divisive. He continues to be racially divisive even on his way out, as he sort of makes it seem like places like Philly and Detroit have robbed him of a second term. So you see in those huge crowds diversity, right? You see the LGBTQ flag flying there, young folks of all different ethnic backgrounds and old people as well. If you think about the kind of coalition that Biden has, it might be one of the most diverse we have ever seen. Not only has he done well, much better than Hillary Clinton did, much better than Barack Obama did with groups like white working class Americans. He also has done well with older white Americans, older Americans of all backgrounds, and then younger Americans as well. And so you see those folks out in those streets in a way that we'd seen them before at Black Lives Matter protests, at women's marches as well. And so they have knitted together this coalition, a coalition that they feel hopeful that Biden can recognize their cries for inclusion and for diversity. And those are cries that obviously Donald Trump ignored and tried to exploit to gin up support among white Americans. So we'll see what this means for the kind of presidency he can have in trying to keep that coalition together.
Yeah, it is just an extraordinary outpouring, though, into the streets over the last several hours that we have witnessed. Michael Smerconish, thank you. Nia Malika Henderson as well. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
Everyone could use a little comfort this holiday season, so wrap up a cozy Casper mattress and pillows. Soft percale sheets, even glow, are magical light for better sleep. Shop the Black Friday sale and save up to 30% today at Casper.com.
Just because a car looks like a good deal online doesn't mean it is. That's why CarGurus looks deeper. Every detail goes into our ratings, and cars are rated from overpriced to great. Go to CarGurus today and shop safely with CarGurus contactless services.
Your experience matters. At University of Phoenix, students with relevant life experience and eligible transfer credits save, on average, $11,000 and 1 year off their undergrad degree. See how much you can save.
I shopped for shirts online last night and body wash just for men. Now I think we're gonna buy new shoes again. Cash back on the things all in our home. I shop on Rakuten. Rakuten.
So here's the thing. I'm actually closer to my retirement days than I am my college days. I just want to know, am I going to be okay?
I know people who specialize in am I going to be okay? You may need glasses, though.
Guidance to help you stay on track.
Humira patients, this one's for you. You inspired us to make your Humira experience even better with Humira Citrate Free. It has the same effectiveness you know and trust, but we remove the citrate buffers. There's less liquid and a thinner needle with less pain immediately following injection. Ask your doctor about Humira Citrate Free, and you can use your copay card to pay as little as $5 a month.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Ask your doctor about Humira Citrate Free, the same Humira you trust with less pain immediately following injection.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping many people with type 2 diabetes like Emily lower their blood sugar. A majority of adults who took Ozempic reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
Here's your A1C.
Oh, my A1C is under 7.
And you may lose weight. Adults who took Ozempic lost on average up to 12 pounds.
I lost almost 12 pounds. Oh!
For those also with known heart disease, Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as heart attack, stroke, or death.
It lowers the risk. Oh? And I only have to take it once a week. Oh.
Ozempic is not for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not share needles or pens. Don't reuse needles. Do not take Ozempic if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Ozempic. Stop taking Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your doctor if you have diabetic retinopathy or vision changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping me reach my blood sugar goal.
You may pay as little as $25 for a 1-month or 3-month prescription. Ask your healthcare provider today about once weekly Ozempic.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage. We want to go to the West Coast, where people are celebrating Biden's victory in President-elect Biden's victory in the streets, in the history-making day for his running mate, California Senator Kamala Harris, becoming the first woman elected to serve as vice president. Let's bring in Josh Campbell in Los Angeles. Josh, what's the scene there?
Hey, Anderson, yeah, we're here in downtown Los Angeles near City Hall. You can see behind me there's a crowd here of a couple thousand people that have gathered to come out celebrating this Biden-Harris victory. And it's special for this crowd for a couple reasons. The first being this is Senator and now Vice President-elect Kamala Harris's hometown. She and her husband, Doug Emhoff, live here in the Los Angeles area. So this crowd celebrating a Californian now achieving that office, the first woman Vice President-elect, also the first woman of color to achieve that office as well. One other note that we're hearing, Anderson, from this crowd is that it's not just a Biden-Harris victory that they are celebrating. They are also celebrating, in their words, the exit of Donald Trump. One recurring chant here has been Donald Trump out. And what we're hearing from this crowd is, we're here in Los Angeles, obviously a city that's very diverse, a very rich, diverse community here. And they think that Donald Trump has simply demonized so many of people of color throughout his presidency. One person here saying it started with the birtherism from President Obama. You think about when President Trump actually came down that golden escalator announcing his run for the presidency, he sought, in their words, to demonize Mexicans, calling them rapists and the like. So something that has really been felt. One other thing we're hearing is not just what the president has said, but also what he has failed to say. The crowd pointing out that the president has still not forcibly condemned white supremacy. They say that during this last 4 years, so many of these groups have been emboldened under the presidency of Donald Trump. Now this crowd coming out again to celebrate the Biden-Harris win, but also what that win may mean for minorities here in the United States. Anderson, Aaron.
Hey, Josh, it's Anderson. The crowd that's there, was this various groups that kind of, got on social media and said, hey, we're going to meet up at this such and such location and march to such and such a location? How was it spontaneous? Obviously nobody knew exactly when the call was going to be made.
Yeah, part of this was planned. One of the Black Lives Matter protests that we have seen recurring essentially throughout this Los Angeles area for several months. This was planned today, coming out and calling for racial justice. After this was announced, this Biden-Harris win by CNN and other networks, you saw just an infusion of other Biden-Harris supporters coming out. So a very diverse crowd. Again, the one theme that we continue to see, you look at some of the signage, they're now on the move now, starting to march away. But you see both the calls for Donald Trump's exit, but also those that are celebrating a Biden-Harris win. It's also worth noting that this is just one of many areas around Los Angeles that are now seeing crowds gathered. We were just in the West Hollywood area a little earlier. You saw this parade of vehicles coming through, a diverse group of people with Biden-Harris signs, again, celebrating this victory. So that's not happening just here, but obviously throughout Los Angeles and indeed across the country, people celebrating as what so much of today means for those who were opponents of Donald Trump, and that is not just an end to some of the policies that they disagree with, but very much in favor of what a Biden-Harris administration might mean for the coming at least 4 years. Anderson.
Yeah, Josh Campbell, appreciate it. I want to go to Chicago, city that was home to President Barack Obama's campaign headquarters, now celebrating the victory of his former running mate and current president-elect Joe Biden. Let's go back to CNN's Omar Jimenez in Chicago. It looks clearly there's not a lot of social distancing going on, which is unfortunate given the raging pandemic that we have, which is now we're seeing record numbers of cases over the last several days. But it does look like a lot of people are at least wearing masks there.
That's right, Anderson. You at least start with people wearing masks, but you're 100% right. We have actually seen record highs for coronavirus cases here in the state of Illinois and in Chicago, heading in the wrong direction restriction-wise. But all of that has seemed to go out the window on a day like today, where people have celebration on their minds. You can see just behind me here, this is a line of police officers guarding Michigan Avenue to keep people from getting into the street here. But as people have come by in the street, they have honked their horns in celebration as you turn to the left and you see so many supporters lined up on the sides meeting those horns with signs of support of their own and cheers of their own. This has been going on for hours now, and the significance of this location, as you move over to see as far as this crowd goes with this street closed in particular, this is the significance of the location. It's happening right outside the Trump Tower here in Chicago, which you really can't go anywhere in the downtown without seeing that name because it's in a very prominent spot here. So this was a logical place for many people to meet, supporters, of course, of Joe Biden, of President-elect Biden, and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris now. So this was a place that started, I should say, with tourists taking pictures. Then more people began to come. Cars began honking. People showed up with drums. Music began. The road closed. And here we are in what has been a growing celebration here in Chicago. As you mentioned, campaign headquarters for President Obama, where he was from, and of course, a place that will likely carry his legacy and now Biden's for at least 4 years to come.
Omar Jimenez in Chicago. Appreciate it. Thanks.
We did it. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States. We did.
All right, that is soon-to-be former Senator Kamala Harris speaking to now President-elect Joe Biden earlier today, congratulating him on their victory and celebrating the history that she herself is now making. I want to get California Congresswoman Barbara Lee in to talk about this. And Congresswoman, you and I have talked throughout this campaign. We are, in all of this, talking about the first woman of color ever to be elected on a presidential ticket. Have you spoken to Senator Harris today, or I'm sorry, Vice President-elect Harris today?
I had not spoken to her today. Of course, I sent her a text message, but I am just, first of all, I am so excited, not only because she's a personal friend and I actually supported her when she ran for the presidency, but she is prepared, and I am so excited for the country, because they're going to get a Biden presidency with the Vice President Kamala Harris as his teammate to really help this country move forward. First of all, to unite the country, but also to attack this virus with a vengeance and to really bring some sanity to this government as it relates to the recession that's taking place. And so I just have to say it's a historic day. I'm excited. My aunt will be 100 years old in another week. And she has been afraid. She's been terrified behind this administration. She's breathing a sigh of relief today also. And so I'm excited personally, but more important for the country with a Vice President-elect Kamala Harris.
And obviously she's a friend of yours. I know you knew her mother as well. Tell me how she would react today if she knew that her daughter had just succeeded at this, had this remarkable achievement.
Sure, I did not actually know her mother, but Kamala has talked to me about her mother in so many ways. Now, one thing I want to mention, and that is that her mother was a scientist. And Vice President-elect Kamala Harris really understands science and that science matters. And here we have this horrific pandemic upon us. And she's going to be right in the mix and leading with President-elect Biden to really take on this virus with the vengeance. She believes in science. She understands science. Also, just personally, I know how she connects with people with regard to her mother. When my dear mother passed, Senator Harris then, mentioned to me how much she wanted to console me. And I broke out crying. And then she realized what had taken place, and she hugged me and talked to me. because she experienced this, and still with her mother leaving and passing away. So I share that because she connects with people. And that is just so important to have a vice president who really knows the challenges and the aspirations and the dreams of everyday people. And it takes a Kamala Harris and a Joe Biden to really bring that kind of integrity and that kind of caring, actually, and that kind of love back into this country.
All right, so leadership. You talk about the caring and leadership, and it really is going to matter because, Congresswoman, look, Joe Biden may well pick up more states, and it will be a resounding victory on a popular vote and an electoral vote. It may be. But nonetheless, if he has 74.5 million votes right now in this country, that's going to go up, but it's going to be in that ish range. Donald Trump has 70 million votes. Right? This is a divided country. There are 70 million people who do not feel like the people on this screen right now. What is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris going to do to have those people feel that this indeed is the beginning of something good for them too?
Sure, and I think we've heard President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris talk about the fact that they're going to be a president and vice president of all of the country, of everyone. And I believe them. And so it's not going to be easy. But I think that when you start talking about the aspirations of people, when you stop dividing people, when you start trying to bring people together to look at our common issues, economic growth, job creation, people need jobs right now. They need their unemployment extended. They need their health care taken care of. They need us to crush this virus. So when people begin to see that this is affecting them also, I think by their deeds shall you know them. And I think people will begin. But it's not going to be easy because there's some who just are not going to accept the fact that we have a Democrat in the White House. But I have to have hope that we're going to be able to work in Congress and hopefully in the Senate to bring people together with a president and vice president who want to lead and bring the country together for everyone.
Congresswoman, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Nice being with you.
All right, Congresswoman Barbara Lee. We're going to take a brief break as our special coverage continues here on CNN.
Voters in Pennsylvania pushed Joe Biden over the finish line, securing the 270 electoral votes he needed to win. Our Shimon Prokupecz is in Philadelphia, where the votes in the state were which got enough votes to make Vice President Biden President-elect Biden. So people there celebrating the role they played in this historic moment. How's the crowd?
Yeah, so the crowd has not changed much, Anderson, since last we talked. What's happening here is, so we have this line of Biden supporters who've been here and have been gathered here, but across the street, there are Trump supporters, and they too have been here for several days. The funny thing in all of this is that the music that you're hearing is actually some of Trump's greatest hits from the campaign trail. And the Biden supporters have actually been singing to it, clapping along, dancing to it. It's been one big party out here, Anderson. There's been a lot of champagne. Almost feels like there's a Super Bowl party in some ways going on here. And people have been out here. They've been here now for hours. In many ways, just happy to be out and to be able to be together. I want to bring someone in, India. She's been here. India, tell me what it feels like to be here.
It was actually pretty emotional when I first got in. I came up the subway and got off, and I saw people chanting and rallying up. I was like, it's actually emotional. I didn't expect that.
The thought of Joe Biden as president and Kamala Harris, tell me what that means.
It's very enlightening. It's like a new light, like especially Kamala Harris. I'm wearing my Howard alumni shirt. She went to Howard, so HU, go Bison. But I think it's just showing that we can make a change, can make a difference. There's still work to be done, so I am looking forward to stay involved and for other people to stay involved too, but I think we're in a good direction.
What about the fact that you have all these people out here together?
I think the last time I saw something like this in Philly was when they won the Super Bowl. So I think it's really exciting. It shows that people are excited and want better things to happen here in the city. So I think it's really good.
Yeah, and certainly, Anderson, that's the feel here in some ways. That, this is a big sports town. and they come out and they celebrate when their teams win. And that's what it feels like here. Of course, the ramifications much bigger, but so many people here, they've been dancing, they've been cheering. A lot of them very, very young. I've certainly been struck by the age of some of the people here, very young, and they're just out here. And there was really, I mean, when you look this way, Anderson, more people have been filing in. So I think they're going to stay out here as long as they can and continue this party here.
It's also interesting, Shimon. I mean, obviously, Philadelphia is the city that President Trump was pointing to as being a hotbed of fraud, though there's no indication of widespread voter fraud. That which is why the president's supporters are out at the location that you were out at. I'm wondering if that also kind of motivated this particular crowd or some of the people in this crowd to kind of come out because the president had singled out Philadelphia. It clearly offended a lot of people in that city.
It did. Remember, there's that quote that I believe comes from Donald Trump. Bad things happen in Philadelphia, and people have been holding signs to that. It means a lot for them to be the clinching city in so many ways. And I will say to you, as you can see so many people behind here celebrate. But yeah, it certainly is a good point that a lot of the reason some of them came here was because we're seeing so many Trump supporters here, Anderson.
All right, Shimon Prokupecz, appreciate it. Aaron?
It's interesting, I think, Anderson, just to see them both there, the two groups, and so far, maybe jeering a bit at each other, but dancing to each other's music. And goodness, if that's just the way that this could go from here, wouldn't it be great? President Trump, of course, though, has refused to concede, instead issuing a statement saying, quote, beginning Monday, our campaign will start prosecuting our case in court to ensure election laws are fully upheld and the rightful winner is seated. Joining me now, former Nixon White House counsel and CNN contributor John Dean, along with our contributor Ben Ginsberg, who is a longtime Republican election lawyer who was national counsel to the Bush-Cheney presidential campaign, playing a central role in the 2000 Florida recount. All right, thanks very much to both of you. So, Ben, let me start with you. You hear the president, right? They're going to prosecute their case in court. They're going to do everything they can. I just want to emphasize, and I think this is really significant, in an unprecedented election where people voted by mail in ways they never had before and early in ways they never had before, there have been no incidences of widespread fraud anywhere in this country. And that is something to celebrate. Nonetheless, the president is going to try to take this to courts. Do you think, Ben, that there is any court case that could turn around this for him now?
It's not evident so far. It's also interesting in that statement he used the word prosecute. He is not a prosecutor. He's not prosecuting these cases. He is a plaintiff asking for relief. And so far, the evidence that he showed, despite having a 50,000 poll watcher army in the polls, has no evidence of the systemic fraud or irregularities to cast any of the results in any of the states into doubt.
I mean, Ben, another thing, we've seen, just for example, in Pennsylvania, right, where every vote is going to be counted, right, and they're still counting some of these, ballots that had issues with them, right, if people put on the wrong date or creased in the wrong way, whatever, a number of possible issues. And they have literally 3 people looking at every single ballot. 5 feet away, you were able to have observers look at it. I think it's important, right, for people to understand this. It's a far from perfect system, but that these things are indeed happening, right? That there are many eyes on every single count here.
Yes, there are many eyes, including eyes in the sky in the form of cameras. And in my experience in recounts, if you don't have the evidence developed in real time on election day, then it sort of becomes cotton candy, and you take a bite and it vaporizes down to nothing. So they're in sort of a Hail Mary position now.
So, John, what happens then here? I mean, who is going to be the person? Is there a person? Who will it be to tell President Trump that it is time to concede?
Well, we had reports yesterday that Jared Kushner was looking for his James Baker Well, his James Baker is on this set with us today. That's who would have stepped forward, but thankfully Ben is not a gun for hire on an issue like this. So I don't know what he'll do on litigation-wise, and I don't know who is in that White House that has the gumption to tell him it's over. Maybe it'll be his son-in-law, maybe it'll be his daughter. I doubt if it's any of the staff. Mark Meadows is now out. So it's a good question and not one I can answer.
So, John, you know, one thing we've been watching is what Republican leaders have done. And we have certainly seen some pretty clear condemnation of the way the president's handling things, but there have been plenty of soft pedaling, cloaking things in certain rhetoric to make it sort of, you know, maybe we're criticizing him, maybe we're not, right? Is there going to be a moment where you have Republican leadership, Mitch McConnell, others, right, senior Republicans, go sit down with this president and say, we are going to force this issue?
It could very well happen. It certainly hasn't happened to date. They have been very supine with this president, letting him do pretty much what he wants to do. And as Ben mentioned, he used the word prosecute in his tweet about the election laws. I think prosecution's on his mind. And one of the things I suspect he's considering right now is drafting a pardon for himself, or having his Attorney General Bill Barr maybe make a general amnesty for everybody who worked in his administration. Because one of the tough decisions Biden has to make is what are they going to do with the criminality that has been rampant in this administration.
So, Ben, what happens next here for the Team Trump, right? We have a president, the Electoral College is going to verify the results of this as the states finally certify them over the next few days and week. And then mid-December, the Electoral College is going to meet, right? And you're going to have a new president and a transition, theoretically. So what is next for Team Trump?
Well, what's next for Team Trump is that they will fail and make Donald Trump a loser if they bring the lawsuits. What they are within their rights to do is to move forward on the recounts under the laws of the states where they're within the margin. And it looks like there'll be 2 or 3 states where that's true. But I think what will happen is that there won't be enough votes changed. The outcome's going to stay the same. The margins are within the statutory permissible amounts, but they're too big to actually change in a recount. So ultimately, those efforts will fail, and it's that point that John's scenario of Republican leaders going to him becomes real. And the date to remember is December 8th, which is the safe harbor date for the Electoral College.
All right. And that is, of course, the date that will be on everyone's mind here as we watch for the president's reaction over these next days. Thank you both very much. And we're going to take a very quick break. We will be right back. And I want to remind everybody, of course, we are counting down. You see it on your screen, but it's worth reminding that President-elect Biden will be speaking to the nation at 8 o'clock tonight. We'll be back.
Right before she left, I mean, I just cannot believe her. She's such a hypocrite. She's like really scary.
Cheers to a short commute. Realtor.com, the home of home search. Here's to dancing like nobody's watching.
Hi, Zach. We can see you.
Realtor.com, the home of home search.
The Real. Sustainable luxury at up to 90% off retail. Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Gucci, Celine, Cartier, Tiffany, and hundreds more. Shop, consign, repeat. Get 20% off select items with the code REAL.
Introducing the new Defender. Just the thing for those little everyday trips. Good in heavy traffic. Perfect for catching up with the relatives. Then dropping into the car wash en route. Giving someone a helping hand. Or beating the commute. And putting your feet up after a long day.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit,
He needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
When the air indoors makes you wheeze and sneeze, don't you wish you had something that could help you breathe with ease? Introducing Breathe Pure, the portable plug-in air purifier that helps clear the air anywhere. Breathe Pure releases ionized molecules into the air that magnetically attach to airborne pollutants. It literally pulls them out of the air. Breathe Pure goes where you go. It's great to help freshen the air in the office. It can help control smoke and odors in the kitchen. Now you can clear the air anywhere. Available at these fine stores.
With this seal, this restaurant is committing to higher levels of cleanliness. The expertise that helps keep hospitals clean is helping keep businesses clean too. Look for the Ecolab Science Certified seal.
These days, we're all together all the time. Working, playing, cleaning. Turns out family life can be, well, gross. But Care.com can help with lots of great housekeepers to put your messy place back together again when it's right for you. It costs less than you think. And a clean house feels so good. Get the housekeeping help you need. Care.com.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
At Home Chef, we believe a delicious meal should always fit your schedule. It might be a make it easy meal kit Monday, or a toss it in the oven Tuesday, or a what am I, a chef now Wednesday, or even a day that doesn't need a clever name, like steak.
On a Thursday.
Get started at homechef.com. Also available at select stores. Home Chef. Delicious meets simple.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
Mesothelioma is all we do. For over 10 years, we have offered a free book on mesothelioma. Call 1-800-400-2802.
I'm Erin Burnett alongside Anderson Cooper. This hour, we want to welcome all of you here in the United States and around this world on this historic day. CNN projecting that Joe Biden has defeated Donald Trump to become the 46th president of the United States. President-elect Biden clinching victory in Pennsylvania and Nevada today, vaulting him, Anderson, out of 279 electoral college votes.
Even in the midst of a worsening pandemic, the country saw record turnout for both candidates. More than 74 million Americans voted for President-elect Biden, rejected a second Trump term. Many of those voters across the country are now filling the streets to celebrate a win for this historic ticket. At age 78 on Inauguration Day, Biden will be the oldest person ever elected president. His running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, is the first woman and first person of color to be elected vice president. President Trump returned to the White House a short time ago as large crowds amassed at nearby Black Lives Matter Plaza, literally within shouting distance. President Trump has yet to concede, but President-elect Biden is set to give his victory speech in just a few hours at 8 p.m. Eastern.
And of course, the eyes of this whole country will be on him. Let's go now to our Jeff Zeleny, who's at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Jeff, we are now just a few hours away from this primetime address from the president-elect. What is the latest you're hearing?
Aaron, we have just started in the last few minutes seeing vehicles arriving here for another drive-in rally for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We've seen several of these throughout the pandemic campaign, but the first time for President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. This is going to be a socially distant event, but there are going to be a couple hundred vehicles here and a lot of other people gathering. This has been an afternoon of anticipation here in Wilmington, really starting remarkably 48 years ago on this very day when Joe Biden, a young Joe Biden, was elected to the U.S. Senate. Of course, has had a long career in the Senate, 2 terms as vice president, was thinking about not running for president, decided to run for president because of Donald Trump, and today was projected the winner in this race. Despite all of that, we are told that Mr. Biden is going to project a message of unity. He's going to say that his term here, his mission is to unify Americans. He's going to be speaking to Americans who did not vote for him and those who did. We're getting sort of a sense of his message through a statement he sent out earlier today. Part of it said, in the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans voted. Really speaking to the fact that he has in fact earned more votes than any other president in American history. Of course, President Trump earning tens of millions as well. But he is going to say it's time for America to unite. It's time for America to heal. So that is the backbone of his message here tonight. Also, of course, going to hear from Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, making history in a major way in her own right. The first woman to be the Vice President of the United States, the first woman of color, of course, as well. So both will be delivering speeches here. And then it's back to work. I can tell you the first order of business on Monday, we are learning, is going to be to announce a coronavirus task force, appointing 12 members to serve on that task force, really trying to focus on these issues at hand, even as we see all these crowds gathering, indeed, in Washington and around the United States, coronavirus cases on the rise. So that is the framework here. And it's striking to the degree to which Mr. Biden is entering the beginning of his governing transition, basically facing a country in similar turmoil to what Senator Obama 12 years ago and Senator Biden faced as well when they were starting their administration. So that, of course, a moment of jubilation here. But the difficult work of Mr. Biden's speech is to start unifying the country. And the tone he will set tonight is critical for the days, weeks, months, and even years to come.
It certainly is, because, as you say, record turnout, right? 74 million votes for Vice President Biden, 70 million votes for President Trump. Needing to bridge that divide is going to be Biden's top job. So you mentioned the history making, obviously, of the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. I know today she has been speaking with people, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton. What more can you tell us about her day and what her role will be tonight?
Well, Aaron, so interestingly, she started the morning. She got the news here that CNN and other networks projected them the winners of Pennsylvania and then the winners of the Electoral College, getting the 270 electoral votes. When she was out for a walk with her husband, Doug, she was in casual clothing. She called Joe Biden and, sort of congratulated him. So a casual Senator Harris there. But this is going to be a moment. We can see the image right there. So you're going to be the next president of the United States. Look at the smile on her face, the joy in that. So she said, "We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe." And think back. I mean, they started as rivals in this Democratic primary fight. Now she's the partner of his in this fight. And their relationship is going to begin anew here. Will be carefully watched. But again, tonight, a day of celebration, and tomorrow the work begins because, boy, the challenge is so deep, not only in repairing the country, but certainly tackling coronavirus and the economy, Aaron.
Absolutely. Jeff Zeleny, thank you very much in Wilmington.
Sure.
And not surprisingly, President Trump has made it clear he definitely does not accept that he has lost and that Joe Biden has won this election, categorically making it clear at this hour. Let's get to the White House and CNN's Jim Acosta. Okay, Jim, so tell us, and also when he came back from playing golf, which I know is what he did today, they put, I guess, technically a lid, meaning we weren't going to see him again, anticipating him being quiet. That, of course, did not keep him off Twitter. But what's really going on here?
Yeah, one thing that we should point out is the White House has called a lid. That means that we do not expect to see the president later on this evening. Of course, he could change all of that. He's the president. He can do that. He's the president for another couple of months. mind you. But we did see the president return back to the White House after a day on the golf course a short while ago. And he was greeted by these throngs of jubilant Biden supporters out in the streets celebrating Biden's victory as president-elect of the United States. And I have to tell you, Aaron, it is a striking thing to see. I grew up in this city, and you just don't see celebrations like this in the nation's capital very often. I was out there earlier just to get a sense of it myself. You're seeing people who are happy because, as immigrants to this country, they feel as though they won't feel denigrated by the president of the United States for very much longer. They were thanking us at CNN for what we do as journalists and so on. But in terms of the way forward for President Trump, I think that, it deserves a moment to pause and reflect. The president has not conceded to Joe Biden. He doesn't plan on conceding to Joe Biden. Talk to aides and advisors to the president who say he's just not in the mood to do that right now. They're not sure if he's ever going to do it. He's been tweeting in the last couple of minutes that he still feels that he won this election. We don't want to put those tweets on screen. They're nonsense. It's full of misinformation. Why would we do that? But it does give you an indication as to where he's at right now from a mental standpoint. The other thing we should point out is he's in office for another couple of months, Aaron. I've talked to one former administration official just this afternoon who said, you know what, I'm worried about what he's going to do over the next couple of months. Talked to another advisor to this administration who said, God, who knows? In terms of what the president may decide to do. Is he going to settle scores? Is he going to go after people like Dr. Anthony Fauci, people that, folks inside the administration blame for the president's loss? All of that is going to have to be watched very closely. But, that is something we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of months, certainly in the days to come. But it is so important to pause and reflect on what we're seeing on the streets of the nation's capital right now and in cities all across the country. I was here, Aaron, on June 1st of this year, when there were military vehicles rolling through the grounds of the White House as the administration went out with their forces and suppressed a protest outside St. John's Episcopal Church, beat up those protesters with horses and so on, and tear gassed them with chemical dispersants and so on. And that same scene tonight, let's hope this holds out, is one of peaceful protest, one of celebration, one of happiness. It is just one of the more remarkable juxtapositions that I can reflect on as a journalist covering this White House for the last 8 years. It is just a remarkable thing to see. What that means for Donald Trump, we don't know. There were some images of the president that were captured by photographs as he arrived back here at the White House, Aaron, and he looked defeated. He looked dejected. He had just come back from the golf course, and this was not the same kind of Donald Trump we've seen before, where at time to time he has a spring in his step. This is a president who's going to have to come to grips with the fact that he is lost. He's the outgoing president. And that has some people, of course, excited in Washington that Donald Trump is leaving the scene. But I have to tell you, I am talking to people inside the administration, people who talk to the administration, who are very worried about what Donald Trump may do over the next couple of months. And we really shouldn't shrink from that storyline. It's something that we're going to have to pay attention to in the days to come, Aaron.
All right. And that is going to be really such a crucial question. Jim, thank you very much. So, what you see those, peaceful celebrations outside the White House, and that is the scene we're seeing across this country. Biden supporters, Harris supporters are celebrating. Our CNN reporters are live on the ground for us across this country. Want to go to Vivian Salama. She is outside the White House in that crowd. And Vivian, obviously, the hours have gone by, and it appears you've just had more and more people joining the group there.
That's right, Aaron. You just heard Jim Acosta describing the scene here over the summer where there was a lot of tension. We saw confrontations with the police. And you're talking about a completely different scene today. Celebrations for hours, basically minutes after Joe Biden was named president-elect. People started pouring into the streets right here. I'm standing on Black Lives Matters Plaza, now formerly known as 16th Street in D.C. And the street behind me goes all the way to the gates of Lafayette Plaza, Plaza, which is gated off right now from folks. That is right in front of the north side of the White House. And so just for a little perspective, crowds have been gathering all day trying to really celebrate and share in this moment of change and history. And we're seeing a lot of families now, too. And here's, for example, well, hi, I'm from CNN. Would you folks be willing to chat?
Sure.
Yeah, can you tell me what brought you out here today? I would love to understand, what motivated you to come and bring your children here, especially.
Yes.
We're excited to be here to celebrate democracy today. And we've brought our half Indian girls here. They're too young to vote, but they can be part of the process, and they can see that a woman can make it to the White House and a half Indian woman can make it to the White House.
They're very patriotically dressed, too.
Absolutely. We got stripes, red and white. She's got her 4th of July outfit on. We're all in red, white, and blue.
That's great. That's great. Obviously, Kamala Harris, the first African-American vice president, also the first South Asian vice president, and the first woman vice president. So making history here today. Thank you so much. And that's what you're hearing from folks all over the place here today, is that this is a moment of history. And it's actually worth noting, Aaron, one thing we're not seeing today is also very interesting. We've been walking around the area all day, and we're talking to souvenir shops in the area. And shops that were selling MAGA outfits just 2 days ago have now cleared them. I've spoken to a store owner a little while ago who said that she removed all of her MAGA hats and shirts and things like that. And so right now they're trying to kind of focus on Joe Biden as the winner and not look backwards. Aaron.
All right, Vivian, thank you very much. As Larry Kudlow would say, that's free market capitalism for you, Anderson.
Maybe they have them just standing by just in case, depending what may happen.
Yeah.
I want to bring in CNN senior political reporter Nia Malika Henderson, host of CNN Smerconish, Michael Smerconish. Nia, your reaction to CNN, I'm not only just the projection of Biden winning, but it is remarkable, Nia, just to see the number of people still out in the streets, and which it just seems like kind of, it is in D.C. especially. It's a Saturday night, so I think it's Saturday night. Is it Saturday night?
Is it?
What day is this?
I think it's Saturday.
This is Saturday, isn't it?
We've been here since Tuesday.
By the way, this is a sign of how long we've all been here. No one here can tell you. I think it's Saturday. It's just incredible to see so many people out in the streets.
It is. And listen, this has been a long time coming. I think a lot of this goes back to 4 years ago with the sense of fear and anxiety and disappointment when Donald Trump got elected. And you saw a lot of these people really start to get involved in the political process going back then. And so now you just see this spontaneous expression of relief and joy. And one of the things I think, if you were Donald Trump, one of the reasons you might not be able to concede is that a concession would be to acknowledge the voices and the power of people you dismissed and maligned for the last 4 years of your presidency. So I think he is going to rage on and sort of live in his own little world over these next couple of weeks of his presidency. But you see,
remember what she was wearing, these pearls with this red dress, because it was when I thought that anything and everything was possible. And then nothing has happened since then. We've never been able, as I said, from the presidential debate stage, if this was easy, we could play a game called Name Your Favorite Woman President or Name Your Favorite Woman Vice President. We can't. There's been none until now. And so Kamala, of course, as she has said, stands on the shoulders of so many, including Geraldine Ferraro and including Shirley Chisholm and all those women that have, and certainly Hillary Clinton, have made this attempt before. And she's going to be out there. I can't wait to see her tonight and mostly see her lead.
So we saw record turnout. Right, record turnout for both sides in this, right? And Joe Biden is going to have probably close to 75 million or so votes when all this is said and done.
Could we have a footnote on that, Aaron? Minnesota is inching toward, are you ready for this? 80% inching up to that voter turnout.
80%, wow.
Let me see, maybe 79 something, where I think we'll have the highest in the country. Not of registered voters, of all eligible people who could vote. So I literally walk down the street in my state, and I know that something like 4 out of 5 people have voted. And I've had people say, hey, I voted. Might not agree with you, but I voted. I think we have to look at it one way. Even though It's a very divided country, and it's going to be a lot on us as leaders to bring people together. And I think the first step would be a pandemic package right now when we get back. But also, people participated. They believed that their vote mattered. They believed that they are part of this democracy. And I actually do think that's a good place to start, despite the division.
Wow, I have to say 80% are close. It's just a moment to step back and say, we've all lived in a country for too long where we just settled for about half the people vote, if that.
Well,
right, and now all of a sudden we made it easier for people, right? That there was early voting and mail-in voting and things that hopefully will stay forever because people's voices should be heard. But what does it mean that there is such, you use the word divided, it's the right word. What does this mean for Joe Biden in terms of a mandate and governing?
It means that he will have to use his unique skills to bring Republicans with us. I'm sure one of the first things I know, because he said this to me, one of the first things he's going to do in these next few weeks will be calling Democratic and Republican governors, calling Democratic and Republican members of Congress to start talking about what he needs to do and getting advice on things. That's what he does. I don't think you saw Donald Trump doing a lot of that. You're going to see Joe Biden doing a lot of that. And then he will be, of course, announcing his cabinet to the world. That is on his mind in a big way. But a lot of this is just appealing to better angels in people. And it's not going to be easier for people to think of that. But finding that common ground. And I think his friend John McCain, my friend John McCain, said it best, that there's nothing more liberating than fighting for a cause larger than yourself. Right now, this is a democracy of purpose, and Joe Biden is going to seize that moment, seize, yes, the celebration today, but also the hard work of governing. We can't wait anymore to do something about the pandemic and the economy and to do something about climate change and immigration reform. He knows that.
Senator, you ran as a moderate. I remember sitting with you after debates and talking about the response in the room, right, when people on that Democratic stage had to respond to questions about health care and socialism. You are a moderate. You talk about the cabinet. Has President-elect Joe Biden spoken to you at all about a possible role in that cabinet?
No, and I think part of that is that I've made clear I like what I'm doing, and I think it's a very critical role right now. I'm actually the highest-ranking Democrat on the Rules Committee, and we will be doing a lot of work in the coming year. I serve on the Judiciary Committee, as you know, and do a lot of work on the economic side with Commerce and Joint Economic Committee. So, I'm ready to go, and I think it's going to be very important to bring back the Senate. We still don't know who's running the Senate.
Right.
We have the two runoffs coming up in Georgia, where we did very well in the presidential. I believe when it's all recounted, we will continue our lead in the presidential, and that's a good place to start for those runoffs.
We are about to speak to Raphael Warnock, who obviously is going to be in one of those runoffs in the state of Georgia.
I talked to him 2 days ago, helping him out.
Those two Senate runoffs are going to determine the control of the Senate. Some Republicans have argued, look, a Republican Senate actually better for Biden. It will enable him to be more moderate, to govern as a moderate, to temper the far left of his own party. Do you see anything to that?
I think we're much better off with a Democratic Senate and being able to work more easily to pass some of these major bills, especially an economic package. I don't think it's even a close call. But again, even in that situation, Joe Biden will have unique skills in working with Republicans, and we're going to have to keep that up because that's going to be part of the beauty of what we need to do in the next 6 months.
All right, Senator Amy Klobuchar, thank you very much. Always appreciate talking to you.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, and we will be right back here as you watch these crowds across the country. This is Washington, D.C., right outside the White House tonight. We'll be back with our special coverage. All right, and we will be right back here as you watch these crowds across the country. This is Washington, D.C., right outside the White House tonight. We'll be back with our special coverage.
We all have our own journey ahead of us, our own hopes and dreams. We'll pass many milestones, moments that define you and drive you to achieve even more. So celebrate every one, because success isn't just about where you want to get to. It's also about how you get there.
Cut on rehearsal.
The all-new 2021 Cadillac Escalade. Never stop arriving.
For over 80 years, we've built on our expertise to make the world a better place. And now, when healthcare needs support more than ever, we will never stop easing the burden on patients and frontline workers while helping to reduce the risk of spreading infection with our state-of-the-art mobile X-ray and ultrasound systems. We will never stop accelerating clinical trials of our own antiviral drug. We're also supplying critical raw materials for vaccine and drug development and readying our specialized facilities to scale up production to help our partners one day ensure a steady supply for people around the world. At Fujifilm, our commitment to healthcare didn't start with COVID-19, and it won't end with it either. We will never stop innovating for a healthier world. Fujifilm, value from innovation.
Dolph Lundgren. You've got a 160 IQ, a master's in chemical engineering. I mean, you're technically a genius. And it appears you're quite the investor.
I like to trade.
Well, TD Ameritrade has pros ready if you need help, say, talking through a new strategy, just in case things, get a little rocky. I'm sorry. On the upside, I think that's waterproof. Maybe not.
Ordering Chipotle for the family? Voila! Rewarded with guacamole and a side of quiet. Grubhub gives you rewards for rewarding yourself with food.
These days, we're all together all the time. Working, playing, cleaning. Turns out family life can be, well, gross. But Care.com can help with lots of great housekeepers to put your messy place back together again when it's right for you. It costs less than you think. And a clean house feels so good. Get the housekeeping help you need. Care.com.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Your experience matters. At University of Phoenix, students with relevant life experience and eligible transfer credits save, on average, $11,000 and 1 year off their undergrad degree. See how much you can save.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
I shopped for jeans online last night, and a yoga mat to stays in. Now I'm gonna just buy a bike for him. Cash back on the stuff all in my home. I shop on Rakuten. Rakuten.
The voters in Pennsylvania pushed Joe Biden over the finish line, securing the 270 electoral votes he needed to win. Our Shimon Prokupecz is in Philadelphia. People have been celebrating there now for several hours. Is it so much? Is it Biden? It's clearly Biden and Harris supporters. There's also been a lot of just anger about the insults that the president has been making toward Philadelphia just over the last several days.
Yeah, there has. In fact, some people were holding signs mocking the president, saying things like bad things happen in Philadelphia. Then we've seen signs, people saying great things happen in Philadelphia, certainly after this city, which they believe ultimately clinched the presidency for the president-elect, Joe Biden. It's been one big party here, Anderson. When I was with you just a short time ago, we were at the convention center where most of the supporters had been gathering. We've now moved over to City Hall because it's been incredible to watch as people have been streaming in to that area. Drum lines started showing up. There are now 2 different drum lines that have joined the party here, and they led this group through the streets to this area here at City Hall. And you can see just straight ahead, it's too crowded for us to walk through, Anderson, but the drummers are just ahead here. And then people out here, there's an Elmo costume, a Mickey Mouse costume, people just celebrating. And one of the things you keep hearing from people out here is the relief that they feel from what happened finally with the decision, with the call on the fact that Joe Biden is the next president. And that's the relief that they've been feeling. And we've been seeing it all throughout Philadelphia. The streets of Philadelphia here in downtown certainly are filled with people celebrating, carrying signs and flags. Where we were before at the convention center, there was a group of Trump supporters, so there was some tension there, but it was all peaceful. And so now everyone here just continuing to celebrate at City Hall.
All right, Shimon Prokupecz, appreciate it. Thanks very much. I want to go to the West Coast where people are also celebrating in Los Angeles, the history-making day for Senator Kamala Harris, a native of California, and, of course, for President-elect Biden. I want to bring in CNN's Josh Campbell in Los Angeles. How's it going there, Josh?
Anderson, I've lived in Los Angeles for a long time, and I've never seen anything like this, and that is a group of people taking to the streets in a parade here after an election. You can see behind me there's a large crowd that gathered close to City Hall. Now they just decided to go on the move, going through the streets. Very much a sense of jubilation here. There are some of the people in some of the high-rises that live outside opening their windows, shouting and chanting and screaming their calls for celebration as well after this election. Now, of course, as you mentioned, Senator and now Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is from California, a native of Oakland, but she and her husband now live here in Los Angeles. So many of these crowd members out here, they've been telling us that they're here to celebrate one of their own, another Californian who has now made history, becoming the first woman and certainly the first woman of color to reach the vice presidency. It's also worth noting that so much of what we've heard from this crowd pertains to Donald Trump. Anderson, calls and chants for Trump out now. This is obviously a very diverse city here, a large Hispanic population. Some of the group members telling us that President Trump's policies as it relates to the immigrant community and Hispanics is something that they have really taken exception with throughout the bulk of his presidency, starting with the birtherism of Obama, starting with calling Mexicans rapists during his announcement for the presidency. And so that pattern of action throughout his presidency, in their view, against people of color is something that has really turned this into very much a pressure release valve, it seems. With that announcement now that Biden-Harris will now become the president and vice president respectively, you now see this group of people coming out here, a sense of jubilation, a sense of celebration here in downtown Los Angeles. Anderson.
All right, Josh Campbell. Josh, thanks very much. Aaron?
All right, and joining us now, the host of CNN Smerconish, Michael Smerconish, CNN political reporter Nia Malika Henderson, and legendary journalist Carl Bernstein. Carl, let me start with you. We have this moment here. It's 6:30 Eastern in the United States, and people are going to the streets en masse, right? And we all saw it this morning when people first started hearing the news and trickling out and celebrating. And it wasn't just a momentary thing. It has grown and grown and grown. The president's still refusing to concede. What are you hearing in Republican circles about this tonight, Carl?
Well, particularly in the Senate of the United States, one of the dirty secrets of the Trump presidency is that perhaps 25 Republican senators actually despise Donald Trump. They've been held hostage by him. They have done his bidding and enabled him. But many of them were actually, according to their assistants and aides and chiefs of staff, were happy to see Donald Trump lose this election. As long they hope they can keep control of the Senate. But they also know that Joe Biden is a creature of the Senate, and that the country needs some kind of peace, an attempt at bringing people together. And they know that Trump has said he is going to do a scorched earth attempt to hold on to office. And there are 8, 10, 12 of them are talking with each other about absolutely preventing Donald Trump from going into the bunker. They're going to make sure he comes out of the bunker. I think they're talking with Leader McConnell about this. And I don't think that we're going to see Leader McConnell go along with any plans that Trump has to hold on to office by subterfuge and undermine the Electoral College and these other dark things that he and his sons and others are talking about.
So when does this happen? I mean, I understand your reporting here is sort of a work in progress. Their thinking is a work in progress, Carl. But when, right? We're in this crucial moment where right now it's celebration, and then there's going to be this pregnant pause that the president needs to fill.
Somebody told me today on Capitol Hill, who's in touch with these people, maybe a week, if Trump continues to be as recalcitrant and continues his scorched earth comments and refusal to recognize what's happened, maybe within a week that there are going to be a group of senators that go down to the White House and tell the president that he is going to have to capitulate. The precedent for this, of course, is what happened with Richard Nixon. When Barry Goldwater, the great conservative, 1964 nominee for president of his party, he led a delegation of senators and House leaders to the White House and told Richard Nixon he had to leave office, that the tide in the country had turned against him. And that's really what's going on here. Now, that doesn't mean that these same senators aren't still afraid of Donald Trump. They know that they can be, quote, primaried if Donald Trump, after he leaves the White House, calls for them to be defeated. Donald Trump's movement is not going to go away. He got 70 million votes, etc. But there are senators who are ready to speak up and to make sure that there is an orderly transition to the presidency of Joe Biden.
And Nia, are there any moderating forces in the White House that have the power to break through to this president?
You know, I think the short answer to that is no. We've seen this president over the last many years, his behavior, particularly his behavior in the weeks leading to this election, the way he talked about the voting process, really tried to undermine democracy. And we see him continuing to do that now. So you think about who he surrounds himself with, the folks who are closest to him, people like Ivanka Trump, people like Jared Kushner, they have stood by and let him behave in a way that has gotten him to where he is now. You know, I think his behavior in terms of refusing to concede, his refusal to acknowledge reality, that is why he is going to end up being a one-term president. This sort of delusional behavior. He's a man who rose to the presidency on a conspiracy theory and will leave embracing a conspiracy theory about some sort of vast, fraudulent voter scheme, which, of course, we know is an utter lie. So, you know, if you think about Republicans, if you think about the people who work in the White House, they have ceded their power completely to this president because they wanted to be around him and in his circle. So this idea that someone in the White House or even Republicans can come to him at this point and tell him what to do, I think it's unlikely. For years, it's been the other way around. He has told Republicans how to behave, and they have fallen in line. So I think that is going to be the order of the day, and we'll just have to see what this president does and hope he doesn't do more damage and just, you know, contains his rantings and ravings to Twitter.
Which Michael, thus far, you know, today that's what he's doing, right? His 70 million legal votes, the Biden's, I guess, 74.5 million aren't, right? That he's won the election, right? It's contained to Twitter. It's lost much of its amplifying power for now. But yet, Michael, Republicans have a decision to make, right? They can't just sort of get by silently on this.
So I think there'll be clarity in the early part of the coming week. I'm reminded of the fact that this election cycle began with tabulation hiccups. I'm thinking about the Iowa caucus on February 3rd. You remember that whole debacle for a couple of days. But Aaron, In Tuesday's election, it strikes me how remarkably quiet it was, and I attribute that to the mail process that was relied on by so many. The sort of human factors, and I'm not referencing anything with fraud, just stuff happens. There really weren't many reports of it. The president has raised some transparency issues. That alone is not enough to contest the race, and I think in courtrooms that's going to become very, very obvious. Call me naive. I'd like to think that he can and maybe will make a call. The question is, you know, he's a very proud individual. Conceding has never come naturally. I'm sure he's emotionally devastated. He left it all on the field. He almost pulled off quite a comeback. But the call should have three component parts. It should be, Joe, I am calling to congratulate you on a very tough race. The results suggest that you won. And now I need to make sure that it was all done fairly. It would give the president-elect the ability to stand up in Wilmington tonight and say, I received a telephone call from the president. He congratulated us on our tough fight. It's not everything that Joe Biden would like to hear from Donald Trump, but it would salve the nation, and it would be in the president, Donald Trump's best interest.
And Carl, that is what he focuses on. I think it's interesting what you said, though, that this is still, there are 70 million votes is 70 million votes, right? President Trump, if he plays this right, will remain a person of great power within the GOP.
Right. Right.
Yes, he will. And he also wants to remain a huge force in American life, whatever happens to him. He thrives on being the most talked about person in the world. And he's not going to give that up. But the one thing we do have to think about is that he knows that he faces the possibility of some criminal actions. And that there also is a question of, will he pardon himself on his way out the door? Will he seek somehow to get a pardon farther down the line? But this is, according to people who talk to him, he knows that he is the target of investigation. And that has to worry him to some extent and be part of his calculation here. But he's nowhere near ready yet to capitulate. And hopefully in the next week or so, we'll see a real movement to bring these forces together, that he might accept what has happened here and move and begin for a peaceful transition of power.
I mean, Nia, because what he's sitting there, right? He's watching the television screens. He is seeing people gathering. He is hearing people gathering outside the White House. And like many in this country, he's going to watch Joe Biden speak tonight to the nation. I mean, this is a moment for him, you know, just to imagine that image for a second, right? He's going to sit back and be watching the person who is now the president-elect of the United States, Joe Biden.
And I imagine his anger and his frustration and his delusions and his paranoia will only grow. I mean, the idea that this was stolen from him, that is what he's been telling his followers even before any votes were cast, that somehow this was rigged if he lost. And I think he's never going to give that story up. And if he calls Joe Biden and congratulates him, if he concedes, he will have to give that story up. He will have to admit to his followers that he was a liar all this time. And I find it hard to believe that he would actually do that. He's using this, this conspiracy theory to bind himself closely to those followers, to the most diehard of those 70 million. And he is never going to cede that bond with them. And, if you're a Republican, you think somehow you can get those people to support you. But this is Donald Trump really laying claim to a significant portion of his voters through this story by casting himself as someone who was robbed of the presidency by forces in this country that are illegitimate and cast illegal votes. That is his whole story, and it's a powerful one, and I think it'll bind his followers to him for years to come and will make him a force, and a dark force in American politics for years to come. So Republicans are going to have to reckon with that, and it's a reckoning that they could have had earlier, if they really dealt with all of the problems that Donald Trump posed to the country, but it's something that they went along with. So now they're going to have to deal with him going forward.
All right, all thank you. Carl, Nia, Michael, appreciate it very much. And our special coverage continues in just a moment.
Want your brain better? Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva has clinically proven ingredients that fuel 5 indicators of brain performance: memory, focus, accuracy, learning, and concentration. Try our new gummies for 30 days and see the difference.
Watch what I do. Watch what I do. I see you looking. Watch what I do. Watch what I do. I see you looking. Watch what I do.
I had this $100,000 student debt.
$225,000 in debt.
So far, I literally changed my life.
It was the easiest application process.
SoFi made it so there's no trade-off between my dreams and paying student loans.
And smash yourself.
Student loans don't have to take over for the rest of your life.
Thank you for allowing me to get my money right.
Good morning, Mr. Sun.
Good morning, Blair.
Ooh, I'm gonna grow big and strong.
Yes, you are.
I'm gonna get this place all clean.
I'll give you a hand. And I'm gonna put Lisa on crutches. Wait, what?
Says she's gonna need crutches. She fell pretty hard. You might want to clean that up, girl. Excuse us.
When owning a small business gets real, Progressive helps protect what you built with customizable coverage.
And I'm gonna...
Donnie, no.
Oh. Okay, give it a try.
Between wisdom and curiosity, there's a bridge. Between ideas and inspiration, trauma and treatment.
Need a couple of more pounds.
That's good for the baby. Between the moments that make us who we are and keeping them safe, private, and secure, there's WebEx.
Beautiful.
It's an important time to save. With Priceline, you can get up to 60% off amazing hotels. And when you get a big deal, you feel like a big deal. Priceline. Every trip is a big deal.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Target for identity theft or cybercrime?
You put locks on your doors and windows, an alarm system on your home, but protecting yourself from cyber threats isn't that straightforward.
In the last year, there were 3 victims of cybercrime every second. As technology evolves, so do the criminals. That's why you need more protection than ever to help safeguard your personal information. Now, Norton 360 with LifeLock provides an all-in-one membership for your cyber safety that includes identity theft protection, device security, a VPN for online privacy, and more. And if you have an identity theft problem, we'll work to fix it with our $1 million protection package.
With all the things that can happen, you need all-in-one protection. That's why I trust Norton 360 with LifeLock.
Norton 360 with LifeLock. Use promo code JOIN25 to save 25% off your first year and get a free shredder with annual membership. Call now, start your membership, or visit lifelock.com/join25.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
Mesothelioma is all we do. For over 10 years, we have offered a free book on mesothelioma. Call 1-800-400-2802.
All right, in Atlanta, an area the president once described as crime-infested and falling apart, the celebrations have been particularly spirited thus far, and we are now here in the dark in the evening hours. Our Gary Tuchman is in Atlanta on the ground. So, Gary, you know, I know you've been surrounded by people as we've been talking over these past few hours. How are people responding to Biden's victory?
I say that the people here, to use an understatement, are jubilant. This is a spontaneous block party. It's a block party that's now lasted for about 7 hours, ever since CNN made its projection. People started hitting the streets. This is Midtown Atlanta. Midtown Atlanta is a very politically liberal area, and if this state of Georgia ends up going for Joe Biden, it'll be because of these people who are so happy. Atlanta went big for Joe Biden, and it appears that Georgia may go blue for the first time since 1992, 28 years. I can tell you it's been very festive. What's most important, it's been very peaceful and very safe. There haven't been any problems whatsoever. There's even a very relatively small police presence. They've closed off the streets here to maintain safety, so there's no one driving on this very busy street right now. A couple of things that are concerning that's important to mention. Number one, hey guys, quiet while I talk, please. Quiet while I talk. It's very important to point this out. I'm going to walk this way. That there's very little social distancing here, but 90 to 95% of people are wearing their masks, and that's very important. So it's the opposite kind of a Donald Trump rally where almost 10%, 15% of people are wearing masks, but there's a little more social distancing. So that's a little risky. In addition to that, there is concern because earlier today there was a demonstration in support of Donald Trump, a few hundred people. There was some concern that I had that people who were at that rally would show up here and cause trouble. They have the right to be here, but if it's concerning to us, that hasn't happened. So right now everything's safe, everything's peaceful, and we hope it remains this way as people here are very happy.
Yeah, certainly celebrating. All right, Gary, thank you very much. And I want to go to another part of Atlanta where our Natasha Chen has been watching as people have been gathering these past few hours. And we hear the horns. What are you seeing now, Natasha?
Yeah, it's just more and more people continue to gather here. There was already a planned rally today at noon. And as people were arriving on their way to this planned rally, that's when they heard the race being called. And one of the people who decided to come is Ms. Champ. She's from Clayton County. Now, Clayton County, south of Atlanta, was critical in delivering those final votes to put Biden in the lead in this race. And Ms. Champ, what does that feel like to you, who you've volunteered for so many campaigns and you've never seen Georgia in your time here elect a Democrat for president?
It was absolutely wonderful. It was fantastic. When I got the phone call this morning, I just went crazy because we never had it done. I've been here since the Olympics came, and we have never had this type of success. I credit it all to Stacey Abrams. It was her push to change things and make sure everybody knows what the rules have been that everybody wasn't talking about that made this happen for all of us. So thank you, Stacey Abrams. And Clayton County, shout out to Clayton County, because we made it happen. I appreciate all of y'all and everybody's effort. We really did it this time. Miss Lorette and everybody that helped out in Clayton County, thank y'all so much. We still got a long way to go, but I think we're going to take both Senate seats.
That was quite a nail-biter the other night when Clayton County was counting those final ballots. And you're talking about the runoffs that are about to happen. Tell me about the work that you're going to do to make sure that this momentum doesn't stop here.
We are going to register more people to vote, that's for sure. We're going to make sure that we get out the vote and make sure everybody turns out the vote. We're going to do phone calls. We're going to do knocks on doors. We're going to make sure everybody and their family member get involved in making this happen for us here in Georgia. We deserve it. We deserve new leadership. And this is the time right now. So everybody, please, if you're listening to me and you live in Georgia, get involved. Make sure you're part of the process. And let's turn Georgia from red to blue completely.
Are you nervous now that the Republicans in the state see how close it was, that they're really going to come out during those runoffs and make it very challenging?
I am not concerned at all because we was concerned, and look what happened. Long as we keep our faith and we do what we need to do, we can make it happen. I really believe that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Champ, for speaking with us about this. And, you know, I spoke to the organizer of the rally earlier today. She's already gone home. She said she needs to rest up because they're starting the registration of voters for that runoff tomorrow. So the work does not stop.
Oh, all right, Natasha, thank you very much. All right, so Natasha's talking about those two runoffs, and they're crucial. They are the two runoffs that will decide control of the Senate. Georgia is now the center of the American political universe. It was also the adopted home, of course, of the late Congressman John Lewis. Earlier this year in Selma, Alabama, Lewis talked about why the vote was so crucial for American democracy.
We cannot give up now. We cannot give in. We must keep the faith, keep our eyes on the prize. We must go out and vote like we never, ever voted before. America is a different place, but we can make it much better. We must use the vote as a nonviolent instrument or tool to redeem the soul of America.
And that is what we have seen, record turnout in this country. The Reverend Raphael Warnock joins me. He is the Democratic candidate facing off against Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler in Georgia. And Reverend, I appreciate your time. It's good to talk to you again, sir. So what's your reaction to what we're seeing? We have reporters in Atlanta. Here's what we see on the streets, a spontaneous celebration. What is your reaction? Are you surprised at all to this great outpouring on the streets of Atlanta?
Oh, no, I'm not surprised at all. Thank you so very much. It's great to be here with you. And congratulations to the President-elect Joe Biden and our Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. Listen, the four most powerful words in a democracy are the people have spoken. And so I'm grateful for this outcome, for what's happening right here on the ground in Georgia. This is not magic. This is not something that happened all of a sudden. Stacey Abrams and others of us have been working on this for years. And I believe John Lewis, my parishioner, whose service I had the sad honor of officiating, is smiling right now. He's part of a great cloud of witnesses ushering us on. And we intend to amplify the voices of the people who are ready for change. And you're going to see that in this runoff.
All right, so I want to talk to you about this runoff. First, though, Reverend, it is so very close in Georgia. Indications that there'll be a recount on the presidential race. Are you confident that Joe Biden will succeed in securing Georgia on his win column?
There is no question that Georgia is well on its way to solidifying its status as a blue state. We've been working on this for years, and the other side knows it. That's why they've been engaged in voter suppression for so long. We saw record voter turnout in June. 1.8 billion Democrats showed up, no more than ever. And we saw that again in this election. And I think that our side is going to be very energized to show up for the January 5th. They understand how much is at stake. And as I'm moving across this state, people are concerned. They understand how consequential this election is. They're worried about their health care. They need somebody to get control of this pandemic and help us to reopen our businesses and our schools. And so Joe Biden will need a lot of help in the Senate, and I'm deeply honored to be a part of that process.
All right, so let me ask you about where things are, because the whole country is going to be watching Georgia. The whole country. We are about to see, you're talking about voter registration pushes, money flowing in, right? It is all about Georgia now and these runoffs, these two crucial seats. It determines the Senate. It's going to determine what legislation Joe Biden can pass. So where you stood, in the race, right, this week, 32.9% of the vote. The Republicans in your race combined, right, Mr. Collins and Senator Loeffler, had 45.9%. So if she is able, Senator Loeffler, to consolidate that support, that combined support, how do you close the gap to win?
Oh, we'll close the gap. Remember, there were 21 people in my race, 21 people, and they were listed alphabetically. My last name begins with W, Warnock. So I was near the bottom of the list. And we finished in a very strong position. We finished first. And as I'm moving across Georgia, people are not worried about the politicians. They're worried about themselves and their own lives. And they're trying to figure out how they and their families navigate this thick darkness of a once-in-a-century pandemic and economic turndown that's caused them to lose their jobs. And they have not seen any relief from Kelly Loeffler, who for months has served in the Senate. She's done a good job of protecting her own portfolio. She hasn't done a good job at all protecting the people of Georgia. I intend to stand up for ordinary people here in Georgia. And I think that as they hear our message, they will respond, and we'll see the benefits and the fruit of that come January 5th.
And a final question here in terms, you look at neighboring South Carolina, right? Jamie Harrison, right? There's an unprecedented amount of money that went into that race. It did not do what Democrats thought it would do, right? Lindsey Graham is returning to the Senate. In the Georgia Senate races, we have already seen an incredible amount of money, $173 million plowed into the Georgia Senate races thus far. Are you worried about the money factor, Reverend Warnock, when you're trying to focus on grassroots voter registration? Are you worried about the money factor?
Well, I was outspent during the general. If you could buy this seat, Kelly Loeffler would have it by now. But I'm going to be focused not on who I'm running against, but who I'm running for. And I have to tell you that over the last few days, my website has seen a whole lot of traffic. Folks have been going to warnock4georgia.com. They've been signing up. They've been giving to my campaign. My campaign is fueled by support of ordinary people because that's who I'm standing up.
All right. Well, Reverend Raphael Warnock, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you who are joining to watch this historic day in America, in the United States, and around the world. Thanks for watching CNN's coverage, the election of Joe Biden over President Donald Trump. Our coverage continues now with Jake Tapper, Wolf Blitzer, Dana Bash, Abby Phillip, John King, and Anderson Cooper right after this quick break. Have a great night.
Introducing the new Defender. Just the thing for those little everyday trips. Good in heavy traffic. Perfect for catching up with the relatives. And dropping into the car wash en route. Giving someone a helping hand. Or beating the commute. And putting your feet up after a long day.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, got very quiet. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. Let's remember this time when so many struggled to feel secure and build a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it.
When pets were given the choice between paying more with cable TV or paying less for their favorite channels with Sling, the results? Well, there were no results. Because they're animals. They don't have a concept of money. You're not an animal. Make the smart choice and switch to Sling. Get the best of cable for the best price. Get started in 5 minutes at sling.com.
We missed out on a lot this year.
But I am not missing out on the holidays.
We could all use more cheer.
I got some really cute stuff from Overstock.
I had to get the accent pillows, y'all. So excited!
This bra feels so festive.
Look at these.
Free shipping on everything.
The big stuff.
The small stuff.
The cozy stuff.
This year, Overstock is your partner in cheer, making sure the most wonderful time of the year is the most wonderful yet. Overstock, where quality costs less. Shop early during our pre-Black Friday.
When you take a statin drug to reduce cholesterol, it can also deplete your CoQ10 levels. I recommend Cunol CoQ10 to help restore this important heart health nutrient. Cunol is the brand I recommend considering along with your statin medication.
Got a taste for a deal? Want a hamburger, some fries, a drink, nuggets? Boom! Rewarded with the Wendy's 4 for $4 perk on Grubhub.
Are you ready? All right, here we go. Hey, little girl, get on up.
Up that resistance a little more.
Drummer, do your old stuff. Drummer,
almost there.
You sure are tough. Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Introducing Smart Touch, the hospital-grade disinfectant that cleans and disinfects household surfaces. It's EPA registered, and the Smart Touch formula is on the CDC's list of acceptable products to meet the EPA's criteria for use against SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. Just spray and walk away. Every time you touch a surface, unwanted microbes are left behind. Spray on Smart Touch to kill viruses and bacteria. Smart Touch is safe around food, pets, and children, and it's made in the USA. Available at these fine stores.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Skyrizi. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
I feel free to bare my skin. Visit Skyrizi.com.
These are live pictures coming in from Wilmington, Delaware, where the new president-elect of the United States, Joe Biden, is getting ready to address the American people. Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're standing by to hear from President-elect Biden for the first time since he sealed his election victory. All day in cities across the United States, we've seen parties erupt in the streets. Biden supporters celebrating a new chapter for this country and the beginning of the end of the chaotic presidency of Donald Trump. In addition to President-elect Biden, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will speak tonight, making history as the first woman of color to hold the nation's second highest office. Their remarks will set the tone for how they will lead this divided country after 4 years of political turmoil, 8 months of a deadly pandemic, and over 4 days of suspense as we all waited to learn how this election would end. Let's go straight to our correspondents in Wilmington, Delaware. First, Arlette Saenz. Arlette, so what do we expect tonight?
Well, Wolf, when Joe Biden addresses the nation for the first time as president-elect, his speech will be one focusing on unity. His advisors say that it thematically draws from some of the major final speeches of his campaign, one that he's delivered in Gettysburg, as well as Warm Springs, Georgia. And this speech has been written for some time, but they have made adjustments for it as the week has progressed. But ultimately, he's going to talk about the need to come together and how he will be a president for all Americans. Now, Joe Biden spent the majority of today at home with his family, taking in this moment that they have worked for together for many, many years. And in fact, it was Joe Biden's grandchildren who were the ones who informed him that he had crossed that threshold and was president-elect. In fact, there was a photo that was posted shortly after by his eldest granddaughter, Naomi Biden, that showed that moment as his family is embracing shortly after he had won this race. Now, Biden had also spent the day fielding some phone calls. He spoke with his former boss, President Barack Obama. He also spoke with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, two people that will be his governing partners in Washington. And I spoke with a friend who has been in touch with Biden over the past few days and said that he has been very calm as this process has played out and also clear-headed about the tasks at hand. Coronavirus, which has been a central point of his campaign over the past few months, that will be a main focus in these opening weeks of the transition period, and that includes appointing a task force as he is trying to show that he is getting to work tackling this pandemic before he makes it to the White House. But tonight it is time for a celebration. Joe Biden now has been part of 2 history-making tickets. First, as he served as vice president alongside Barack Obama, the first black man to become president, and now with Kamala Harris as his vice president, the first woman of color to become vice president. And this day also holds some personal significance It was 48 years ago today that Joe Biden first won his Senate seat here in Delaware, and now 48 years later, he's heading to the White House. Wolf.
Lots of history unfolding. Arlette Saenz in Wilmington, Delaware for us. Jeff Zeleny is also in Wilmington, Delaware for us right now. Jeff, so what else has the president-elect of the United States been doing behind the scenes? What are you learning?
Well, Wolf, Arlette was talking about the history of Joe Biden, and there's something to set the scene for you. We are here outside of where Arlette is. Several hundred people have gathered here spontaneously to pay tribute to really their hometown political hero. We've talked to people who've driven here from South Jersey, people who've driven here from across Delaware, and they have watched Joe Biden throughout the course of his political career. And there is no question tonight he's going to talk about that, but also talk about moving forward. Also talk about this unity message that he is going to be delivering. We know throughout the course of the day, as Arlette said, he was fielding phone calls from Barack Obama, from other Democratic leaders, also just spending some time with his family, taking in really what has been a tumultuous year. If you think about it, well, talking to people in the crowd tonight, we've talked to Pete Buttigieg supporters, Elizabeth Warren supporters, supporters of Amy Klobuchar and others. People were not necessarily with him from the beginning, even here in Delaware, but they are tonight. Excited about Joe Biden, excited about Kamala Harris to witness history. And you can see behind me, Wolf, this major flag, this giant flag, the size, I'm told, of a basketball court, has been hanging in the breeze here all week. And it really has been waiting for this moment for Joe Biden to deliver this speech tonight. So we're told that he is going to focus not on the supporters here in this crowd, but focus on those who did not vote for him. Focus on those also saying that he will be their president as well, looking ahead to what he hopes will be a unifying moment for this country. So again, as you can see, people here have gathered, those who are not invited guests, not in their drive-in rally. This is a walk-up rally out here, Wolf, and people are excited for change in the White House.
They certainly are. A truly historic and very exciting moment in American history. Let's check in with Jake for more. Jake?
Thanks, Wolf. Obviously, Joe Biden has a big task ahead of him, giving this address in which he will assume the mantle of president-elect after a very hard-fought battle and an election night that extended all the way from Tuesday to today. Dana Bash, let's talk about what Joe Biden has to do. But before we do, let's just take a look here at the outside the White House. You see these crowds celebrating. We've been seeing images like this from coast to coast all day of people honking their horns and waving flags. People very excited. There they are outside the White House. We hope they're wearing masks. Obviously, they're not social distancing sufficiently. Again, I hate to be a wet blanket, but we are in the middle of a horrific pandemic that is spreading and getting even worse. So please wear masks. Please avoid crowds as much as possible. Anyway, Dana.
Yeah, a lot of honking on our way back to the studio. I'm guessing you witnessed the same thing. Look, this is, there's a pressure valve that has been released in big cities across the country. And I use the term big cities purposefully because there's an opposite feeling in some of the rural areas where President Trump gathered his 70 million votes. But tonight, that is not what we're seeing. That is not what we're hearing. We are hearing an ecstatic country. The 5 million people who voted for Joe Biden. And there is a sense of relief among those people. It's like they've been waiting for 4 years to go out and do exactly what they're doing now.
Yeah, I used the word catharsis earlier, and I that was before we saw these incredible images all across the country. But literally, as people are pouring into the streets, you're reminded that so many Americans just want politics a little bit less in their lives for a while,
Boredom.
They want to be a little bit more bored by what's going on in Washington. They want to be able to not think about it every single day of their lives. And the people that you're seeing out there are people who feel aggrieved by the political system. They're the ones who feel like the system has hurt them over the last 4 years. Obviously, Dana, as you said, millions, 70+ million people feel the opposite way. But this is a little bit of a representative of what the majority said and spoke with their votes. And I do think Joe Biden's going to talk about that. The Democratic Party is motivated by a lot of things. Biden's voters are motivated by a lot of things. We saw that in the exit polls. split between racial justice, the coronavirus, and the economy. So it is all of the above that Biden has to speak to tonight, because not every person is out there because they absolutely love Joe Biden. Sometimes some of these people are out there because they feel like the current administration has hurt them and they would prefer anything else.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I mean, you know, we contain multitudes. There are lots of reasons that people are out there. Some of them, I'm sure, support Biden policies. Some of them probably think Biden is too conservative, and they're just looking forward to AOC and Bernie Sanders pushing Biden, and they're looking forward to that struggle. We also have to acknowledge that 51% of the country is female. And has never held the position of president or vice president ever. There's an Instagram post that we were talking about earlier where it just shows the face of every single vice president up until the election of Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, and just without even making a statement about it, just man throughout the one century and then another century, and then finally it ends on a woman. Says it all. And I'm sure there are a lot of women and girls in the streets incredibly excited about that. A lot of people of color, obviously, excited about further representation. Obviously, Barack Obama was president for 8 years, but it has been a rough era, I should say, for a lot of people in minority communities because of the disdain many felt directly from President Obama. Let's talk right now with, President Trump. Let's talk right now with Pete Buttigieg, the former Democratic presidential candidate and mayor of South Bend, Indiana, who became one of Joe Biden's strongest surrogates, especially going into enemy territory on a certain other cable news channel. Mayor Buttigieg, thanks so much for joining us. Let's just start with your reaction to the news today of Pennsylvania and thus the presidency being called for President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. What was your reaction? Have you spoken to either of them?
Well, I'm delighted, of course. And you know, when you think back to everything we've been through in the last 4 years, everything that not just politically, but just as a country, you know, this is a moment that I think allows us all to finally envision turning the page. In my own campaign, I talked a lot about inviting voters and audiences to picture that day when the sun comes up for the first time and Donald Trump's no longer president. Now we know that day will come in January, and we're going to go to bed tonight with a new president-elect. It's also, I think you can't overstate the significance, the historic significance of Kamala Harris becoming the first woman, as well as the first woman of color, of course, and black woman to be in national office in this country. And, you know, she carried the weight of history onto the debate stage and throughout this campaign. And the other thing that's on my mind so much is I think back to some of the times I've, as you said, you know, ventured into places that maybe weren't known for being full of Democrats to make the case for this ticket, is that Joe Biden has built a coalition that has included progressives and moderates and independents and a striking number of Republicans who believe in decency, believe in empathy. And if everyone in that big tent doesn't agree on everything, they agreed on this much and delivered this incredible historic win that really does make a statement about America. And now, of course, we'll be looking for what it means to deliver on that mandate that Joe Biden has earned. And I'm looking forward in a few minutes to hearing him share with the nation how he seeks to make good on his campaign pledge to bring us together and to deliver on an agenda. Let's also remember, while certainly progressive, is supported by an American majority already.
So one of the premises of the Biden campaign was, vote for me, I can win back the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We still don't know the result in Georgia officially. That's going to a recount. And Arizona we have not called yet. They're still counting ballots there. So, but he did it with the blue wall. He may have expanded it beyond that, but he definitely did it with the blue wall. How did he do it? How did he win back those states?
Well, I think from day one, he was very intentional about outreach in the Midwest, about connecting with middle-class voters. After all, he himself is the product of a Pennsylvania middle-class upbringing. and speaking to the realities that are happening around us in our lives. One of the reasons these very same states that put this president over the top have now been those to hand him this defeat, along with what we believe is very exciting news coming out of the South and the Sun Belt. But one of the reasons that there was that change here in the Midwest was that you just can't argue with reality. Looking around and seeing the failed handling of the pandemic, seeing that our country became less, not more safe, that it became more divided, and that so many of those economic promises made to the middle class, made to the Midwest, didn't come through. The reality wasn't there. And while, of course, he retains his base, I think a lot of people who voted one way last time around resonated much more with that call for decency and empathy and competence than the idea that somehow the next 4 years were going to be better than the last 4 years.
So last time I interviewed you was before the election, and I asked about whether or not you talked with anybody in the transition team or Vice President Biden, now President-elect Biden, or Kamala Harris about serving in a Biden-Harris administration in a position maybe head of Veterans, Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Secretary of Defense, whatever. And you, as is your wont, deftly sidestepped the question and said you were focused on electing Biden and Harris. Okay, and I said, okay. But now that focus is gone because you have succeeded in your mission and that of your compatriots. So I will ask you again. Have you had any conversations with anybody about a position in the Biden cabinet? And what would you like if you could serve?
I was focused on ensuring that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected today. I'm focused on celebrating that win. There will be plenty of time for that to come up. But, the answer now is the answer I've given throughout, which is I'm just so excited about supporting this administration. And that much I'm certain of. But right now it's just such an extraordinary day. And I don't want us to lose that because America made a statement tonight. And this is a good day for America.
Okay, that's the last time I'm letting you get away with it, but I'll let you get away with it this time. Pete Buttigieg, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Say hi to Karsten for us, of course. Tonight, Americans hear for the first time from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as President-elect and Vice President-elect of the country as people celebrate their electoral victory from coast to coast, their popular vote victory from coast to coast as well. Our special coverage continues next.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast. Only Tylenol Rapid Release Gels have laser-drilled holes. They release medicine fast for fast pain relief. Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Just like your fingertips, your lips have a unique print and unique needs. Your lips are like no others and need a lip routine that's just right for you. Chapstick has you covered. Chapstick, put your lips first.
For a while, I've had like a kind of negative self-image. There's like this contrast between like the way that I was thinking about my personality and the way that I was thinking about my body. With Noom, I was able to learn how to interrupt those habits and create new ones. So my goal was 35 pounds, and I've lost about 30 pounds now. So I've never been this confident in my body. My name is Sarah, and I changed my life with Noom.
Visit Noom.com and lose the weight for good.
Your experience matters. At University of Phoenix, students with relevant life experience and eligible transfer credits save, on average, $11,000 and 1 year off their undergrad degree. See how much you can save.
Calm. Download the free app now.
It's time for Sleep Number's Veterans Day sale on the new Sleep Number 360 smart bed.
What if I sleep hot?
Or cold?
No problem. With temperature balancing, you can sleep better together.
Can it help keep me asleep?
Absolutely. It intelligently senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you both effortlessly comfortable.
Will it help me keep up with Mom?
You got this.
So, you can really promise better sleep?
Not promise, prove. It's our Veterans Day weekend special. Save up to $700 on the new Sleep Number 360 smart bed. Plus 0% interest for 24 months and free premium delivery when you add a base. Ends Wednesday.
I had shingles. Horrible. Young thing like me.
Actually, anyone 50 or over is at increased risk for shingles.
The pain, the burning. My husband had to do everything for weeks. And the thing is, there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, shingles can be prevented.
Shingles can be what?
Prevented. You can get vaccinated.
Frank?
Yeah.
They have shingles vaccines.
What?
That's what I said. We're taking you to the doctor.
Oh.
I'm not going through that again.
Hey, you can also get it from your pharmacist.
50 years or older? Get vaccinated for shingles now.
10 years ago, I had an undiagnosed heart condition, and erectile dysfunction was actually the first sign that something was wrong.
Luckily, I'm a doctor, an expert in sexual health, and Zach's dad.
Not everyone has a doctor in the house, and some health conditions can be really tough to talk about. We started Roman to change that.
Now you can go online and chat with a physician.
And if treatment is right for you, we'll ship genuine medication right to your door. If you're experiencing ED, hair loss, cold sores, or other issues, let's take care of it.
When you're through with powering through, it's time for Theraflu, hot liquid medicine. Powerful relief so you can restore and recover. Theraflu, hot beats cold.
You're looking at images from Wilmington, Delaware tonight. President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will speak to the U.S. soon. We're going to carry that live when they do. Meantime, the partying goes on in multiple cities. The American people crowding the streets, many of them celebrating the Biden-Harris victory, sharing their excitement, and in many cases, sheer relief. Let's go to Vivian Salama at Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington, D.C. It was not long ago, Vivian, that protesters there, Black Lives Matter protesters, were being gassed by the Park Service so as to clear a path for President Trump to have a photo op in front of the church. Now it's being used as a place of celebration.
Jake, it's pretty extraordinary when you compare what was taking place in this exact same spot over the summer versus what's happening now. Obviously, a lot of tension, protesters being gassed, as you said, and the president making a march across H Street right behind me during the summer to make a point and a photo op. And today, it is a scene of mass celebrations. And we've seen an evolution of this protest or this demonstration since the morning. A lot of families were here earlier today. We saw children coming out with pro-Biden slogans and families just wanting to take part in this historic moment. Now, as you can hear and see, it's becoming more of a party atmosphere. There's drums and music blaring in the background. There have been people dancing all over the plaza, celebrating what's been happening. I can't even count the number of times we saw folks popping bottles of champagne. Sometimes they drink it, sometimes they share it, sometimes they spray it on each other, and other people just doing they're celebrating in their own different ways. Lots of dancing and singing going on, and just a very upbeat and happy atmosphere here. And it's really interesting because I was just chatting with a couple of DC Metro cops who have been here, and we definitely see an increase in the security presence tonight. It's been increasing as we get closer and closer to the evening time, but they told me it's just a precaution. So far, these demonstrations and these celebrations have been largely peaceful. We haven't seen any incidents so far, and we've been here all day. And the police are just here to make sure that we keep the peace, everybody has a good time, and has their right to celebrate. One other thing, though, Jake, we should say is that we've walked around the souvenir shops around this area outside the White House, and one thing that is missing is MAGA shirts. We have noticed that several shops have pulled their MAGA shirts and hats and different paraphernalia for the president, and they're only selling Biden T-shirts right now. Jake.
All right, the White House is, I believe the White House is in the distance there behind you, and obviously a lot of people wearing masks, it seems. Again, not to be the scold, but we are in the middle of a pandemic, and it's not the safest thing in the world for groups to gather, but it is good to see people wearing masks. Vivian, thank you so much. Let's check in Atlanta, Georgia, where we find Gary Tuchman. Gary, tell us about the celebrations where you are.
Jake, in this urban neighborhood in the Deep South, it's a day and now a night of jubilation after CNN issued its projection for the state of Pennsylvania, saying that Joe Biden was the president-elect. People started pouring out in this neighborhood. This is Midtown Atlanta. And when you look at the results of this election in the state of Georgia, ultimately, if Joe Biden ends up winning here in the state of Georgia, a lot of it will be because of neighborhoods like this. This is very politically liberal. It always has been. It's extremely vibrant neighborhood, but during COVID, not surprisingly, it's been very quiet, but not anymore. After 11:30, people started coming out. At one point, before the sun came down, there were probably a few thousand people in the streets here, and it was a lot of people. It was people from all over the city, all over the suburbs who decided to come here once they saw it on TV and heard the celebration was going on. And it was old people in wheelchairs. It was families. It was children. Most of the children and most of the older people have now left. This has gone from a celebration to a combination of a celebration and a rally for social justice and civil rights. But people here are very excited. A lot of people tell me that they didn't expect this to happen, that they didn't think Joe Biden would win, but they thought Donald Trump would get another 4 years. 2 points of concern, and you've mentioned this, Jake, and it's very important to point out. There is no social distancing here. There are most people wearing masks, but as the night has gone on and the champagne and the wine and the beer has started coming out, some of those masks have started slipping off, as you can see. So that's not particularly cool, but I'm not surprised. I've covered a lot of Trump rallies, and I've seen the same thing. The other thing, when this rally started, cars were coming up and down here, and there were a lot of close calls. I was afraid people would get hit. That didn't happen, and ultimately, they decided to close up the street. There's no traffic right here in Midtown Atlanta as this celebration continues. Jake, back to you.
All right, thanks, Gary Tuchman. I wish those people without masks would put masks on. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Let's go to Polo Sandoval, who's in Times Square, New York, where there also are celebrations. Polo, tell us what you're seeing.
Jake, we should mention tonight, New York certainly feels like New York, especially if it's at least just one night. We should also mention that here there's very little to no social distancing, but there are plenty of masks. If I step out of the shot for a quick second, you can just take in the sights and sounds of Times Square tonight. I've been here already for about 7 hours, and this crowd just continues to grow since those projections were issued. Down Broadway, I've seen everything from champagne getting unbottled or uncorked to pop-up parades from bicycles to cars and trucks making their way down Broadway. The NYPD had temporarily shut down this street earlier today as people were dancing in the streets, but probably about an hour and a half ago, they finally opened it up to traffic. So right now, authorities are really making sure that those streets are clear of pedestrians. But boy, it is a challenge when you have this massive sea of people. And I have to tell you, Jake, what we're seeing here is that they are all celebrating what they consider this victory as a sign that the nation is perhaps taking a turn towards unity. Just in the last couple of hours, I've spoken to a couple of folks who they said the main thing is going to be the coronavirus and the next administration's handling of it. They are very hopeful, Jake, as we wrap things up here on Times Square, that hopefully that the next administration, according to them, will begin to take a closer look at trying to actually manage this situation, because they feel that the Trump administration, of course, has not done a very good job, but especially when you look at those numbers. But for tonight, it certainly is a massive celebration here at Times Square. Jake.
Joe Biden winning is not going to get rid of the coronavirus, especially if people continue to gather, especially without masks. We are minutes away from President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris addressing the nation on the night of their historic election victory. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues right after this.
Busted? Original Gorilla Glue, of course. Works indoor, works outdoor. It's weatherproof, it's waterproof. It's versatile and incredibly strong for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
When I started Cobra Kai, the lack of control over my business made me a little intense. But now QuickBooks helps me get paid, manage cash flow, and run payroll. And now I'm back on top with Koala Kai.
Save over 30 hours a month with Intuit QuickBooks.
The new Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic responds to snoring automatically. So no hiding under your pillow or opting for the couch. Because it's our first system that detects snoring and automatically adjusts to help reduce it. Your best sleep all night, every night.
I got you, don't worry.
I've started guidance.
No, you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Looks like you're home.
This holiday season, hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event and find your way home in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry in to receive a credit of up to $3,500 on select models through November 30th.
If you have Medicaid and Medicare, a United Healthcare Dual Complete plan can give you extra benefits at no cost to you. Like $25 for healthy foods each month. With Dual Complete from United Healthcare, there's more for you.
When Panera's Chef Claus makes a pizza, he doesn't just make a pizza. He uses fresh, clean ingredients to make a masterpiece. Taste our delicious new flatbread pizzas today. Panera.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, got very quiet. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. Let's remember this time when so many struggled to feel secure and build a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it.
See yourself.
Welcome back to the Mirror.
And know you're not alone. Because this...
Come on, Jesse, one more.
...is a reflection of an unstoppable community. In the Mirror.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
We'll keep this quick. We're making breakfast without compromises your reality. Thoughtfully sourced, chef-crafted lunches you dream about. And decadent desserts made with clean, organic ingredients. All delivered right to your door. Daily Harvest. Get started today at dailyharvest.com.
Meet Tonal, the smartest home gym that learns as you get stronger. With personalized expert coaching and revolutionary digital weight, so you can be your strongest. Visit Tonal.com.
Calm. Download the free app now.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Closed captioning brought to you by TheraWorks Relief. Prevent and relieve muscle cramps.
If you suffer from muscle cramps in your legs and feet, TheraWorks Relief can help.
Get TheraWorks Relief today. Available in stores everywhere.
Take a look at what we have been witnessing for several hours now in cities across the country. Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, New York's Times Square, Chicago. Crowds in the streets, dancing, celebrating across the country, cities large and small. There are a lot of people obviously not celebrating tonight who are supporters of President Trump. Tonight, Joe Biden, who will be speaking in about 30 minutes, no doubt will try to reach out to them as well as to his own supporters. I want to talk with our panel here about what we may expect in the speech in the next 30 minutes or so. Gloria?
I think it's not going to be a surprise to any of us what we're going to hear. It's because Joe Biden that we've been hearing is the authentic Joe Biden that you're going to hear tonight. He believes from the bottom of his heart that reaching out is the way to go. And one story I heard over and over again about Joe Biden is that after his wife and young daughter died in a car crash and he had just been elected to the Senate, he believes that the senators saved him. And that he would not have survived if it weren't for some of those Senate bulls, Republicans as well as Democrats. And he's never forgotten it. He's an institutionalist. So you're going to hear an affirmation of the democratic institutions that he holds dear and a reaching out. And it's not going to be a surprise.
You know, I think the fact that it's not a surprise speaks to one of the strengths of his candidacy. It has been consistent. I mean, he started off by talking about the soul of America and reclaiming the soul of America, and talked about ending these divisions and coming together as a people. That has been the message he's carried forward. It was challenged in the primaries where there's such a strong sense of combat with Republicans, and working together was not always a popular idea with some in his own party, but he was consistent, and when the big match came with Trump, the contrast really powered his candidacy. So yeah, he's not inventing anything new here. We're going to hear the same message. Can I just say one thing about these scenes? There is something awesome about the power of people in a democracy grabbing the wheel of history and turning it. And that's what we're seeing here. There's been all kinds of questions over the last 4 years about who the president is accountable to and so on. Well, ultimately, everyone in public life is accountable to the people in a democracy. And today the people spoke, and they're out now and celebrating the fact that they had that opportunity. And I think it is something to be celebrated.
Yeah. Well, look, I think a couple things. One is half the country are going to be listening to Joe Biden for the first time, not as somebody they're just trying to beat. And so he's got a different audience. He's got a different shot with those people. They're going to have their antenna up for anything that seems like he's going to be against them or whatever. So he's got a big job on that side of his speech. But he's also got his own base. And we're waiting to see, do you love us? Do you like us? Are you going to do anything for us? Are you going to help us? And so are you going to see already how he's going to manage that?
But by the way, we should point out that CNN's reporting has been that this is a speech that has been written for some time, but obviously adjustments have been made based on what's been going on last week.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are going to pay attention to this speech differently than the campaign speech, because the campaign's over and he's really about to govern. Of course, we had a couple of little false starts, I guess, last night and the night before. If we do get a chance to hear from Kamala Harris at some point, it would be wonderful. I'm going to be trying to see, are they dividing and conquering? Are you beginning to see, is Kamala going to speak to the base versus Biden speak to the... Or are they going to have basically be on the same accord? They've kind of been on the same accord. Is it going to be any of that kind of stuff? But for a lot of people, the Kamala speech is going to be more emotional. For a lot of people, the Kamala speech, because she's the first woman, first person of color, first woman of color, first Indian, first. You got to have a lot of people who it's going to mean something to them. They're going to remember it a lot longer, hearing her speaking for the first time with that achievement under her belt.
Yeah, Dan said this will be the first time that half the country's going to be listening. The problem is half the country's not going to be listening, because I'd say, I don't know how much, I don't know where we are, take any polls, but a big chunk of the public still thinks this election isn't over yet. And I know that he's been declared a winner, but as we all know, being declared a winner is not being certified as the winner. And so until that happens, I think there's a lot of Republicans who just see this as just another step in the campaign, and that there are 3 states they think they can win North Carolina. There are 3 states they think that they're in range of getting it narrowed enough that maybe going to court can make a difference, and that's where their heads are. I do agree that there are a lot of Republicans who have resigned that this is over and accepted this, and it's important for Biden to talk to the rest of the country and might soothe a little bit of the pain of the loss of Trump.
We are standing by to hear soon from President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. At any moment, they're about to address the nation from Wilmington, Delaware, hours after winning this historic election. Our special coverage continues next.
Would you rather see the turbocharged, all-wheel drive Kia Seltos frolicking in the fluffy white powder that just calls out for you to make cute little snow angels? Or would you rather see it plowing through the mud and shards of igneous rock that make up 90% of the Earth? Same here.
We can't always keep our distance, but we can still help protect each other this flu season by getting vaccinated. If you're 65 or older, get the superior flu protection of Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent. It's the only 65-plus flu vaccine with 4 times the standard dose. And it's free with Medicare Part B.
Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent isn't for people who've had a severe allergic reaction to any flu vaccine or vaccine component, including eggs or egg products. Tell your healthcare professional if you've ever experienced severe muscle weakness after receiving a flu shot. People with weakened immune systems, including those receiving therapies that suppress the immune system, may experience lower immune responses. Vaccination may not protect everyone. Side effects include pain, redness and or swelling where you got the shot, muscle ache, headache, and general discomfort. Other side effects may occur.
If you're 65 plus, don't settle for a standard dose flu shot. Move up to superior flu protection. See your healthcare provider and ask for Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent by name.
Non-valvular AFib can mean a lifetime of blood thinners. And if you're troubled by falls and bleeds, worry follows you everywhere. Over 100,000 people have left blood thinners behind with Watchman. It's a one-time, minimally invasive procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Hope is the light in all of us that cannot be extinguished. To stir that fire, University of Phoenix is awarding up to $1 million in scholarships through this month. See what scholarship you qualify for at phoenix.edu.
Introducing Voltaren Arthritis Pain Gel, the first full prescription strength non-steroidal anti-inflammatory gel available over the counter. Voltaren is powerful arthritis pain relief in a gel. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now Roomba vacuums exactly where you need it. And offers personalized cleaning suggestions for a clean unique to you and your home. Roomba and the iRobot Home app, only from iRobot.
Don't waste your time and money at the chain store. They got the best auto parts, brake parts, suspension parts, and dealer parts too. The website's so easy to use. The lowest prices and fast delivery too. All the parts your car will ever need. All the savvy folks are buying parts at rockauto.com. All the parts your car will ever need. rockauto.com.
For more than 75 years, the Department of Veterans Affairs Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members buy a home. Today, the VA home loan means lower than average interest rates, limited closing costs, and no down payment is required. The VA home loan may save you thousands of dollars. For more information, please contact VA or talk to a lender of your choice. Don't let anyone talk you out of using the benefit you have earned. Choose VA.
Match? I just did the free version, which was really cool. You could message your top picks.
That's new.
People that were exactly the type I was looking for.
You don't want to have to pay for everything.
I had a lot of fun on it.
Ready to start something great? Try Match.
Our live pictures coming in from Wilmington, Delaware. Joseph R. Biden Jr. is about to speak to the nation, and indeed the world, for the first time as President-elect of the United States. I'm Will Flitzer with our special coverage. We're standing by to hear from the President-elect and from the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris in Wilmington, Delaware, just moments from now. They will speak as celebrations are continuing into the night in many U.S. cities right now at this truly historic turning point for the country. President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris will give the victory speeches they've been waiting to give for over 4 days as the election was being decided. Let's go back to our correspondents in Wilmington. First, Arlette Saenz. So, Arlette, you're getting some more information about what we might be hearing from the President-elect of the United States tonight.
Well, Wolf, Joe Biden will be here in just a short while. As you can see behind me, the setup here is one of those drive-in rally type of events that really became a campaign staple for Joe Biden during the coronavirus pandemic. And the former vice president, now the president-elect, is expected to really talk about unity and moving forward together as a country. This is a speech that is going to draw from some of his previous major speeches in Gettysburg and Warm Springs, Georgia, as he tries to urge Americans to come together and argues that he will be a president for all Americans. Now, over the course of the day, Biden has been speaking to people over the phone. He spoke with President Obama as well as Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, two people who will be his governing partners in Washington. And pretty soon he is going to get to work on that transition, focusing on the tasks at hand, including the coronavirus pandemic. But tonight is really a moment for celebration. His running mate, Kamala Harris, is becoming the first woman and the first woman of color to become vice president. She will speak right before Joe Biden. And this is really the culmination of a year and a half of campaigning for Joe Biden. And I have to tell you, I have covered this campaign from the very first day, and I have seen the highs and the lows of this campaign. And one thing that has been remarkable with Joe Biden is he's been consistent in his messaging and his strategy. Even after those dismal losses in Iowa and New Hampshire, his campaign said, wait till you get to South Carolina, and that's when things will turn around. And that is exactly what happened. And you've seen that strategy play out over the course of the past few days. They said, continue counting the votes, and Joe Biden will become president. It took a little bit longer than they had hoped, but he is now president-elect. And I also just want to talk about the personal significance that today has for Joe Biden and his family. They have endured so many tragedies and losses and gotten it through it together as this family. We know that Beau Biden is looming large over this event as Joe Biden, now decades in the making, has now become president-elect. Wolf.
Yes, indeed. That is all true, Arlette. Thank you very much. They're celebrating in Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff Zelny's joining us right now. Jeff, I know you're working your sources. I assume the vice president-elect will also speak tonight. We'll also hear from Senator from the vice president-elect Kamala Harris.
Wolf, we will indeed. Senator Harris will actually be speaking before President-elect Joe Biden, and she will be introducing him and also really giving a sense of what her presence on this ticket will be. And we should note, Wolf, I'm walking among the crowds here in Wilmington, and I can tell you I am struck by the families, the mothers and young daughters, the fathers and young sons, here for the history of Joe Biden for sure, but also here for the history of Kamala Harris. I have seen so many young girls and young boys watching this with great anticipation. And Wolf, I think we should also take stock of this here in Wilmington. Just the trajectory of Joe Biden's own career has spanned the racial progress in this country. Elected 48 years ago on this very day, he was serving alongside segregationist senators. He was on a different side of the busing debate. He had an evolution on race. Of course, that led to him becoming the vice president for Barack Obama, the nation's first African-American president. And now at his side tonight will be the first woman vice president, a heartbeat away from the presidency, a woman of color indeed. And well, that is what is exciting and on the minds of these young girls and young boys and families I see out here tonight, just outside the speech perimeter here in Wilmington, Wolf.
It's also true, Jeff, that world leaders have been congratulating the president-elect right now, even though the current president still has not conceded.
Wolf, it is extraordinary. We have seen just a steady stream of congratulatory messages from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on down the list, a long list. Of course, Joe Biden is someone who has a long relationship with so many world leaders. From his time as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, when he first served alongside a young Senator Barack Obama. So, of course, his time as vice president of the United States, where a big role he had was, traveling around the world. So many, we heard church bells ringing in Paris. We saw fireworks in London. This is indeed a moment the world is watching, and he has heard more from world leaders than he has from the president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And Wolf, now I can tell you the motorcade is coming for Senator Kamala Harris, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. She's arriving here in Wilmington, and she, of course, will be speaking first tonight, and she'll be introducing President-elect Joe Biden.
Yeah, this is the motorcade for the Vice President-elect. The Secret Service has really beefed up its security presence for both the Vice President-elect and the President-elect in Wilmington, Delaware, which is the normal tradition. Once an election has been determined, the Secret Service beefs up security for the President-elect and the Vice President-elect. Jeff Zeleny, one of the most important things I think that he has decided to do within the next few days is name a coronavirus task force to deal with this crisis, which is continuing in record numbers. More than 120,000 Americans yesterday were diagnosed with the virus. 1,100, maybe 1,200 Americans died from the virus just yesterday. Tell us about that decision to go forward and put together this task force.
Well, this is going to be the central mission, the first mission of the Biden administration in transition. I'm told there will be an announcement on Monday of a coronavirus task force. 12 members will be on this task force. It's going to be led by Dr. Vivek Murthy, a former Surgeon General from the Obama administration. He has been one of the key advisors to the Biden campaign, has talked with former Vice President Joe Biden virtually every day, sometimes more than that, updating him on the coronavirus just situation here in the country. So I'm told on Monday that is going to be the first matter of business, long before any announcements are made about who will the nominees be for Secretary of State or Defense. That is what a normal transition is, announcing these top cabinet posts. Not this time. The challenge facing Joe Biden, and he knows, is coronavirus. That's why after this speech tonight, Wolf, the hard work begins tackling that. Of course, we should point out it's one thing we've not seen from the Trump administration. The coronavirus task force has indeed not been present or indeed activated for days or weeks. So this is something we are going to see during the transition, trying to not only draw a contrast as we saw during the campaign, but in substance, you'll see briefings from this Biden transition going forward on coronavirus.
So important. Jeff Zeleny in Wilmington, Delaware for us, where they're celebrating already. Anderson, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. We're looking at the scene at where the president-elect, I still want to call him vice president. President-elect Biden will be speaking very shortly. We anticipate in about 10 minutes or so. This is probably, David, we were just talking about this, probably the largest crowd we have seen that President-elect Biden has spoken to.
Yeah, Gloria and I were talking about the speech he gave at when he was the big winner on Super Tuesday, and it was this kind of spectral affair. I mean, there was nobody around, and ever since then, it's been really, really limited. Without a doubt, this is the largest crowd he'll have spoken to, and it's done in the Biden-esque way.
But I guarantee you, he won't be near them.
COVID, yeah.
Do you think we'll be hearing from Vice President-elect Harris?
I think that was the plan. I think they said that she was going to introduce him, and I hope so. I really hope so, because
she is introducing him.
I remember, if I can, just a story. A teacher called me when Barack Obama was running for president, a teacher in the inner city in Chicago, and he said he was teaching history, and he showed pictures of all the presidents, and one of the kids said, well, why are they all white? Why are they all? And he said, I told him, well, that's true, but our own senator is running. He could be president. They were incredulous, and the impact that had on so many young people. And think of all the girls around this country who are going to look at themselves differently tonight as they watch Kamala Harris up there as the vice president-elect.
It's also just so interesting looking at these pictures. It is sort of just the juxtaposition to, crowds not wearing masks at events that we have seen, during the campaign with President Trump, and to see people, wearing masks outside. Clearly, some are not social distancing. They're kind of outside the perimeter of where the people who are there to, I guess, were invited there. Yeah. But it's just an interesting way of sort of bridging, trying to get people there, but at the same time, trying to enforce some sort of.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Like you got the mask versus the MAGA hats. You know what I mean? It's almost like for us, the masks are a part of signaling that we kind of get the significance of it, and obviously both Kamala and Biden are serious about the mask. There's one thing that you may have missed. That one of the women with the mask on, she was being very enthusiastic. She had AKA on her shirt. She's Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. That is Kamala Harris's sorority. Also, my mother and my sister's sorority. The Greek letter system is very important in the black community. So that you have the deltas and the AKAs and others, the zetas. So what Kamala did singularly within the black community. She united the Divine Nine. All 9 Greek letter organizations supported her. And so there's just a special pride that African-American fraternities and sororities have in her achievement. And I won't be surprised if you don't see a bunch more Greek letters if you watch.
This is a speech that Joe Biden has been waiting to give for probably half a century.
He's at least.
He was thinking about being president when he was a junior senator. And everybody saw him as a potential president, and it never worked out for him.
Hopefully he's updated any references to time or year.
But he did. He was the when he was a newcomer in the Senate, and David and I have spoken about this, he was the one people thought of as the new Kennedy. And when he ran in '88, didn't work. When he ran in 2008, there was a fellow named Barack Obama who ended up besting him. He decided he wasn't going to run in 2016. Hillary Clinton was already there, and his son, Beau, had just died. He's been thinking about being president for a very long time.
But I'm sure he wasn't thinking about being president under these circumstances.
Of course not.
Or at this stage in his life. You know, we all say, everybody hungers at, Rick served in a body where everybody looked in the mirror and saw a future president, so he knows this. Everybody thinks of it as an incredible benefit to the person who takes the job. It is an unbelievably difficult job. Mm-hmm. The burdens of the world are resting on Joe Biden's shoulders tonight, and he understood the pressures of that more than anyone else, and he raised his hand and said, I'm going to do this anyway. And he and his family are going. It is a great honor to be in the White House, but it's also a great sacrifice, and he wants to serve. He's spent his life serving. He wants to serve now.
We need him now.
So it's not just about his own realizing his life dreams, because he knows very well what comes along with it.
After his son Beau died, his family was sort of worried, and Beau was worried before he died, I was told, about what would happen to his father after his death. And he kept talking to him, and he's written about it in his autobiography, obviously, about finding a purpose. He talks about that all the time. I think, Anderson, he spoke with you about it at his town hall with you. And I think he found his purpose.
It's really interesting, though, in this time when, more than 200,000 Americans have died so far in the pandemic. The estimates, by February 1st, as many as 400,000 Americans may be dead. In total from the pandemic. And I think it's going to be a really interesting thing, certainly a salve to those who have lost loved ones and those who are experiencing grief and who will be experiencing grief, to have a president who is comfortable speaking the language of loss and not, grief is a difficult thing to talk about. Loss is a hard thing for people to talk about. It makes people uncomfortable. To have a president who is able to have those conversations, both in a public sense and also sometimes in a very private sense, I just think it'll just be a big change. I'm not saying it's better or worse. It'll just be a big
incredible change. To go to, we were at an event in New Hampshire, but, his campaign events and wherever he goes, people know that, and they come to talk to him, not just to listen to him speak, but afterwards to line up and share their story. And he'll give them his phone number, and they probably will discourage that now, but he that is this is his moment. The other times were not his moment, but he has that combination of qualities that matches this moment when there's so much suffering and so much concern in the country.
I think that, we're blessed. And we're just blessed as a country that we have a guy like that can step up right now. You need a consoler in chief. You need somebody who can do that, because there's so much pain in the country and so much fear on both sides, all races. You need that. You also need somebody who knows how to make a deal, knows how to reach out. It's just amazing, the genius of American democracy, that we sometimes get exactly the right person at the right time. Maybe 4 years ago, we needed somebody to shake up the soda bottle. Certainly, in the Democratic Party, we had Bernie Sanders shaking up the soda bottle. So maybe that was needed then. But you need somebody now that can calm it down.
But I also think it's an interesting thing about Americans and the American system is that, like a ship that tacks left, that tacks right, it moves forward. and it adjusts as it goes. And the American people are incredibly savvy and genuine. And when they come out and they vote, Joe Biden gets to be president, but he doesn't get to have the Senate, right? We'll see what happens in Georgia. But Republicans gain in the House. And so, maybe Americans send a message to, they're saying they want Joe Biden as the president in this moment. But you know what? They don't want all the stuff that Democrats are talking about. And so for their local people, they pick other. And I just think there's a genius to the American system. And not that it's perfect in any way, but it does. This country tacks left and it tacks right, and the ship moves forward, even if it's, the waters have been choppy.
It's pretty consistently voted for divided government now for a while, and that's we're probably, again, we can't know what the Georgia or Senate races are going to look like. We're probably going to be in divided government, and can Joe Biden compromise? And I know he can. I have no doubt, because I've worked with Joe Biden. He can compromise. I mean, Joe knows how to compromise on things. Is will he feel the freedom to do that? And I think, look, I feel a sense of optimism that, again, I could be wrong about this, that Joe probably is maybe thinking, I'm going to serve one term, and that I can go out there and make the deals that are necessary to move it along. And one of the things that you have to do when you compromise is you have to give some things that the other side wants as well as things you want. And that's always hard to do, because if you do that, then the folks on your base get really upset.
And the same is true for Republicans.
They got to get right. Base. I didn't say both bases. So can he make good deals that can bring people together? That in this environment, it has proven to be hard over the last 12 years to do that.
Well, there's also the competing incentives, that each side can have, which is, well, it actually, yes, it may be good for the country to compromise, but it's not good for our party to compromise, because if we are obstructionists, and again, this is for Republicans and Democrats, if we are obstructionists in one way, then 4 years from now, things will, or 2 years from now,
look, compromise is easy on little things. It's really hard on big things. Yeah. And so, I mean, President Obama got little things done, and Donald Trump got some little things done.
Obamacare was not little.
No. I'm going to compromise. There was no compromise in Obamacare. He got Obamacare done because he had 60 senators.
Right.
So, but, you go back, really, the last time you saw, I would say, a big compromise was, the Medicare Part D expansion that George Bush put through. And he got down with Teddy Kennedy. And I can tell you, a lot of folks on the Republican side didn't vote for it in the United States Senate. A lot of folks on the Democrat didn't vote for it, but enough together did. And so, can you do big things? You can, but it takes a lot of skill to do it.
Yeah. Let's go back to Jake, Dan, and Abby. Jake?
We are expecting the remarks at any moment. Obviously, Kamala Harris, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, will be introducing President-elect Joe Biden. This is we eat and live and breathe this stuff. There are a lot of Americans that this will be the first time they ever hear Kamala Harris speak.
It's true. Yeah, and she is something of a fresh face on the national stage, but someone who Democrats have had an eye on for a long time. Kamala Harris is someone who is in her own right very accomplished. She was the Attorney General of the largest state in the union, and is known to be a prosecutor and a tough attorney. But today, I've been talking to people who are very close to her, and so many people are actually talking to me about Kamala Harris's mother, Shamala, who died of cancer years ago, and is not here tonight to watch her daughter give this speech and to become the Vice President-elect of the United States. But the idea that I think Kamala Harris is someone who we call a woman of color, a black woman, an Indian American woman. She is the daughter of a single mother and a civil rights activist and a scientist. And so there's so much groundbreaking in her family story that I know, based on the people who I've been talking to, it's going to be top of mind for her, because she really represents, for a lot of black women in this country, a lot of black women who have worked for her, who have fought for her to be elected to all of these offices, that each successive time has broken barriers. Those women, I think, see in her both the fight and the promise, the fight and the hope. She's done it now. And I think it makes an enormous difference to them. And I'm hearing from them. And people are extremely emotional about it. I think black women feel like they've poured everything into the political system, and it hasn't always given it back to them. And tonight, I think, is a moment of celebration for a lot of black women across the country.
It's so well said. You said fight. The last question I asked Senator Harris when we were walking through her alma mater here in Washington, Howard University, was, what would your mother think of what you're doing right now? And she, without missing a beat, she said, you better beat him. Nothing emotional. No heartstrings were pulled. It was the fight. And that, I thought, was so telling about the way she was brought up, about the fact that clearly her mother, as a single mother, as you said, as a scientist, I mean, her mother was incredibly accomplished in her own right, came to this country in order to work as a scientist and get an education in that field. And obviously, she taught both of her daughters that is what she should pursue. And, you know, the fact that she also has said, not to me, but separately, that her mother, she didn't think her mother would necessarily be surprised by what's going on right now. Yeah. That was before she actually was the vice president-elect. But it kind of just shows the confidence that was instilled in her by a very strong woman.
Her father is still alive. He's from Jamaica. Her mom has passed. She was from India, India originally. And I know the vice president-elect Harris, in addition to being a source of tremendous pride for the black community, is also a source of tremendous pride for the Indian American,
absolutely,
and East Asian and Indian community. I'm sure back in India they're celebrating as well. What an exciting thing to see the election of one of their own, so to speak, in the United States. It's also, I think, for a lot of people from Scranton, Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden was born and where he grew up until his father lost his job and they moved from Scranton when he was 10 years old. This is also a moment. And, we saw a lot of Joe Biden on the stage during the campaign talking about, I don't know, perhaps it was apocryphal, but some journalist of some unnamed journalist saying, you'd be the first president who didn't go to an Ivy League school, which is, first of all, not true. Plenty of presidents didn't go to Ivy League schools. But it was a way for President-elect Biden to convey to the crowd, whether the story is true or not, that he did not go to an Ivy League school, that he was one of them, that he went to, I believe he went to the University of Delaware, and then I think he went to Syracuse Law School. Donald Trump, as he liked to tell us, liked to remind us, went to Wharton at the University of Pennsylvania, and President Obama went to Columbia University and then Harvard Law. And there's a lot of that. Here's the motorcade. It is arriving in Wilmington, Delaware. Lots of celebrants. But for, a certain segment of the country, if you want to call them small town folks or middle class folks or state school attendees or whatever, this is also a moment of pride. I mean, I know the Democrats get tagged as the party of elitists, and there are reasons for that. But that's not really where Joe Biden's from. Whether or not he is one today is another matter. But he was not to the manner born. He is somebody who worked his way to where he is.
I've been thinking about, Arlette was talking a lot about this, the perseverance of Joe Biden. And every president, to some extent, getting to the presidency is a story of perseverance against really tremendous odds. It's not easy to do this. But for Joe Biden,
George W. Bush. Anyway, keep going.
Except for almost every president. Let's put it that way.
Except for John Quincy Adams.
I do think that that this is such a constant theme for Joe Biden that 47 years ago today he reached what would have been the highest heights of his life at that time, and it was followed immediately by intense tragedy. Yeah. And he's seen so much tragedy time and time again. And I think probably you'll hear this from him tonight, talking about the fact that at the end of all of that tragedy, there is still hope. He is in the latter part of his life, and he is finally getting to a place where he perhaps wanted to be about 30 years ago.
So the motorcade is pulling in, we're told. Let's check back in with Arlette Saenz, who covers the Biden campaign for us. I guess we should start saying the Biden transition team for us. Arlette Saenz, who's in Wilmington, Delaware. Arlette, I just saw former Delaware Governor Jack Markell behind a mask. That's how big a political nerd I am. Are you seeing other individuals in the crowd?
Yeah, this is really a hometown crowd who has come out to see Joe Biden deliver his first remarks as president-elect. A little while ago, I spoke to Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, who was one of his earliest supporters from day one, and she was really overwhelmed with this moment that they are facing today. You are seeing people of all ages here coming out to support the former vice president, not just right here on site, but also those hundreds of people that are gathered outside. And one thing I also want to note is talking a little bit about the campaign staffers on this campaign. Back in March, during the coronavirus, the campaign shuttered their operations in Philadelphia, which scattered hundreds of campaign staffers back to their homes across the country. So oftentimes, these victory events is that moment of celebration where these staffers who have poured their hearts out into these campaigns are able to come and celebrate. But for many of them, they are not able to be here tonight because of the coronavirus pandemic. You do have a small team of advisors, advanced staff who are running the show here in Wilmington, but there are many, many staffers who are celebrating across the country for all of their hard work. And one of those groups even had a virtual dance party in the middle of the afternoon to celebrate Joe Biden's victory. But in just a short while, we're going to hear from the now president-elect Joe Biden. This is a moment that has been decades in the making for him and his family. And really, this is such a personal moment for the entire Biden family after all of these losses that they've endured. And Joe Biden has been knocked down many, many times, but has continued to persevere as he has tried to get to this highest office. And over the course of the campaign, Biden has stuck to that message of this being a battle for the soul of the nation and that he is the person to unite it. I was fielding text messages from aides and advisors throughout the day, and they said this was Joe Biden's moment. He is the perfect person to take on these challenges that are currently facing the country, including trying to bring together what is a very, very divided nation. And we're going to hear a bit from him later tonight on how he hopes to achieve that in the coming months and years. And I talked about this a little bit before, but Joe Biden's also been part of two history-making tickets. He served alongside Barack Obama, the first black man to become president. Joe Biden often talks about how right before the inauguration, President Obama came down on the train from Philadelphia and picked him up right here in Wilmington to take him with him to the White House. And now Joe Biden is going to be taking the first woman of color with him to the White House. This is a moment that is not lost on Joe Biden. He has talked about how he wants to be a bridge to the next generation, and that is something that you've seen in his choice of a vice president, but also as he has tried to reach out and trying to bring together people of all stripes within the Democratic Party and in the country. Joe Biden overcame many contentious battles during that Democratic primary. He brought his party together heading into the general election, and now he is faced with that task of uniting the country, something that those around him really believe that he's primed for.
Well, it's a tall order, but it's certainly one that he's been talking about for quite a long time, Arlette. Let's go to our other reporter covering the Biden-Harris campaign, Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, a historic night. Really, I think it's fair to say the beginning of the Biden presidency starts tonight.
No question, Jake. And watching the motorcade just go by, I'm struck by this is the third time this motorcade has traveled this route since Wednesday. He came here in the early morning hours of Wednesday morning. He's been watching this. He knows, was fairly confident this was coming, but has never taken the ride he took tonight or the speech he will give tonight. I'm so struck by just remembering 12 years ago the turmoil that he and then Barack Obama inherited in the country in an economic sense. It is repeated certainly in the coronavirus sense, and he knows the difficulties he is facing. So this is the last night of celebration for Joe Biden. The hard work has already begun. The challenges have already begun. Even if the nation was not divided, even if the nation was not questioning presidential election, which many are, millions of Americans are, probably tens of millions of Americans are, there's still challenges. So that is his burden tonight. But I am told that he is going to give space to President Trump. He is going to give space for Republicans to come along and accept his victory. So that is the Joe Biden that we know from his years in the Senate. Even as vice president, he worked across the aisle. We'll see if that still works in today's divided America and divided Washington. But that is what so that is what we're going to hear tonight, saying that we are Americans. He will be talking to those who didn't vote for him as well as those who did, Jake.
And while we wait for President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris to speak, and we anticipate that Joe Biden will talk about the need to heal the country, it is worth noting that there is a good chunk of the Republican Party, the leaders of the Republican Party, not individual Republican voters, but the leaders of the Republican Party, who seem quite determined to not let this happen. We see governors, Republican governors, giving credence to just these completely mendacious, these false allegations about voter fraud, just non-existent. We see members of Congress putting forward all sorts of lies about the election. This really was a remarkably smooth and efficient election. It took a little longer than people wanted. But I mean, I wonder about the potential for any sort of healing or reconciliation when you have the leaders of the Republican Party, many of them, not all of them, many of them, determined not only to refuse any handshake, any offering of a hand, not just refusing, but lying and smearing about what happened for whatever reason, because they want to run for president in 2024, because, I mean, who knows what the reason is? It doesn't even matter.
There is a reason why the protocol in our time, since George Washington really, has been to cede the stage and do it in a very public way. And the reason is to encourage that person's supporters to say it's okay. It's okay. We're going to be okay because we are still Americans. And certainly not in our lifetimes, we have never seen that not happen. And we don't expect this to happen anytime soon, certainly at least until the president goes through the process that we've been talking about for 5 days that his aides talked to us about. That process is, part of the process is, being convinced that these lawsuits that his lawyers are trying to fight in places like Pennsylvania have been, exhausted to no avail, likely. Then the next part of the process is electors the results have to be certified by all 50 states and territories. And then, so the process goes along. That is part of the Constitution. Electors are chosen, so on and so forth. At some point in that process, the president's got to realize, assuming that it goes smoothly, which there's no reason to think it won't, the president's got to realize the jig is up. And it is still an open question, to your point, Jake, whether or not that realization is accompanied with communicating that to his people. And it is so important. And in the absence of that, what Joe Biden is going to do tonight is reach out himself.
I don't think it will be accompanied by communicating that to his people, unfortunately. And I think his supporters,
at any point.
Yeah, really at any point. I think his supporters and the president himself has signaled that is not in the cards for him. And it doesn't matter because the people have spoken. But this idea that Republicans have convinced themselves that it is necessary or appropriate to have to give such an extensive off-ramp to a sitting president is not in the practice of this country. It is just not. And many presidents have perhaps, I imagine, maybe thought that they could just push back until the very last moment, and they have chosen not to. They've chosen not to because holding on to power for the sake of power is exactly the kind of thing that our founders tried to protect against. And I think every president up until this moment has recognized that and has ceded the stage when it was necessary. Again, he may not do it. It probably will not matter. But I think we should just recognize that there is a new standard that is being set by this president and endorsed by Republicans in Washington, and it should not be that way. Right. It has not been.
He's not a 7-year-old kid who lost an ice skating competition, and we all need to understand that feelings have been hurt, and that there's some maturation that we shouldn't expect. He is a 74-year-old president of the United States, and he lost re-election. And you know what? That's okay. That happens. It happened to George H.W. Bush. It happened to Jimmy Carter. It's happened to 8 other previous presidents. And he's the 11th to not be reelected. His emotional needs, frankly, are irrelevant. And I don't think that we should, I think we should note it because it's historical, but I don't think we need to bend over backwards and pretend that the country moving on and MAGA nation moving on depends upon what Joe Biden does. Like, Joe Biden is going to do what he can, and if a chunk of the leaders of the Republican Party want to drag the nation down with them, that's up to them.
Yep.
But he's going to be governing, and they can either join him or get out of the way.
Well, one of the big reasons we are looking at the pictures we're looking at, and we're preparing for a speech from President-elect Joe Biden and not a speech from President Trump talking about his second term, is because of the characteristics that you were both talking
exactly.
about. Yeah. It is because he came in with a lot of promise that he was a norm buster and somebody who, is going to do things differently and drain the swamp and all of the bumper sticker lines that he had. And that's not how he governed. And he didn't reach out, and there was no sign of the art of the deal except for a few there were a few exceptions, but for the most part, it was about him, and it was about his wants and his needs, and not so much about the country. And the reason we saw so much fervor and enthusiasm in this election was to get rid of that and to return to the notion of maybe not every institution is great, and there certainly need to be changes and updates, but to return to the basic tenets of what this democracy and what people expect the presidency to be about.
One of the things, to turn it to a friendlier subject, one of the things that I think the American people who have not been paying super close attention to this race or to Joe Biden's career over the past, I don't even know how long it's been, 47 years, might not realize is he's an okay speaker. He's a fine speaker. He's not Barack Obama. But one of the things that he missed a lot during this race because of the pandemic was he is, as he calls himself, a tactile politician. He likes to get in there and talk to people. Now, sometimes he loses his temper a little bit on rope lines. If somebody says something to him he doesn't like, he can, but there haven't been a lot of moments like that because there hasn't been a lot of campaigning like that. His best moments, and we've seen some of these in viral videos on social media, his best moments are when he meets somebody who has an emotional need of some sort. The little boy that we heard from.
Like the CNN town hall with Anderson when he talked to
the little boy who had the stutter,
yes.
who spoke at the Democratic convention. There was a virtual video not long ago of the surviving family members of the coach that was killed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, and one of the little boy, the son of the coach who had been killed, suffers from a disability, and just he's so good in that setting, and the American people haven't really seen it because he's been denied that kind of campaigning. I don't know how good a speech he'll give tonight. I assume it will be perfectly lovely, but his real strength as a politician is in the one-on-one, in the personal relationships.
That's absolutely right. And I mean, I think that there's the reality of the new world that we're living in is that some things we're not going to see for a while. And I think especially for Joe Biden and their campaign, and they've been so trying to be very diligent about the precautions that they take around the coronavirus. But I do think the other thing about Joe Biden is that he is, in a lot of ways, a student of history. And I think he appreciates the importance of history. And I imagine that we will hear a little bit of that today as Biden tries to reach back into the foundations of the country that we were just discussing and to help guide the nation forward. That is what a lot of presidents do, frankly, to get Americans through these tough moments of tension and of friction. And in the absence of Joe Biden being able to physically be around a lot of people and show that kind of humanity, I think he's got to find other ways to do it, and I think he will tonight, trying to reach to our shared history to bring the country together.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., born in Scranton almost 78 years ago, elected to the United States Senate from Delaware in 1972, a man who has experienced a great deal of tragedy in his life. He lost his wife and daughter in a car crash just after getting elected to the Senate in 1972. He lost his son, Beau, to brain cancer a few years ago. Beau, who a lot of people thought was the better version of his father, Joe Biden 2.0, Barack Obama, President Obama once joked. A man who has run for president twice before. It has been a long journey for Joe Biden, President-elect Joe Biden, from Scranton almost 78 years ago to this moment right now where he is about to speak to the country for the first time as President-elect of the United States of America. Wolf?
You know, Jake, we're all about to witness history. The President-elect of the United States, Joe Biden, the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Harris, about to deliver victory speeches, truly important and historic speeches. We're told the message tonight will be one of unity as Biden prepares to lead a very polarized nation in the middle of a deadly pandemic. And the Vice President-elect will give her first address as the Vice President-elect of the United States as she becomes the first woman, the first Black and South Asian person to serve in that position. John King, you and I have covered them for quite a while. We know them. They've been waiting a long time, especially Biden, for this moment.
And this is a night of celebration, Wolf, and the hard work will begin very quickly. 74 days, he'll be inaugurated in the middle of a pandemic. President Trump will be in charge of the country and that pandemic for those 74 days, record-breaking case counts this prior week here. So it's a fascinating moment. You want to celebrate. You also want to get the country ready for this transition. And I'm fascinated to hear from Senator Harris because, you and I covered the Clinton White House. Bill Clinton picked Al Gore at a time he wanted to send the message Southern, moderate, sane, different kind of Democrat. Donald Trump picked Mike Pence at a time there was a conservative revolt in the Republican Party, the Never-Trumpers. Donald Trump wanted to secure the conservative base, and he did. Joe Biden picked Senator Harris to make history with a woman, to address the role of women, to embrace the role of women and the role of blacks and other diverse members of the Democratic Party. Her role as vice president has been undefined so far. Barack Obama trusted Joe Biden to travel the world, to take some of the national security portfolio. And many people in the Biden camp think Senator Harris will as well.
All right, let's listen in. The Vice President-elect will speak first. She will introduce the President-elect, and then he will speak. There's going to be a lot of music we're going to be hearing as well. Let's listen to some of that right now.
Please welcome the Vice President-elect of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Just because the length of your hair ain't
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. So, thank you. Good evening. So, Congressman John Lewis, before his passing, wrote, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act." And what he meant was that America's democracy is not guaranteed. It is only as strong as our willingness to fight for it. To guard it and never take it for granted. And protecting our democracy takes struggle, it takes sacrifice, but there is joy in it, and there is progress, because we, the people, have the power to build a better future. And when our very democracy was on the ballot in this election, with the very soul of America at stake, and the world watching, you ushered in a new day for America. To our campaign staff and volunteers, this extraordinary team, thank you for bringing more people than ever before into the democratic process. And for making this victory possible. To the poll workers and election officials across our country who have worked tirelessly to make sure every vote is counted, our nation owes you a debt of gratitude. You have protected the integrity of our democracy. And to the American people who make up our beautiful country, thank you for turning out in record numbers to make your voices heard. And I know times have been challenging, especially the last several months. The grief, sorrow, and pain, the worries and the struggles. But we have also witnessed your courage, your resilience, and the generosity of your spirit. For 4 years, you marched and organized for equality and justice, for our lives and for our planet. And then you voted. And you delivered a clear message. You chose hope and unity, decency, science, and yes, truth. You chose Joe Biden as the next president of the United States of America. And Joe is a healer, a uniter, a tested and steady hand, a person whose own experience of loss gives him a sense of purpose that will help us as a nation reclaim our own sense of purpose. And a man with a big heart who loves with abandon. It's his love for Jill, who will be an incredible First Lady. It's his love for Hunter and Ashley and his grandchildren and the entire Biden family. And while I first knew Joe as vice president, I really got to know him as the father who loved Bo, my dear friend who we remember here today. And to my husband, Doug, and our children, Cole and Ella, and my sister Maya, and our whole family, I love y'all more than I can ever express. We are so grateful to Joe and Jill for welcoming our family into theirs on this incredible journey. And to the woman most responsible for my presence here today, my mother, Shamala Gopalan Harris, who is always in our hearts. When she came here from India at the age of 19, she maybe didn't quite imagine this moment. But she believed so deeply in an America where a moment like this is possible. And so I am thinking about her and about the generations of women, black women, Asian, white, Latina, Native American women, who throughout our nation's history have paved the way for this moment tonight. Women who fought and sacrificed so much for equality and liberty and justice for all, including the black women who are often, too often, overlooked, but so often prove they are the backbone of our democracy. All the women who have worked to secure and protect the right to vote for over a century, 100 years ago with the 19th Amendment, 55 years ago with the Voting Rights Act, and now in 2020 with a new generation of women in our country who cast their ballots and continued the fight for their fundamental right to vote and be heard. Tonight I reflect on their struggle, their determination, and the strength of their vision to see what can be unburdened by what has been. And I stand on their shoulders. And what a testament it is to Joe's character that he had the audacity to break one of the most substantial barriers that exists in our country and select a woman as his vice president. But while I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last. Because every little girl watching tonight sees that this is a country of possibilities. And to the children of our country, regardless of your gender, our country has sent you a clear message. Dream with ambition, lead with conviction, and see yourselves in a way that others may not, simply because they've never seen it before. But know that we will applaud you every step of the way. And to the American people, no matter who you voted for, I will strive to be a vice president like Joe was to President Obama, loyal, honest, and prepared, waking up every day thinking of you and your family. Because now is when the real work begins, the hard work, the necessary work, the good work, the essential work to save lives and beat this epidemic, to rebuild our economy so it works for working people, to root out systemic racism in our justice system and society, to combat the climate crisis, to unite our country and heal the soul of our nation. And the road ahead will not be easy, but America is ready. And so are Joe and I. We have elected a president who represents the best in us, a leader the world will respect and our children will look up to, a commander-in-chief who will respect our troops and keep our country safe, and a president for all Americans. And it is now my great honor to introduce the President-elect of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
My fellow Americans, and the people who brought me the dance, Delawareans. I see my buddy Senator Tom Carper down there, and I think Senator Coons is there, and I think the governor's around. Is that Ruth Ann? And that former Governor Ruth Ann Minner. Most importantly, my sisters-in-law, my sister Valerie. Anyway. Folks, the people of this nation have spoken. They've delivered us a clear victory, a convincing victory, a victory for we the people. We've won with the most votes ever cast on a presidential ticket in the history of the nation. 74 million. What I must admit has surprised me. Tonight, we're seeing all over this nation, all cities and all parts of the country, indeed across the world, an outpouring of joy, of hope, renewed faith in tomorrow, bring a better day. And I'm humbled by the trust and confidence you've placed in me. I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify. Who doesn't see red states and blue states, only sees the United States. And work with all my heart, with the confidence of the whole people, to win the confidence of all of you. And for that is what America, I believe, is about. It's about people. And that's what our administration will be all about. I sought this office to restore the soul of America, to rebuild the backbone of this nation, the middle class, and to make America respected around the world again. And to unite us here at home. It's the honor of my lifetime that so many millions of Americans have voted for that vision. And now, the work of making that vision is real. It's a task, the task of our time. Folks, as I said many times before, I'm Jill's husband. And I would not be here without her love and tireless support of Jill and my son Hunter and Ashley, my daughter, and all our grandchildren and their spouses and all our family. They're my heart. Jill's a mom, a military mom, an educator. And she has dedicated her life to education. But teaching isn't just what she does, It's who she is. For American educators, this is a great day for y'all. You're going to have one of your own in the White House. And Jill's going to make a great First Lady. I'm so proud of her. And I'll have the honor of serving with the fantastic Vice President who you just heard from, Kamala Harris, who makes history as the first woman, first black woman, the first woman from South Asian descent, the first daughter of an immigrant ever elected in this country. Don't tell me it's not possible in the United States. It's long overdue. And we're reminded tonight of those who fought so hard for so many years to make this happen. But once again, America's bent the arc of the moral universe more toward justice. Kamala, Doug, like it or not, your family, you become an honorary Biden, there's no way out. All those of you who volunteered and worked the polls in the middle of this pandemic, local elected officials, you deserve a special thanks from the entire nation. And to my campaign team and all the volunteers and all who gave so much of themselves to make this moment possible, I owe you. I owe you. I owe you everything. And to all those who supported us, I'm proud of the campaign we built and ran. I'm proud of the coalition we put together, the broadest and most diverse coalition in history. Democrats, Republicans, independents, progressives, moderates, conservatives, young, old, urban, suburban, rural, gay, straight, transgender, white, Latino, Asian, Native American. I mean it, especially those moments, and especially those moments where this campaign was at its lowest ebb. The African American community stood up again for me. You've always had my back, and I'll have yours. I said at the outset, I wanted to represent this campaign, to represent and look like America. We've done that. Now that's what I want the administration to look like and act like. For all those of you who voted for President Trump, I understand the disappointment tonight. I've lost a couple times myself. But now, let's give each other a chance. It's time to put away the harsh rhetoric, lower the temperature, see each other again, listen to each other again. And to make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as our enemies. They are not our enemies. They are Americans. They're Americans. The Bible tells us to everything there is a season, a time to build, a time to reap and a time to sow, and a time to heal. This is the time to heal in America. Now this campaign is over. What is the will of the people? What is our mandate? I believe it's this. Americans have called upon us to marshal the forces of decency, the forces of fairness, to marshal the forces of science and the forces of hope in the great battles of our time. The battle to control the virus, the battle to build prosperity, the battle to secure your family's health care, the battle to achieve racial justice and root out systemic racism in this country, and the battle to save our planet by getting climate under control, the battle to restore decency, defend democracy, and give everybody in this country a fair shot. That's all they're asking for, a fair shot. Folks, our work begins with getting COVID under control. We cannot repair the economy, restore our vitality, or relish life's most precious moments, hugging our grandchildren, our children, our birthdays, weddings, graduations, all the moments that matter most to us until we get it under control. On Monday, I will name a group of leading scientists and experts as transition advisors to help take the Biden-Harris COVID plan and convert it into an action blueprint that will start on January the 20th, 2021. That plan will be built on bedrock science. It will be constructed out of compassion, empathy, and concern. I will spare no effort, none, or any commitment to turn around this pandemic. Folks, I'm a proud Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. I'll work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as those who did. Let this grim era of demonization in America begin to end here and now. The refusal of Democrats and Republicans to cooperate with one another, it's not some mysterious force beyond our control. It's a decision, a choice we make. And if we can decide not to cooperate, then we can decide to cooperate. And I believe that this is part of the mandate given to us from the American people. They want us to cooperate in their interest. And that's the choice I'll make. And I'll call on Congress, Democrats and Republicans alike, to make that choice with me. The American story is about slow yet steadily widening the opportunities in America. And make no mistake, too many dreams have been deferred for too long. We must make the promise of the country real for everybody, no matter their race, their ethnicity, their faith, their identity, or their disability. Folks, America has always been shaped by inflection points, by moments in time where we've made hard decisions about who we are and what we want to be. Lincoln in 1860, coming to save the Union. FDR in 1932, promising a beleaguered country a new deal. JFK in 1960, pledging a new frontier. And 12 years ago, when Barack Obama made history, he told us, yes, we can. Well, folks, we stand at an inflection point. We have an opportunity to defeat despair, to build a nation of prosperity and purpose. We can do it. I know we can. I've long talked about the battle for the soul of America. We must restore the soul of America. Our nation is shaped by the constant battle between our better angels and our darkest impulses. And what presidents say in this battle matters. It's time for our better angels to prevail. Tonight, the whole world is watching America. And I believe at our best, America is a beacon for the globe. We will lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. I've always believed, many of you heard me say it, I've always believed we can define America in one word: possibilities. That in America, everyone should be given an opportunity to go as far as their dreams and God-given ability will take them. You see, I believe in the possibilities of this country. We're always looking ahead to an America that's freer and more just, ahead to an America that creates jobs with dignity and respect, ahead of America that cures diseases like cancer and Alzheimer's, ahead to an America that never leaves anyone behind, ahead of America that never gives up, never gives in. This is a great nation. It's always been a bad bet to bet against America. We're a good people. This is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been not able to do when we've done it together. Folks, in the last days of the campaign, I began thinking about a hymn that means a lot to me and my family, particularly my deceased son, Bo. It captures the faith that sustains me and which I believe sustains America. And I hope it can provide some comfort and solace the 230,000 Americans who've lost a loved one to this terrible virus this year. My heart goes out to each and every one of you. Hopefully this hymn gives you solace as well. It goes like this. And he will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, and make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. And now together, on eagle's wings, we embark on the work that God and history have called upon us to do. With full hearts and steady hands, with faith in America and in each other, with love of country, a thirst for justice, let us be the nation that we know we can be. A nation united, a nation strengthened, a nation healed. The United States of America, ladies and gentlemen, there's never been anything we've tried we've not been able to do. So remember, as our grandpapa used to say when I walked out of his home when I was a kid up in Scranton, he said, "Joey, keep the faith." And our grandmother, when she was alive, she yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Spread the faith. God love you all. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops." Thank you, thank you, thank you.
If you love Coldplay, Hall & Oates, Tina Turner, you'll love that fireworks show, as I did. I love that music. You see the extended families of the president-elect and the vice president-elect, a true moment in history. The president-elect Joe Biden using this, his first speech since his victory, to try to unify the country. And he's calling for an end to what he called this grim era of demonization. This was truly a historic night as the nation saw its first woman of color. The vice president-elect Kamala Harris also addressed the country using very, very powerful words. Jake, this was a moving night after a truly, truly historic several days.
That's right. After a very hard-fought, ugly election that in many ways started in 2019 with President Trump on a phone call with the president of Ukraine trying to get dirt on Joe Biden, knowing how tough a competitor Joe Biden would likely prove to be, and indeed he proved to be just that. Here he is in his first speech to the country as president-elect, talking about the need to give each other a chance, he said. He said he's lost a few elections. He knows what it feels like, talking to the 70 million Americans who voted for President Trump. He said, but let's give each other a chance. And as you noted, Wolf, he also said, let this grim era of demonization begin to end here and now. He said the American people, they want us to cooperate. And Dana, that's going to be a tall order in Washington, D.C. We'll see if anybody on the other side of the aisle is willing to try to cooperate with him.
Yeah, we'll see. That was the clear headline. If there's a soundbite to take away from this speech that encapsulates the speech, I totally agree. It's let this grim era of demonization begin to end here and now. And it was also so classic Joe Biden, this whole speech. If you paid attention for 1 second to his message during the campaign, it's no different now than the last year and a half since he announced he was going to run again. Quoting the Bible, the Ecclesiastes, talking about the fact that it's a time to heal, and also the fact that he reached back to history and tried to connect the moment he thinks this country could be in because of the coronavirus, because of all racial injustice and all the other crises that are coming together. Reach back to Lincoln, reach back to FDR in 1932, and of course 12 years ago when he was the vice president or vice president-elect, to the historical moment of Barack Obama becoming president-elect.
And part of the purpose of this speech is to refocus the attention of the American public. There is a lot of noise right now because of the manner in which he had to wait several days in order to be able to do this. But one of the problems with the vote count taking a little bit longer is that it is a little bit more difficult to assess the scale and the scope of this Joe Biden victory. But he said tonight that he believes that this is a clear victory, a convincing victory, and a victory for we the people. He also said that he believes that he has a mandate. But it's not the mandate that you might have expected him to say, focused entirely on policy.
The first family and the second family, president-elect and vice president-elect and their spouses, the future first lady of the United States and the future second gentleman, the future second dude, Doug Emhoff, vice president-elect Harris's husband. I'm sorry, Abby, go ahead.
No, you might have expected him to say, I have a mandate to do this laundry list of policy ideas, but he said, the mandate given to us from the American people is that they want us to cooperate.
That's right. That's such a great observation because previous presidents, what they do is they come out and they say, this is what I was elected to do and this is what I'm going to do. Whether it's President Obama or President Trump, President George W. Bush. This is the first time we've ever heard a president-elect come and say, let's compromise. I'm going to give some stuff up. You guys give some stuff up. And I think that after 4 years of the Trump presidency and the tumult and division, and led by a president who sought to exacerbate and further divide, this might be the mood that obviously a majority of the country, where they are, where a lot of people are anyway. But it's certainly interesting. The mandate that he is calling for is a mandate of working together and compromise and treating each other with basic decency. And, you know, for a lot of people tonight, that's going to sound pretty good.
Yeah. And let's talk about Vice President-elect Kamala Harris and her speech, which gave a nod to so many parts of her life and of America's, the fabric of America that got her to where she is. To me, one of the standout lines that she had was when she said, Joe had the audacity to select a black woman. That was such a subtle, maybe not so subtle nod to, I thought, President Obama, who wrote The Audacity of Hope. That didn't seem to be an accident to me. And, you know, she gave Joe Biden the credit for selecting her, in addition to giving black women across the country, across history, the credit for getting her to where she is today, not to mention her mother, which I don't care what your political affiliation is, if you don't have one, just if you have a beating heart, that was pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and I think it was a nod also to what she knows. There was a little bit of debate about whether Joe Biden picking a black woman was the obvious choice or the easy choice because of how important black people and black women have been to his political life, especially in this election. And she made it very clear that she thought it was not the easy choice, that it was actually a courageous choice on his part. And giving him credit for that, I think, was part of what she was trying to do. I also thought, I was just struck, honestly, by the Biden campaign giving Kamala Harris, frankly, the space to give a speech that spoke to the people who are looking at her and seeing themselves in her. And that is not necessarily typical on a night like tonight, which is typically about the president-elect. But Kamala Harris is the other half of the ticket. The vice president doesn't really have a job description, but they know that she represents a lot, and they let her say a lot that was really meaningful to a lot of people. And she talked specifically about this idea that because people haven't seen women like her do that job, that they might think that it can't be done. And she often brings up her mother, saying that you have to move forward unburdened by what has been. And I think that that was a very strong message for a vice president to give on a day that a lot of campaigns would say, you know what, this is about just Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I think it says a lot that they said, you know what, we're going to have Kamala Harris speak to the American people, to the millions of people who see themselves in her.
It's smart for any number of reasons, not the least of which is the fact that Joe Biden's personal story is powerful, but I mean, my God, Geraldine Ferraro, Sarah Palin, Hillary Clinton, it has taken a long time, way too long to have a woman elected on a ticket. And Vice President-elect Harris she's not President-elect Harris, she's Vice President-elect Harris, but still, it is a big achievement, it is a big moment. Other women paved the way for her, like I said, including Sarah Palin, Geraldine Ferraro, and Hillary Clinton. But God, it's taken too long.
Yes.
And what a wonderful moment and grace of President-elect Biden to understand that. And not just give the space to her personally, because I do think that they will have a partnership as other presidents and vice presidents do, but to understand the significance of that to tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people.
No question. And just one other thing I was thinking about was, you know, the president-elect now talks so much about the soul of the country. It's one of his favorite phrases. But what his personal soul was his son who passed away 5 years ago, I guess it is now, 4 or 5 years ago. And the fact that Coldplay was playing there after they were done, a friend of the family texted me to say that this song was Beau's favorite and that it was played at his funeral. And so there's a lot of symbolism and emotion that goes along with this. I mean, anybody who has lost somebody knows that when there is a big moment of elation, there's always something missing. And Joe Biden has at times 3, particularly 2 children, which is unimaginable.
Yeah, I knew Beau. He and I were about the same age. And That was a big loss.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big loss, not just for his family and his friends, but just for the world of politics. He was a good guy. And there are going to be a lot of Americans that are now meeting the Biden family for the first time. It's going to be tough to get to know them all with those masks on. But eventually people will figure out which one's Finnegan and which one's Ashley and which one's Naomi and all the rest. But they won't get to meet Beau, and that will be a shame. And I do think that is also, as Vice President-elect Harris noted, one of the reasons why she was picked, because she was Attorney General of California while he was Attorney General of Delaware. They were contemporaries. They knew each other. They were friends. Yeah. And she understood what he lost, not just by the sense of loss, but by the person who was lost. Because Beau really was a great guy. He really was.
That relationship that she had with Beau is what helped create her relationship with Vice President Biden in some ways. And over the past year,